Hello. The little noises of the Shroomates for the Here Redeem never cease to make me giggle. I'm like always laughing here behind the scenes when I arrive, hearing the little noises of the oi, yeah. There we go. That was my reminder to all of you to check in for class. There we go. Hi, Shroomates. Happy Tuesday. Tuesday, innit? You haven't seen me on a Tuesday in... it's been a while, hasn't it? Yeah, not just is it Tuesday, it's early Tuesday, and it's gonna continue to be Tuesday. Odd day. Tomorrow's even stranger day. Have I ever streamed on a Wednesday ever before? I don't think I have I? Tomorrow I'll be streaming on a day I never stream on. Usually I do most of my consultation work on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, because I use the time I would be streaming to do that, but this week it's charity time. Hello, Shroomates, welcome back. If you're not aware as to the reason why I have gathered you here today on an unusual Tuesday, it is because we are raising funds for Cure Cancer Australia. We are doing some charity fundraising. If you would like to donate, oh wait, here, I should probably give you the link so we can still have the link for donations. All of the rewards for the charity, like all the rewards for critiques that are live, have been taken up to the point where I don't think we'll get through all of them today or tomorrow or even next Monday. And in the effort of me not creating more queues that I can't manage, I am capping that one. The cap was, it did end yesterday, but if you would like to donate to the charity out of the kindness of your heart, as, you know, mayhaps you should, I've donated, the donation link here will be here. Donate. Like. Yippee! Let me paste it. There we go. I also have a little bit of housekeeping to do. We are going to be locked in today. Once again, we were so locked in yesterday. How many did I get through? I got through 12 crits in 7 hours. That's like really good, I feel like, for me. I feel like that's astronomically good for me. I usually get through 6 in 4 hours. So 12 in 7 hours is like pretty good.
Guys here once again to say screw cancer.
This is true. I agree, Gary. Screw cancer. We're going to do whatever we can to try and raise some funds so we can make it end. I would put an end to cancer within our lifetime if we can. Yeah, it's a good cause, one that is near and dear to my heart, as I'm sure it is to many of us. So that is what gives me the power, the fuel to be properly locked in, is that there's a reason I'm doing this. You know, usually there's a reason. The reason is because I like helping people, but now the reason is because I like helping people times 2. Not only am I helping Shroomates out with their designs, but I'm also able to help do some fundraising and support a good cause. I love these things. I love this combination of things. Yeah, cancer be gone! Anti-cancer beam. Friends like a roof to replace, so no spare funds, but I'm hype anyways. That is totally fair. That is completely and totally fair. Yeah, we'll work together by getting the word out amongst many of us, and just by being here, your support is duly noted. And by you being here and supporting me, even if you cannot support financially for this cause, you do encourage other people to also be here mayhaps, and then therefore also maybe support the cause. No? But what we can't give in time or in money, we can also give in time. Those are like 2 of the key currencies of the human race. Money and time. But anyways, I do need to lock in. Yeah, bonk cancer like we bonk EG? Huh? Are you saying you want to destroy me? Are you saying you want me to go away? Are you saying you want to get rid of me? Those are the things we're saying about bonking cancer. I don't think you want to destroy me or get rid of me. I think you just like to show me just a little small ounce of suffering. I don't think you want to eradicate me. Just a hunch, maybe. If I vanished, I feel like you'd be sad. Maybe. You know, never sure. Ow! Ow! Hey, be nice. What? Ow. What? Hello? Question mark? I flattened. Just my head turned into a little hot dog. All the born in July, beware? What? What does that mean? Why we're being so cryptic today to get started. Let me get us started. So we need to go over, there's a little bit of confusion right now in the form. A couple points of confusion. So today for our crits, We're starting with Selma, even though Selma's technically not first in turn order. Selma was supposed to be yesterday, but we ran out of time, so Selma. Then we have Carmen Floros, Airy Bun, and Bun Bun Cow. Then we have, there's a couple like confusion moments here, which are that Revity, I don't know if you're here, you might be here. Revity, the design that you had submitted, if I see you in the chat, I'll bring this up later, but if you're here and you're listening, the design that you submitted, we already critiqued on stream, and I'm not certain I saw any specific difference in it, so more of a question of, did you see that we had critiqued it on stream? Did you miss that one maybe? Or has the design changed and that's not the correct submission, or I am just misremembering it? Like, hey, I'm trying, Shroomates, I'm trying to do the thing where I tell us what's going on. You said back off, calm down. I'll hang out back here, I guess. So that's my first thing, which is that. Secondly, Hoshi, similar question for you, Hoshi. The trouble that I have is that I've seen you so many times. Hoshi, I can't tell if the version of you, oh my word. Huh, well, what is this pose, actually? What pose is this? I think this is the combo of Eldritch EG and T-pose. This is dab. I don't even have a head. My head's just fully gone. I'm the headless shroomsman. There's no brain being had here at all whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. Oh, it's because I'm bald. You're right. Oh, okay. All right, that's cool. Wow, this is surely uncanny. I think, I don't know what god this is. What are those funny little? You see the funny little things moving around me? This is a new god that has been born here with us today. I don't know who this is. I don't know what this is. A little bit of identity crisis. Oh my god. Ayo? Yeah, I don't know what this is. Oh, Gary was your head, arm was neck. You know, Gary, could you speak for me? I don't really... I have no mouth. Yes, yet I must scream. Scraps of hair? Oh my god, wait, is that what that is? Hang on. No, wait, they're hands? What? Ventriloquist god. Do you... This is what my face has become. Why do I have miniature hands? Hi, Shroomates. I'm gonna get ya. Hi, Gary. Pat you in the head with my giant, terrifying eldritch hand. What other redeems can we break while this runs? I don't know. Ow. I mean, the ladder just levitates. My head must be here. Because everything's sticking like my head is here. What? New questions every time I arrive here, theoretically. Look how big my shoulder is. Look how strong I am. Can you tell I'm right-handed? This Eldritch God is right-handed. Except now I'm small Eldritch God. Let's see, can I like frame myself up? Oh yeah, there we go. So normal. I don't have a mouth, I can't drown anyway. Collision box is here. Yeah, there is a collision box still for my head. You can see how big my head's supposed to be. It's supposed to be pretty big right now. Head empty, no head had. Failure. Linguigi didn't happen? Wait, did somebody, yeah, you used Linguigi and it didn't occur, so my head is just missing totally right now. I just don't have one. So crazy, we're doing so much hard work for charity. Yeah, there we go, that's a good replacement head for now. Also, my body is going the opposite direction as I'm leaning. I don't know why that is. So wanna do low poly? If you do low poly, it'll override everything, I think. It'll make me stop being an eldritch nightmare of God. It'll turn off everything. Flex for shrooms? Yeah, big flex. Oh, you can't see me. Hands are orbiting. Yeah, we do have perpetual motion a lot of the time on these, and I don't know why. They just don't stop moving. Give an idea for Halloween? Headless EG with Jack-o'-lantern Gary. Oh, maybe. For Halloween, that could be interesting, but the problem is if we remove my head, like, the only way I can interact with you is by, like, shaking the whole body, and, like, I have fingers that you can't even see right now. Hello? Where's my hand? Nothing is here. Yeah, you've made me... Okay, something ended. You've made me Miku, but, Miku cannot help me where I am now. Oh! Wait, look at that. Hang on, I do have a head. This is perpetual motion, EG. Whoa, wait, what? Oh my god. Hello. How are you? It's getting worse instead of better. Why, EG? It looks like I got flattened. Miku didn't save the day. I think low poly partially saved the day is what happened. Old EG, yeah, OG EG. Back when EG used to have low-key a Valorant reference in the outfit. So strange. I don't even play Valorant. I just like the outfit that the one girl had. I have like the light mode version of her shirt. Wee EG. Yeah, kind of. Menacing wide EG. Yeah, this is, hang on. Sweet dreams are made of these. I'm too short right now. Wow! I'm too short for this. I can't reach. Help. Help. Wait, look how like strange my head is. It's like the low angle is so silly. Hang on. Is this like end of Evangelion EG? Hang on. Oh. Whoa. Okay. Did I kind of return to normal? What's going on right now? Oh god. Nope. This is not normal. What is happening? Help me. Hang on. We good? Oh. Hello? Now we're good. I'm so big. What is the neck? I don't know what's going on. My neck is kind of long on this model anyway. And I'm also really close to you still also because I think this model's just really big right now for some reason. I don't really fully know what's happening. Oh my god, do you see there's still a hand jiggling? Look at it, it's in my sleeve. Oh wait, yeah, it's just hanging out under there. What is this? What is this nonsense? Harry, do you see this? He doesn't care. He doesn't care. Oh wait, there's on my face too. What? Do you see it? Do you see it? What is this? I'm growing weird appendages. This is a nightmare. What a way to start off. I said I'm so locked in, and then everything was like, nah, we're actually gonna lock you out of the house. We're gonna cover you in strange appendages and morph your body beyond your comprehension. No, it's not tickling me. I am not ticklish. I am immune. It can't get me. Thank you for the head pat attempt at least. Oh my god, that was inside my eyeball. That's terrifying, scary. Okay. Focus. 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 So, focus. I was looking for Revity because I had a question for you. Hoshi, I think you're here. I have a question for you, which is that maybe it's because I've just seen your design so much, but we critiqued your design on stream. Ooh, when even was that? Like January or something like that? I think. Is this a different design that is submitted most recently to it? Were you going for like an updated critique on it? I can't remember if it's the same version or not. Yes? Okay. So Hoshi, you are like very last one today probably, or first one tomorrow maybe, depending on how quick I am. So you're potentially in the zone of what's going on today. I think there was one other person I was trying to find to have a word with because I couldn't find them. Unclear. Okay. If we come to them, I'll find them and I will say it. But I think that was all I had to start with at least. So we can lock in and get started. I can prove to you that I am locked in. I can prove to you that I am locked in. Generally, I believe the people we have for today are Soma, Bun Bun Cow, Hermione Floros, Airy Bun, OldMate, and Mad Buns, and I think that is in order. Let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so that's guaranteed we'll get through. I think we'll get through Amber, because you're 7, and then Joan, you're 8. If we can make it to 8, or maybe 9, that's the goal for today. We have 5 hours. We have 1 hour more than the usually we do 4 hours. We got 5 hours today, so we'll see if we can get through all of those fellas. Amber posting the little face. You ate that? Ate what? I didn't eat anything. Thank you though. I don't know. Try recognizing the updated design. It's when I sent you for the Voxel model. That might be why my brain was like, I've seen this already. Because I had the same thing. Today's gonna be a day of potential deja vu for me because I think I've talked about. It's a lot of familiar faces coming back. You'll see. Familiar faces we've either talked about on stream or I've seen in the Discord server, or we talked about under some other capacity. What's happening? Hello? Hi, it's me, Squiiji, but with a funny twist and still... Oh my god, there's still hands inside my head. What is this about? Hello? I get you guys want to like, I don't know, head pat me, but like, don't do that. That's weird. Puberty? Ren, what? I don't think having weird hands growing out of your face is puberty. Look at this one. Are you saying that as if I'm growing like facial hair, but the facial hair is hands? Man, my ability to grow new bodies for myself and take over them is maybe getting a little out of control, huh? Maybe I was playing with powers I did not comprehend when I took over the body of Kalis and Svarog. Maybe I was playing with powers outside my control. Wow! By the nose piercing you got there. Yeah, it really is. Is the one still in my armpit? Hang on, do I still have one hanging out under my arm? I do. Do you see it? They're not going away for some reason. I don't know why they're not going away. Maybe they'll leave. Oh, there we go. Speaking you shall receive. They just like fell away just like that. Okay, now we're good. Also, Bot Banger and someone else whose name I can't read on stream. Thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. You'll be giving an updated list at the beginning of tomorrow's stream. Going to really try hard to watch live this week, but work gets in the way. That's okay. Macho Gremlin, you are theoretically, depending on how if we get through all 9 that I assume we'll get through today, you should be like 4th or 5th tomorrow. But that depends on how well I do today. So we will see. I think you're safely within tomorrow's range though, if you are like 4 or 5. So I think we'll be good. Reminds me, am I missing all the Honkai Star Rail streams? Or I don't think I've streamed Honkai Star Rail since January. It's been a couple of months. I haven't been back there in a while. Probably I haven't been back there since I stopped wearing this outfit. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't streamed Star Rail in a minute. The last time I played a game on stream, I think was when we played Roblox. I have not been gamer EG for a minute. But Muskcake, I also love this model so much. I can't wait for next winter to wear this as soon as it starts getting cold out. We will probably have a new winter EG next year that we talked about, but I can wear this until I have that one created. So it'll be like, for Halloween, we can wear our old Halloween model until new Halloween outfit is maybe ready. But honestly, I cooked. I'm so cool. I'm so slay in my winter fits. Good color design past EG. Good work. EG, you should play Cult of the Lamb and let us design our members. Low-key, that was potentially going to be a reward for something, but I didn't figure out what that was going to be a reward for. At one point, I was like, maybe it should be a reward for the Donathon, but I was like, I can't play all my cards right now. I gotta keep some things for future things, maybe. Maybe. You guys are gonna have to watch me fumble through that game, though. I am not good at any kind of real-time combat at all. I don't have much in the way of what is the word I'm looking for? My speed? What is the word I'm looking for? I can't find it. You guys got to watch it in full force when we played Little Nightmares, where reaction speed, where I just like fell off of a table after failing a chase scene like 6 times. Yeah, reaction speed's not great for me. I used to be like a really good athlete, and that was only because it was like second nature getting to like catch the crossball, hit field hockey ball. Like the kung fu stuff, it's all because it was second nature, it was ingrained. And maybe if I like really worked hard, I could be a gamer. But I don't have the time to work hard at being a gamer, unfortunately. Stream add-on thing for Twitch we can use? Yeah, I know they have that thing. I've participated when other streamers I watched have had it. I was placed into, just by like lurking, I accidentally like enabled myself to be in one of the raids for, or not raids, like one of the, whatever those overlay things are for someone, and was a member of their cult for a very, very long time. I was like, oh, being perceived, whoopsie. It's forgiving, I've played a lot and suck at games. Oh, okay, I see. Maybe it wouldn't be that terrible for me We'll see. No chanting. You guys will be allowed to chant if we play that game because then I can say that you're just chanting for the game. But like, no chanting today. There's no reason. Come on, guys. We're doing stuff for charity today. Best behavior, okay? E.g., random question. Have you seen Yoho from Sea of Remnants? I believe it's for an upcoming indie game, if I'm not mistaken. I have not heard of this. I'm not familiar with the name Yoho or Sea of Remnants, so I don't know. But it is something I could look into at some point, mayhaps. Means E.g. was in a cult, not intentionally. Not intentionally, and also exclusively just in that game. Oh, not you chanting new C words. Okay, alright, Shroomates. Let's focus. We gotta get through a lot of crits today and tomorrow and potentially on Monday. We got a lot to do. We've been busy in the shroom state. I gotta make good on my promises for live crits here, so we'll lock in for that. So first, let's take roll. No, I see you guys trying to disguise the word you're saying by putting it in a second word. It doesn't work. I see you. I see what you're doing. Also, will we have summer EG as well? Doesn't have to explicitly be summer or swimwear themed, like coconut EG, coral EG, etc. Unclear. I don't know. I don't know if I'll have time in a strange manner. After the end of June, maybe I'll be able to make a summer EG? Ouchie. Maybe I can make summer EG at the end of June, after June ends, but I currently don't really have any particular inspiration. Like for the winter, I was like, I really want to be a skier. Squiiji. Easy. Easy. EG in a floral shirt and swim trunks. Maybe. If it was something that's not too complicated, like low-key, I'm late summer EG is like my default state. Like it's late summer at sunset where you have to bundle up just a little bit because it's getting chilly in the air. That's what my background is based on, you know. Volleyball EG? Oh man. I've always wanted to be a volleyball player, but all of my outfits can't just be sport themed. That's what my winter outfit's gonna be hockey for next year. We already discussed it. Scuba EG. Scuba outfits don't have good silhouette. Why not? I think it's giving a strange idea as to who I am and what I am, what I'm about. No, not volleyball player, volleyball? Oh, what? What? Summer beach volleyball EG? Oh, okay, maybe, okay, I'll think about it. Here's the problem. Here's the problem, Bob, is that I like my skin fully covered. The skin, I like it covered. I don't like it showing. So for winter, easy. For fall, for Halloween, also easy. Shirt and shorts. I guess like shirt and shorts could work. I'm okay with my legs being out. I don't know how much of my arms I want out though. Have you not seen Victorian bathing suits? I don't think those would look good on me. I have an IRL Haikyuu cosplay that I might wear to Otakon, and if you guys see me at Otakon, I might be dressed as Miyatsumu. Can't see EG's elbows and knees. You've already seen my knees. Halloween EG's knees are out, I believe, right? That's not a secret. My elbows, however, are a secret, so you won't see those. The only time I think you'll see my elbows is when I have my Vash outfit. There's a coat for that that's toggleable, and when the toggle is off, my elbows are visible. Knees, so scandalous, yeah. Beach party outfit, replace visible skin with skin-tight swimsuit. I guess athlete gives me the angle of like, you know, those like skin-tight, like, what do you even call them? Like the, like athletic wear, like the Under Armour shirts that are like real skin-tight. I don't know. Or like I could be a surfer EG and wear like a rash guard shirt or something. I don't know. It's funny, for the way I am IRL, I don't care about having my shoulders out. I don't mind my shoulders out, but I don't know. Squiiji's not like a shoulders out kind of fella. Yeah, compression shirt. Yeah, like a compression shirt, like a rash guard maybe. We'll see. I'll think about it. If it's not too complicated, the odds of it being something that could exist are higher. Because Halloween EG and Squiiji were pretty complicated. But yeah, keys is true. Thank you, Amber. Thank you. So, let me take roll. We can talk more about summer EG once we get a little bit closer to that being feasible. Sun guard, because mushrooms in the sun don't fare well. That's true. That is true. Noted. Let's see. Oh, Bunny Bell, Wordy, Lady Danger, Airbun. Oh, Ember, thank you for gifting a sub to Carmen Floros. I meant to thank you right when we went live, and I forgot because there's too many things happening. But thank you. Very kind of you to gift a sub. Bleak is here, Star Heron's here, Hoshi, Ren, Corybite, Rex, Bugs, Edward Sugar Maple, Mars, Selma, Amazing Ame, Nilo, Admiral Graf, Hermine Floros, I Like to Thrive, and Cinda, Paimon's Crown, Amber, Bun Bun Cow, Mad Buns, Hoshi Robot Factory, Adontion, Hodgepodge, Andromeda, Lemmy Arcane, Nissa Storm, Shells, where? I gotta scroll through all of you spinning me. There we go. Manzana, Mars and MP3, Ren Daniel, Third Stop, YouTube Shroomates is here. I see Haunted Butter, Callie, Game Loser, Bashful Vixen, Kenny. Hi! Happy Tuesday. Hello. Okay, let's teleport to another room. Moss Cake, I see you too. One day will be the first Just You Watch. I should make a redeem for one that is just first person in the classroom. Hi, Nolly. There we go. So let me Shroomy teleportation magic go. Homework complete. Last time you were live kinda on a Wednesday was drawing with Vil. The art chat meet and greet in March was the last time you were live on a Tuesday. A little before then was February Little Nightmares. Last proper Wednesday live was in October. Oh, I bet I did an October stream because of moving. That's odd. Like to Thrive, I'm amazed you went back and checked all of that. But yeah, I guess I was kind of live on a Wednesday. Not on my own channel, but I was with Vil on a Wednesday. Interesting. Gonna be lurking as I work on mine. Do I still have time? You, Faylina, is your name Faylina or Faylinia? Coming to my senses, realizing I may have been saying your name wrong for a while also. You had put a note in that you need more time, so I was waiting to have the word from you as to when you are ready. So you're okay to let me know when you are ready. So if you need to keep working on yours tomorrow, that's fine. I think we're gonna be overflowing till Monday. Next Monday, so theoretically, you're good until next Monday. Well, I think these are the last grades from yesterday, mayhaps. Hi, Mediocre Goddess. Okay, so, snapping into it. And say when in the stream events channel in the Discord. Yes, this is true. If you tell me, and if anyone else also, fellas who have submitted, who do get the reward of live critique, if you need more time, do let me know in the stream events area of the Discord server. So that way I can make sure that we honor that properly and that you don't get skipped. I gotta make sure I keep track of everyone properly. So there's a little bit of juggling here. Teacher debuff real. I still haven't contacted you and it's been half a year. Contacted me for what, Nilo? What were you supposed to contact me for? I don't even remember what it was. What were you supposed to contact me for? I don't remember even what it was right off the top of my head now. What was it? Huh. Finished last night somehow. Oh, good work, Muskcake. Muskcake, I think you may also be within tomorrow's, potentially. Unclear, though. But yeah, locked in. Demsu, thank you for following. Here we have our rubric. Here we have the rubric. So, we've got a lovely personification of the rubric by Iris. E.g. you misread? Oh, corrected you and it's been half a year. Oh. No, I'm not wearing my glasses. Did you know that? I never wear my glasses when I stream. I stream without my glasses on every single day. It does debuff my vision, and that is why I read your names wrong sometimes. What's wrong? What were we supposed to correct? What is wrong, Nyla? What did I do? You want to extend the dono goal? Oh, I can extend the dono goal if we would like. Just so we can see it tick up if we would like to. Lume, thank you for donating. Also, same brain cell. It's Nilo, not Nilo. Oh, is that what it is? Nilo? Oh. This is like zany all over again. I call my IRL friend Zany now, despite their name being Zanny. As a result of relearning it, my brain apparently can only fit one pronunciation of something being spelled one way. Okay, hang on. Let me update the... Oh, it's signing me back out. No! It's signing me out. Okay, I can update the goal. Okay, continue, please. And then we do rubric. Then we lock in and we do rubric. I'm focused. Whoa, I should not read my login code out loud to you. Ouch, why are you hitting me? That's not nice. There we go. Okay. Ouchie. Needs more RAM in the local mode of the mycelium network. This is true. Oh, hello. Come back to me. There we go. All right. Let me increase the goal, and then we do it. There we go. Properly worn. I'm wearing glasses, but I'm not wearing glasses, if you understand what I mean. Milestones. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's increase maybe to that, and then see. Yeah, room activation. Just put I'm used to it. Very much okay being known as Nilo. But if that's wrong, then I don't want to call you that. I don't want to be the teacher who mispronounces your name forever. That is like so embarrassing to me. I don't want to live that way. I should aspire to better. Nilo. I'll try and remember. I'll do my best. Okay, so goal has been increased. Here is our rubric. Here is our beautiful personification of the rubric drawn by Iris. Yay! Too late for that? I'm comfortable. Oh, okay. If you're comfortable with it, then okay. We'll just go with it then. Love that model, right? Isn't it so cute? Isn't this so cute? The head is such a good shape. It's so cute. So here is our rubric that we use for our VTuber design critiques to remain as objective as we can. There is some subjectivity to art and whether or not art maybe is good in some ways. But for our intents and purposes, we try and stay as objective as possible. Try to remain as unbiased and acknowledge whatever biases we may have. This is the category where I get to be biased. It's down here. However, the 10 points we get up here, unbiased. As best as they can be. We have 5 categories. You can score a maximum of 2 points in each. We've got color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, concept, and motifs. And then bonus points. To get full points for color palette, the palette should be cohesive, interesting, and well executed. You will get no points if the palette has major instances of low contrast, if it's clashing, or if I'm slapping through color layers left and right. For silhouette, to get full points, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable. Positive and negative space should be well handled, and I should be able to identify you just on the basis of your silhouette alone. You should also be a very dangerous ladder. No OSHA approved ladders here. If we draw horizontal marks everywhere, there's a major change in visual interest going up your design. You will get no points for silhouette if you are non-distinct, blob-like, if you have bullet head, any of those kinds of things. For complexity versus clarity, to get full points, the model should be well balanced as far as detail level goes, and those details should support the concept and focal points without being excessive, but they should give us a nice little bit of flavor, nice little bit of interest. You will receive no points if the model is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of feeling generic. I should be able to turn you into a marketable little plush without losing everything that makes you you. And if I try and plushify you and that happens, or you're just impossible to plushify, no points. Focal points. The focal points should be well executed. The focal points are the face. The face. On a VTuber design, it's the face. Believe me, trust me. Hear me out when I say this, the face. Nothing else. Because that is how you form a relationship with your audience, and that's how they can see your reactions to things. Yeah. There's other reasons in games or other pieces of media where other parts of the design can be focal and it's kind of okay, but for VTubing, we're kind of people and the face is supposed to be sort of focal. What if you're faceless? If you don't have a head, then it can't be focal. You just gotta pick something else important and expressive then maybe. Focal points, if they are fully lost due to low contrast, over detailing, or other competing areas of interest, no points. Concept and motifs, the concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with supportive motifs. What this means is I should be able to look at your design without reading your notes and guess maybe things about your personality, where you come from, maybe cultural backing, things about your fashion sense, your aesthetics, what your occupation is, what species you're referencing, stuff like that. If the concept is unclear or non-existent, no points. If your concept is you but blue, that's fine. That is more or less a concept, but if you tell me your concept is you but blue, but you're green for some reason, that's no points. I also have bonus point categories. We gave out, I think, more than usual in this category yesterday. We gave out ones we don't give out very often. Super compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concepts can get you 1 point extra, and unique, exciting art styles can also get you 1 point extra. I can also just really like your design and put you on the fridge, which is personal taste, so yeah, that's the way to go. As we learned yesterday, apparently being a mushroom or being a redhead does enable you to potentially be put in this category. The two known EG things, the two known things about me where my bias tends to win out. Redhead, yeah, redhead or mushroom. Although if you do look back in time at all the people who are in this category, I don't think either of those things are that common of trends, honestly. I feel like neither of those were as common. 3D? I don't know if I give bonus points for 3D. I like seeing it. It makes me excited. But... Wow. I don't know if I'm giving extra points just for being 3D. That's more of a medium decision than it is a design decision, you know what I mean? Although it does affect the design, you know what I mean? Anyways, why don't we get started here? We're starting with Selma, who we looked at a couple times yesterday, very briefly. And now we will look at Selma for real. So here's Selma. You can look at Selma. Now let me prepare to read. Take a sippy of my beverage. Also, I learned, unfortunately, yesterday that I was drinking Jubby's aloe drink. I drink like 80% of it. So I gave Jubby the rest of mine. So now I'm back to drinking lemonade out of a jug to make sure I'm hydrated. I have a half gallon here that I will finish by the end of stream, similar to how much water I drank yesterday. Mucho text, yes. Big text. Also, yeah, we can do crit bingo. We grab crit bingo for us if we would like. Yesterday, despite doing 12 designs, I didn't win bingo. I still, despite the odds being stacked in my favor, didn't get a bingo. There were 12 designs we went over, and I didn't get a bingo. How could you steal Jubby's drink? Honestly, it is my fault. The cap was supposed to be labeled and have my letter of my name on it, but I didn't look. Accidentally. Might have reclaimed my record on Very Wordy. Nope, you have not. Selma, I will let you know that you have actually been beat. There is somebody we are going to look at today who has more text than you. So this is not the peak of text for the day. There is someone who has more, and they do know who they are, I believe. So, Selma Shepherd, she, her, Autumn Lion. Hello EG and Shroomates, Selma here. I'll try not to be as wordy as my previous entry, no promises though. So Selma's the shepherd of Sloth, wielding the powers of the constellation of Aries / the Ram. Rip. Oh wait, and one of the demons of the Seven Sins, where she is the weakest out of them, due to weak offensive and defensive abilities. Rip. She relies on illusions and sapping enemies' energy. Her only way to directly attack is with her tail / shepherdess crook that she can temporarily power up into a scythe. Whoa. That is really useful when the majority of her opponents can fly. She rules over a primitive ring that appears as a vast set of fields filled with sheep who are the souls under her care, gaining power from their dreams and creating the illusion of lush, peaceful fields rather than a battlefield. The main elements of the design is sheep and demon, with ties back to my homeland, Scotland, and elements reflecting where her powers are from. A main rule when it comes to her other outfits is that a main element has to be made of wool, jumper, knitted, shawl, cape, where instead of fur, it's wool, etc. I added some of the previous critique to the final version. Pattern on the purple belt chain to be less eye-catching, 7 petals surrounding the ring was chosen as it can symbolize the 7 surrounding their boss in a less obvious way. As one of the couple times circles appear in the design. Entirely new tail and horns, along with a few tweaks here and there. Along with elements I noticed like removing the rings that were in the previous design, mainly the hook the bell was on and the cuffs. The tail and horns are currently laid out in a constricted way, with plans that they will slightly spread out more when animated to feel like broken bits of wood being held by the magic underneath it. It'll be able to fall apart with a trigger. The scythe mode is planned to be the most magic and only showing up on angry, shocked expressions. You know what's strange? I'm like slowly slipping into like the way that I would read when I'm teaching. I'm like slipping out of Squiiji persona and into teacher persona. Hang on, where was I? Scythe mode is planned to be mostly magical and only showing up on angry, shocked expressions. However, I find them to be most insecure element to the design if you don't think it would work. What recommendations would you have for them? Quick elements of note. Demons are depicted with gold, while angels are with silver. However, the only element of silver that demons have is their soul. Broken wing compared to an angel, or ring compared to an angel having an intact ring. Each of the 7 wears their soul differently and it's their weak spot. Added a mole to the face, where I based the placement of it. Wait, where I base the placement of it where it can be seen as generally unlucky spot that's reflective of her past life. The 7 are previous humans with the constellations altering their appearance, adding animalistic elements to their form. The Morse code on the shirt is ba repeated. Okay. I'm gonna have so much fun with this in Live 2D. If you detect the sarcasm, you get a fish cracker. I'm gonna have so much fun with this in Live 2D. I want a fish cracker. Give me my fish cracker, Selma. Apologies if this is all too much info. Words, blessed rotation to all. Thank you for the blessed rotations. I would say it's maybe slightly more than we need to understand what we're looking at visually.
Your design is lovely.
Thanks. See, very kind, Gary. But at the same time, it's always good to have as much context as we can when we're going into designs. Yeah, okay. So there's a part of me, I want to make sure I'm not just rehashing things I said before. I'm gonna open previous Selma, I think, just so that I can see, because you mentioned some changes. Wait, actually, I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Hang on. Me and my terrible organization. If I scroll down to where I think S is, maybe I'll see it. I just want to see it. You guys don't necessarily have to look at it. Where? Ooh, V, nope, too low. There, okay. Let me see, okay. Tail has been reworked. Belt has been reworked. Actually, I don't even know if this is the one. Is this even the one we critiqued on stream? I can't remember. This is the trouble with me snooping throughout the server, is that I don't ever remember if the version I'm looking at is the most current version or if there's another recent version. Okay, so the purple has changed a lot on the tail and the horns between the two of them. The cape has been more exaggerated, which I remember being one of my recommendations. Patterning has been toned down maybe a little bit, which I think might have been a good move. This patterning on the shirt or on the dress is more exaggerated and larger, which I think is also to our benefit. There's more exaggeration in the ribbons around the ankles. Is there anything else? That is it? What, this is the previous one? This is not the one I edited though. Where's the, whoops, spoiler, hang on. Give me 1 second. That for some reason wasn't the edited one. Where's the one where I had drawn some paper? Ah, wait, here it is. We can compare how much Selma wrote last time, which I think is comparable. Oh wait, yeah, so this is pretty much exactly the same. Yeah, okay. So this is the one I had opened earlier. This is just the version I put text on. Whoop. Okay, so I can see that you did take into account pretty much all the things that I think I had modified. Yeah, the sleeves have poofed up a bit, making it clearer how this is attached to the shoulder, exaggerating the pattern size. So I'm picking up what you're putting down as far as all those things go. For the tail, I feel like the clarity of the tail with the purple and the magic in it will be clearer once it has sort of that more floating aspect that you were talking about adding to it. Because right now, they're kind of similar in something. Despite the fact this is really bright compared to these colors, these are much darker in here. I can't really see them super well from a distance, but I have a feeling once it's sort of like floating apart, it'll be better. But step 1, silhouette check. We're gonna be so locked in, we're gonna do everything in the right order today. Silhouette check. Big old exaggerated horns are good for silhouette. Got some big asymmetry in the silhouette from the, what do you call this? It's like sort of like a half cloak on the right side of the body. The tail's adding some asymmetry with the way that it's posed. The hooves. I can tell that you have sheep elements going on from just the silhouette itself, but also something a little bit uncanny, which is a little more demon-like. So I'm picking up, I think, all the elements of your concept just from the silhouette alone. Good work. And I'll do a ladder also as our second move before I would normally have things under it. That I would have to toggle back off. Also, Katala, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Fly plaid. Oh, okay, interesting. I have a question for you since we were talking about some like kind of similar things yesterday with Ame's design. Are you planning to treat these patterns in the chowder-like manner where they don't move again? Or I don't know if we clarified whether you were doing that or not for Ame's, if that was Live 2D. But is that within your game plan for today? Or for these models in Live 2D? I know you're really looking forward to it. Tail just as a silhouette looks like Little Bo Peep's hook. Yeah, it does read as a shepherd's crook, which I think was the intention if I remember correctly. Let me see. So this is lower. This is kind of just forming a diagonal from one to the other, but that's a little bit lower. This is kind of diagonal too. We've got the bottom of the shirt or the skirt, the bottom of this, bottom of that trim. This is creating a diagonal here, the bottom of your sleeves, the top of the cuff, diagonal of your belt, the top of this mid-body belt, your bell. This is also on one side. Your necklace portion, which is kind of the same line as your chin right now. Ear tag. Ears are kind of on the same line as your eyes and your bangs. Top of your head. Top of your horns. Top of your hoge, which also looks like a shepherd's crook. Don't think I didn't notice. I noticed. Shroomates, you'll climb this? Saving that to my VTuber idea? Oh. Chowder pattern like stuff would be so fun. I think it would be so cute. And also, I feel like it would make it easier to rig almost, where you don't have to try and make it warp in space. It could just transcend, like, it would just be flat and just clipped onto the image, right? Maybe? Ouch. Ouch. This looks like somebody already broke their ankle trying to get through here. Ouchie. This, I think the person who attempted to construct a ladder this way may need a talking to. Danger ladder, fun growing. I would agree with that. I would say this passes danger with flying colors. The way you've used the asymmetry in this also feels very natural, with having the belt off center on this side and having the fly plaid on the other. It's well balanced, also with your tail on the other side. So I think for silhouette, all of those things you pass. For color, I still find myself yearning for something here as far as color goes, and I'm trying to figure out how to put my thumb on what that might be. Where I'm not sure if it's that I want like brighter highlight in the hair somewhere or something, but it feels like there's just like a little pop that we could add somewhere in here. Where I'm just gonna, let me check the undertones of these colors. Like, you like colors that are mostly kind of towards the middle of saturation, which does make it so that your eyes stand out a lot because they're much more saturated. And the bells are much more saturated, but I'm wondering if there's somewhere we could add a little more of that saturated purple. It's happening in the tail. I wonder if there's somewhere else it could appear in the rest of the body. Also really love the detail done on the leather belt. Yeah, that's a nice like Celtic knot shape. Also, you've got your little Aries symbol down there too. Good amount of detail without feeling overwhelming. Maybe it's because I also, just like as a person, when I'm designing things, sort of yearn for drop shadows. I think you have them, but they're more saturated than the base tone they're on top of, as opposed to being darker inherently. Might want to zoom in. Yeah, I can zoom in. Little flowers on the sleeves. I see little rams above your patterns. I do wonder, maybe it's just something in color undertone where maybe part of me wants this to have a little more saturation. Let me try something. Let me clip things to it. I just want to see if that's aligned. Come on. Hello? Why is my brushes aren't working normally right now? I don't know why. Is it my pen pressure? I do. Let me just see if this is what I'm looking for. I just feel like I want a little bit more saturation or something? That hardly changed anything. Maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm losing it. Want to give this character a hug? That's true. That's fair. Can't tell the difference? Probably not. Let me do a tonal correction and see if because there's just a part of me that is wondering if this could use to just be a little cooler. Maybe I'm losing it. Maybe I'm trying to do too much here. But I feel like there's just something where I want just like a pop of something else, and maybe all that needs to be is suggestion of like, you've kind of got a highlight already, but it's very soft and subtle. Kind of asymmetrical. if you were to have like a harsher hair highlight, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Let me see. My classic hair highlight technique. And then there we go. Let's see. I think I just want something, because you have such nice texture in the clothing, or maybe I just want a little bit more texture in other places. Like, it's still in the render stage, so easy to do. Yeah, like something just subtle like that. I feel like maybe that's just what this needs, is it needs some highlights. Where there's highlights on this, but it's not affecting the pattern, where if we were to have like a really bright, warm highlight on like the bell. But see how it's over top of all of the parts of it? Yeah, wait, that's all I want. That's it. That was what I wanted. Just need a little bit more shine. Some bright points. Indeedo, it is me. Yeah. Hair does have good shape. I appreciate that the hair isn't completely symmetrical either. You've got some hair points that are higher and lower in a couple places. Yeah, I think all I really wanted was just a little bit more of that. And you could probably go a little bit more intense with your shading. But honestly, that's not for like a clarity thing. I think it's more just for color. Let's see, multiply. More just so that we just get a little more depth from it. Because honestly, the colors work okay the way that they are, and I don't really have any trouble discerning the edges of things. But like, you know, push that back, push some things under the hair with like more extreme drop shadows maybe. Let's see, can I shade this the way I want to? Hang on. Classic strat that works very well if you were trying to shade the bust area on something anime-like is if you put a shine on the bottom side, it makes it feel very round, which I think is often our goal. I can't tell you how many times I've done that for VTuber models. It works very well. But I think that might be all this needs, is just a little more rendering and drop shadows to give some more depth. Yeah. Recognizes magma doodles? Hmm? Oh, did you recognize Selma from them? That makes sense. Remember when you buy a food item with longer expiration date than your own until we meet again? Hi, Laura. Goodbye, Laura. Thank you for the daily existentialism. How long is this stream? About another 4 hours, I would say. About 4 hours. Oh, I'm tall again. Welcome back. Is it depth you want? Yeah, I think it is just wanting a little more depth. Sometimes flat colors can work, but I think with the way that you've added the texture to the clothing to make it clearly woven, I think it's just that I want more depth going kind of along with that. So a little bit goes a long ways, and even if it's just a single shading layer, that might be good, but I think, honestly, that's all there is for that. Let me check my rubric, because I think we talked about half the stuff I wanted, which is that silhouette-wise, I can see that it's you, and I have no trouble discerning that it's you very clearly. For complexity versus clarity, I think you've got a good level of detail, and I don't have any trouble discerning different elements from each other. Your eyes are very focal because they're the only thing that's red. For concept and motifs, I can pick up that you are sheep-related. I'm getting the Scottish heritage angle from the tartan, or plaid. I'm getting... The hair is honestly selling the sheep angle as well as the eye shape and the hooves. Shepherd's crook is telling us something also. You do have a little bit of uncanniness to you from the dark sclera that leans into the demon aspect. So unless you guys have particular things that you think we should add concept-wise, I think the concept is pretty clear to me. It tells me what's going on with it. Richer red for the eyes, maybe. What do you mean by richer red? I feel like the eyes are already pretty strong. Do you mean, because right now they're very saturated. Do you mean brighter by that? More saturated or lighter in value? Right now the eyes work for me. I think that leaving them a little bit dark the way they are now adds a sinister quality to it that I appreciate. I think maybe the only thing I don't get from looking at this is the sloth angle. Maybe, but I don't know if that's something you intend to be visible. Maybe. Love that we all recognize each other now. I know, I also, it's funny, I'll see people like when I get skebs or something, and I'll be like, that's somebody whose design I critiqued, or like, that's a Shroommate, I recognize you. Maybe they get a little lost in the bell as the focal point, going to add maybe more blood red eye. Ah. Alternatively, we could maybe also just make the gold portion stronger and crisper. Like if this was like that, and like had even like brighter bits to it, that might make the eye a little more focal. Although we could push the belt back a little bit alternatively too. I'll do my son soon. We all recognize me. There's a PNG of Nilo. I don't know what Nilo looks like, so you're you're safe. I'll know it's you, don't worry. Fresh blood, if that makes sense? Maybe. They're very magenta right now. We could make them even brighter, potentially. And have them fade to dark less. I don't know how to change the color undertone of them because everything in this design sort of slants a bit warmer, but like that is making the eyes pop a lot more from a distance too. For me at least. I think that might be a step in the right direction. Sclera or iris? I think the iris is good the way that it is. I'm an enjoyer of the dark filled in sclera. I like how uncanny it is. I was glad I got to do a dark sclera for Halloween EG. Also starting to recognize people by art style. That's true. I can recognize Mad Bun by art style. I can recognize Selma by art style. I can recognize Zany by art style. A lot of the art style analysis fellas who I looked at, I can recognize their art styles very quickly and easily. Slight alteration on eye noted. Yeah, just maybe make them pop a little bit more. They could use to be just a tad brighter maybe. But honestly, the eyes are focal enough for me that I wasn't having any trouble with it. Already a lot better? Okay. Crispy gold, call those eyes some nice french fries with ketchup? What are you guys saying? Silly geese. Squeiji recognizes me. I recognize you. I recognize Miss Direwolf also. And Eraser Cat Productions. There's a couple of you who have very distinct styles. Like, everybody has their own distinct style, but I've gotten to see a number of fellas enough times that I can pick you out pretty easily. So I think for the colors, they're almost there. I want those highlights and I want that shading a little more. Want a little more rendering to give it the depth all the way. Concept of motifs, I think I'm picking up everything you had put down there. So design-wise, what is this, a 9.5 out of 10? Saba, what did you get last time? I don't remember. But I think you've made some dramatic improvements here as far as silhouette goes, and as far as the complexity works. 7.5. Hell yeah, look at that! Look at you! 2 whole points back! Yeah! Let's go! Good strong start today again, too. Good work, Selma! I am, it's one of those things where like, I am always proud when people take the critiques that they receive and put them into practice. And comparing this versus the previous version, I can tell that you thought through the things that we had talked about. I'm proud of you. It's looking fresh. It's looking good. I'm excited to see it turn into a live 2D model. Yeah! Can we get a round of applause for Selma, please? Yippee! I love when I clap and it only tracks one hand so half the time sometimes. Good work, Selma! Will you rate? Oh, probably not based on that name. I probably will not rate it. Sniff the Selma? No, do not sniff the Selma. We do not need to sniff the Selma. So zoom into the belt buckle, please? Into the belt buckle? What's it say? Does it say something? Oh. You think you're so slick. You think you're so slick, Selma. Huh. Huh. Is that a permanent part of your design, or have you just done this to smite me? Is that permanent, or is that just for me? How long were you sitting here watching me look at this design, waiting to see if I would either notice it myself, or being like, when do I tell them? When do I tell EG? When do I tell EG? Yeah, it is like seeing Lost. It's not Lost, it is not Lost.jpg, but it is Selma. Do you know what it says? I'll trace over it in red for you, so you can see what it is that Selma has decided to leave us as a note. you see the note that Selma left us? Yeah, truly devilish. Hang on, did you say permanent? Oh, okay, that's, you know, if it's permanent, I won't be bugged. I'll be like, you know, I guess that's, you know, Selma, you can do your own thing. Selma's last word, yeah. My last word to you. Disappears. You goofball. Alright, on to the next one. Thank you, Selma. That's not what I thought it said. I thought it was very not safe for work. No! No, 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 no. Selma would never do that to us. I don't think Selma would ever do that to us. They're pretty demonic? That's true. Yeah, no, 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 no. No, no, no. Selma would never say that. Iconic? No, not quite. Not, no. Goodness, fellas. I don't think my Shroomates would say that word. Wrong sin. Yeah, totally wrong sin. So, next we have here Bun Bun Cal. She, her, Bun Bun Cal. An imp that possessed a well-loved bunny plush because the underworld was boring and she wanted to experience the mortal realm. While possessing the stuffed animal, she learned about streamers and wanted to try it too. I love VTuber lore. I love VTuber lore. I am a possessed rabbit that saw streamers and wanted to be a streamer. I am a goddess from a higher plane and I wanted to be a streamer. I love VTuber lore so much. It's so fun. It's so silly. It's so unserious in the best way possible. It seemed fun. That's true. It is fun. I can agree with that. Her current form came about because of her desire for a human form to stream with and how tied up her being... Wait, how tied up her being having become intertwined with the stuffed animal. Okay. I'm struggling with contrast and color the most. Also, I'm worried my idea and execution of my idea is a bit convoluted. Overall, I'd just love to hear your suggestions, insight, as well as chats. Sounds good. Honestly, I can see the rabbit aspect, and I can see the sort of like impish, like demon aspect as well. I love this fashion style. The layering of the tops is so neat. I enjoy that. The eyes with the X's in them to be reminiscent of buttons is working well for me. The fuzzy exaggeration of the big old paws is good. Leg warmers, fur, asymmetrical giant fluff on one side, big old belt. The fashion is spot on here. You did fashion research and I'm proud of you. Yeah. Was bouncing on a ladder with one foot? Yeah, not safe for shroom state here, you know. Early to mid 2000s, the hats with giant furry paws were a thing. Yeah, do you remember the winter hats that had those? I think that's, I think that's what is going on here. Got this outfit fit from some gnarly live performances. Gnarly as in the, oh man, what is that group called? Oh boy, the girlies. What was their name? The K-pop group. What the heck? Which one is it? What group is it? What group does gnarly? It's Cat's Eye, right? Maybe? Yeah, okay, yeah, Cat's Eye, okay. I said it right before you guys all typed it. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Low-key, I love how prominent fur is in K-pop. Kiho from P1 Harmony wears a, like, I think it's like a pink fur, like entirely pink fur shirt for Killin' It. It's fantastic. Yeah, fashion is on point here. It looks nice. Holds back my thoughts on that song with great effort. Shroomates, if you want to talk K-pop, you can talk to each other about K-pop. I don't know very much about this, or that song in particular. I know Cat's Eye exists, and I know their song is called that. I had those hats. I had a Pikachu one. Yeah, I had a friend who had a wolf one. But the exaggeration of the giant paws is quite nice. The ears have like almost like a ribbon lacing going through them, which is also a little uncanny. It reminds me of, have you guys ever seen corset piercings? It's definitely reading in some way in line with like rave outfits as well. Even the locks read very doll-like Raggedy Ann. Yeah! The locks read like they're just individual strands of like thread or something, where it's just all that like craft yarn. Yeah. Corset piercings. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? That's like where people have like the little like rings pierced into their skin, and then they like, you can like wind the ribbon through it. It's mostly the thing people do, I think, for like photos and stuff. They're a little uncanny maybe, but it kind of reminds me of that, where it is something that is so close to being, like, it's like very gore adjacent. Yeah, for photo shoots, yeah. It's gore adjacent, where it's uncanny. We're doing something with your skin and body that is not something that is like maybe meant to be done, but it's done in a safe manner and it's interesting. But it does add a cool, like, edge to it, where this design is doing a lot of good things in the way that it's playing with round, soft, cuddly, fuzzy, trying to pull those like warm, nostalgic memories out of us with, you know, nice, fluffy, big, round paws, all the rounded shape language and the fluff, your round button eyes. The hair is also very round feeling. But at the same time, we've got these really sharp claws, sharp like horns. There's uncanniness to it, where the eyes are so flat and they feel like they're just ever so slightly fisheye. But I don't mind it because it makes me think of those plushies where you sew an eye back onto them and they don't sit looking in the exact same direction. It's neat. Yeah. Cute but dangerous. Yeah. You're getting the dichotomy of those things pretty well here. I think as far as color goes, the only thing that I'm seeing that might not be working as well as maybe you were hoping it would be, the blue spots inside the one ear, I feel like the color of isn't quite right. For as much as it's pretty much the same color as the jean skirt is. Also, this is just a photo of Jean, isn't it? It works. The proportioning of it here, I'm not sure works as well. So I'm wondering if there's a color we could change that to be. Genius? Yeah, why render Jean when you can disguise just using a real texture of it? It works just as well for us from a distance. Genius. Yeah, speaking of K-pop, yeah, blue jeans. There's a blue jeans cereal for sale at the store that we go grocery shopping at, and Joby made a joke about something about thinking it was K-pop. I don't think he knew it was K-pop. I don't think they knew. And I was like, oh, new jeans. And Joby was like, oh, you know what this is? Love it. Yeah. So I feel like this blue inside the ear here and the blue on this horn could maybe be changed, because I don't know if they're working quite the way they could be. Let's see if we can just do a little like hue shifting. If I go like, hang on, if I take this, I'm just gonna make it purple for now just so I can see it, and then we can change the hue after. Honestly, maybe it's not gonna be that bad. We'll see. I think keeping the color palette really pared down is also in your favor, because a lot of those like older stuffed animals also don't have a lot of different colors to them. So let's see. Normal color. And then tonal correction. Let's see. Let's do a little hue sliding here for a second. I'm doing the button eyes. Yeah, the button eyes. Button eyes are very good. I feel like we could have suggested button eyes, or like something almost like that for the one teddy bear we looked at yesterday, which does lead me to also say that I kind of want to stick like a tag on one of the arms or something. Let's see. Maybe the blue just needs to be a little warmer for me to feel like it's working. And then same deal with these, where I feel like they just need to be a little bit warmer. But I think a mostly analogous monochromatic almost scheme is pretty good here for this. The only thing I think that I would want is probably some shading to give us more depth, but I'm going to take an educated guess that this is like in progress or something and needs more of it. In my opinion, I would like more bright colors around the face. Yeah, I feel like we could also use more bright colors around the face too, maybe. I was going to suggest something like makeup, because I feel like that would make sense with the aesthetic we're referencing with it. Yeah, face does go to the shirt because this is the brightest, like very bright, very colorful. I was thinking about makeup, but I'm wondering what kind of makeup I would reference for it. Just the sketch I slapped the colors on? Ah, I see, okay. Ribbon look good in blue, maybe. So for the face, for makeup, I'm just gonna use the color that is directly from your shirt for an eyeshadow first and see how much that's working from a distance. Ooh, wait, that's kind of pulling me in. That's kind of working in the right direction, I feel like. And we could probably see a little bit of it like out here. But the button, if the buttons themselves weren't one color, that could also help pull us in to look at them too. Let's see. Light purple for eyeshadow, not a makeup person. I am also not a makeup person, so I do tend to struggle with makeup for VTuber designs because I don't fully understand how people wear makeup all the time. Like, I understand how people wear makeup for very specific, like, niche styles. I could draw Gyaru makeup without looking. I know what Gyaru makeup looks like. I know what drag makeup looks like. Originally it was two colored buttons, but then just made them both yellow. I wonder if, because you've got this blue here. For a doll, normally, you know, we talk about heterochromia being something that can be kind of cliche in VTuber designs, but the fact that your design is reading so much as one where, like, they were sort of pieced back together a little bit. There's a little bit of wear and tear here, and you know, a good, well-loved stuffed animal may have some parts replaced. That might also be favorable towards getting us to look in the face. Brighter, maybe. This gold, maybe even brighter. Hang on. There we go. So if we increase the contrast, it'll bring us into the eyes probably even quicker. Let's see. Didn't do a great job of painting that in. But I think this is starting to help get us to look at the face a little bit faster. I feel like the eyebrows could maybe be darker and more saturated too, just so that we can see them against the hair a little bit more, but then having things that are even darker might be a step in the right direction for drawing us into the face. Stitch detail on the face or neck, yeah. What about the heart shape on the plush, just like a heart-shaped face paint on the face also? Oh, that could be interesting. I don't know how I'd want to do that, though, because I don't know if what color would you want to use for face paint like that? Because the, like, initial thought, I don't really want to go darker because then that might obscure the eyes, but I don't want, because if we do a heart over that much of the face, it's going to obscure so much of the skin that it might get confusing. One of the eyes was just straight up a button. That's also true. One of the eyes could just be fully a button. Process for one, different sewing style for one 2-hole button, 4-hole button. That's true. Could do that. I was just detailing my OG. Somebody said it read like a zombie and I didn't want that. Ah. I could see that being a potential trouble with overlap. Man. Coraline, ah. I mean, if one of these eyes was just a giant button, that might make the face really focal. That'll make it just like a one kind of button. And the way that I make plushies and stuff, you can tie yarn behind them to be eyelashes. I feel like that would make us look at the face very quickly. Or it could be a chest tattoo that we see in outfit changes. Maybe, yeah. Sewn blush. Oh, yeah, it would be cute if there was like almost like an embroidered blush on here too. I might steal the color of your lips for that. You know how designs will have like the little like this kind of blushy? I don't really know how I would want to represent it as being embroidered. But that might also be cute to bring a little bit of focus into the face as well. Blue eye looks super good from a distance. Yeah, I think the blue eye is helping also. I may need this to cross over in both directions though. Right now it feels a little too strange. Let's see. There we go. I'm gonna outline these in white also so I can see them against the hair, or just something lighter. But I think that's stepping in the right direction. Blush has slightly lighter outline, maybe stick on jewels and stuff were super popular in makeup as well. Ah! This fashion sense that might work, maybe. Really cute. Yeah, I like the big button eye. I think we've done some good things towards getting the face to be more focal, and also, you gotta imagine, once this is shaded also, like, I'm going to imagine the shading for this is probably gonna be like somewhere in here, potentially. Like that, and then this will be, you know, shaded like this maybe, and then this will be shaded like this. The shirt might not be as bright feeling once it has, you know, like the shadow coming from the head also. The shirt will be pushed back probably a little bit by the shading happening on it, and I'm going to probably think that also maybe they'll be like, okay, like here's a highlight on the nose. The rendering will probably also push more depth and more focus to the face, potentially, you know, like the neck will be darker behind. Further back, there'll be some shading probably coming under the hair from all of that. But then that'll be increasing a lot of the contrast, so that way the face might be more prevalent. And same deal, because I think the face is also getting lost because the hair doesn't get fully dark, where it's underneath itself, or like under here, this hair will probably be really dark. Here, the hair will probably be dark. Here, the hair will probably be dark. In a way that'll frame the face, probably. You know? So I think some of this will also be figured out by the rendering itself. To clarify, you know, here's all the big chunks of hair that there are. Push these back so the horns come forward more. But you see, just by me doing all of that, it is making the face read a bit more clearly here too. Make the nose a bunny nose, like spot black. Could make the nose a bunny nose like that. Already the nose is kind of close to a rabbit nose the way that it is, but I guess it could be made more into just like a sewn looking like V-shaped nose, potentially. But honestly, for the most part, it's working for me. Maybe this pink is just too bright. Maybe I just need to make this pink also just a little bit dimmer. Like something like this, maybe. So it isn't grabbing our attention quite as much. Maybe it doesn't even have to be this dark, but just a little bit less bright. And then same deal with all this down here. Should have done this on a multiply layer. There we go. And then just push this all back a little bit. Yeah. There we go. I think that's helping for sure. I think we're getting closer. Those would be neat things. I do, since we were talking about it yesterday, the idea of putting like a tag on something I'm a big fan of, where even if it's just like a little like one of these coming off of your arm, where we can see that there's just like some suggestion of like, what are the symbols where it's like, don't iron me. I don't know what they look like. I think I just drew an alchemical symbol accidentally. What does an iron look like? Like this. Don't iron. I swear one of them has that little like diamond on it, but there could be like, you know, just a little tag for how to wash the creature properly. Might be cute. That wrong layer for bingo. No, wrong layers I draw on the wrong layer, not me using the wrong layer type. Circle for washers. Oh, or even their logo, like a brand. Yeah, like the heart that's on the chest could maybe be a logo that is on the tag as well, potentially. Yeah, I think that'd be a good move, mayhaps. I think, for me, as far as this goes, the exaggeration in the silhouette is fantastic. Good weight. The ears are leading us down into the arms and the shape of them. Everything's kind of shooting us up into the face. We've got a big triangle happening, essentially, for where we're looking around in the design. I think the silhouette is a little more symmetrical than I might like it to be. You've got this one ribbon that breaks up the symmetry, but that's really the only thing. This is kind of adding asymmetry, even though it's not breaking into the silhouette. So it does leave me wondering if maybe just we need to see the ribbon from this on this side, so it makes it clearer that that's breaking the symmetry. So like if this was sort of just tied maybe on the back side and we could see it up that high. Or alternatively, you know, in what kind of shape is this rabbit in? Is it stuffed animal? It seems like it's sort of a well-worn in stuffed animal. So it makes me wonder if mayhaps we could use a little bit of more damage. There's fluff spilling out around the elbows. There's fluff down here. But like, I don't know, there's a part of me that's wondering if like it should come out where the horns are too. Because on the plushie itself, it seems like, you know, they're pushing through. They're causing damage. They're bursting from the inside of it. I kind of like that, where maybe both of them doesn't need it. But I like seeing that, you know, the proof that they're kind of not meant to be there, mayhaps? Full arm rips with fluff silhouette. Yeah, like, there could be a little bit of just, if you have, like, okay, this one has a little tear here, but this one has the tear lower, or something, if we're gonna do tears on things or something. Or, you know, we could even, like, if we're leaning into some of those more gore-feeling elements, you could be like, well, okay, well, there's a tear in the actual skin proving that this character isn't, like, actually even human, even. Coming out of, like, miscellaneous other little places, potentially. Stitch on one of the ears. I feel like you could get away with, you were talking about how the stitching wasn't really working because it felt zombie-like. If you keep the stitching just on the parts that are very clearly a plush, like if we could see it like on here, that might make it clearer. Like also if we have like a seam line here, that might make it so that it doesn't feel zombie-like. I feel like it's only gonna feel like a zombie if you have it on your skin. But if you were to have it on here where it's like, okay, this is just being affected by like the fur and stuff, that might help sell it also, because this just it makes them feel like they're plush as opposed to feeling zombie-like, maybe. Yeah. Keep it just where it's soft. It's all cool and cute, right? Could even make it seem like these things are sewn on. Oh, the little paw pads. I hope you have paw pads in the bottom of your shoes. I feel like that would also be very cute. Just a little bit more of this, maybe. Somewhere around, but yeah. Yeah, toe bean supremacy. Yeah, toe beans are so cute, right? Reminds you of what? Is the ribbon supposed to blend into the hair? These ribbons on the back of the head? I'm not sure. They are very similar in color, so they do end up kind of blending, but I think they're meant to be the same material as the belt is. I think that might be clarified once there's some shading for it, but they're very similar in undertone. So maybe that could be a slightly different color. Ooh, hiccup, sorry. Hi, Ruka! All the best to you, too. They're not? Okay. They may just need to be lighter, where they're closer to the head. Maybe if they have a gradient on them, we'll be able to tell that they're not that. Oh, that actually is making it more like the hair. Hang on. Saturate it, maybe? Let's see. Nope. Okay, hang on. Maybe it needs to be cooler in undertone. It was like... Nope. Hang on. Like this? Yeah. If it's like this, I won't mistaken it for being part of the hair, but it doesn't have to be this color all the way through. Like, it could gradate out. But if it just starts that color, it'll be clear that it's not hair, or at least more clear. Well, he was washing her out. It was originally brown. I think the hair is okay, the color that it is, being a little bit more magenta-y. I was gonna change the ribbons, because I don't want to change the hair color. I think the hair color is nice, having a little bit more of the warmth in it. And a smidge of color to the ends of the hair, too. Maybe also, if the hair at the ends of it was warmer and brighter, potentially, like this might be stronger than I would want. But then that might also make it clearer that they're different things. Let's see if I can do this right. This is stronger than I want it to be, but just so we can have the idea of it. I'll blur it also. Let's see. Test the theory. Snack time! Oh, I should have a snack. I will eat. I have a string cheese sitting here that I should eat. It's probably fully room temperature at this point, but that's okay. I'm strong. I'm strong, e.g. I can eat room temperature string cheese. Jubby and I, last night for dinner, made lasagna from scratch, and it was really good. We did a good job. Jubby's on their, like, chef arc suddenly. We're watching a lot of Kitchen Nightmares and Hell's Kitchen and Marco Pure White. Oh, see, that's kind of cute also, having them be brighter on the tips. But yeah, it is making the face pop more too. Those gradients can probably go a little bit higher up, but I think that's also a good move for around the face. Let's see, yes, pull them up a little bit more. But we made a really good lasagna last night for dinner, and I was very happy. But when I ended stream, I was like, I'm so hungry. It was like 7 p.m. EST when I ended stream. Jubby and I didn't eat dinner until like 8:30 p.m. I was so hungry yesterday. Shroomates, can I have a hug? Shroomates can hug. I wish I had a hug emote that I could give you, but yeah, Shroomates can give hug. Gary, can you give hug? I can't really do it. He can go like this with his arms. Is that close? Yeah, the little heart kind of works. Sending hugs. But yeah, I think that's A lot of what's going on here as far as focal point goes, I think can be shifted pretty well just by the shading. But I think that's the bulk of what I have to say here. Your concept for me is working very well visually. I see the bunny aspects, I see the imp aspects, I love the fashion sense here. It very much feels to me like you knew what you wanted from your concept going in and you're executing on it very well. A lot of clever ways. So let me see. Color palette. I think we just need a couple little changes to like the blue and the blue undertone. The shirt maybe be just a little bit darker, and then like the ribbons and the hair tips. For focal point, I think we can push the face a little bit more. We suggested some things with brightening the tips of the hair, adding more drop shadows, adding a little bit of makeup, making one of the button eyes bigger, making the button eyes different colors. There's a number of things you could attempt there that I think would help push the face to be more focal. Your silhouette is fantastic. I just want a little bit more asymmetry from it, mayhaps. Complexity versus clarity, though, you are quite well balanced. I don't really have any issue with it. And also your, like, level of detail would make you work very, very well. It's such a cute plushie. Plushie was part of your design process. Like, you have a plush that feels very connected to the design already, so I'm certain this will plushify very well and easily. Good work. And then concept and motifs, as much as we had like one or two little things that we suggested in the direction of like, you know, adding some stitches back into it, lean more into the button, put a little tag on there, like I can read the concept very easily and very clearly. I see the stuffed bunny aspect, I see the imp aspect, like I'm not really having any trouble getting those things. And I think you've already done a couple of very clever things with it. So I would give you full points for that. Yay! Also, you... Yeah. Yippee! Math. EG math. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? I had a thought and then I forgot what it was. My brain immediately purged it. Oh, good work! Good work, Bun Bun Cow. It's so cute. Look how cute. Yeah! Shroomates, can we get a round of applause? Congrats, delivered a really lovely design. Yeah, I see the bunny solidarity happening here. Mad Buns and Bun Bun Cow. Just have a minor medical thing coming up next week. I'm anxious, but I'll be okay. You got this! I hate doing medical things. I do them so often, and I never stop being afraid of them, so I understand fully. You got this! Good luck! Shroomates are so kind, giving all the hugs, too. Alright, who next? Let me save these also and close them, so that way my computer can have a break. My PC was so mad at me today. I forgot to shut it all the way down last night. And after streaming with my computer on for 7 hours yesterday, leaving it on overnight was so mean of me. I did not mean to. So it's okay now. It is fine now, but I am gonna close those ones. So if you thought Selma was the winner of most text, I will alert you that you are wrong. I am going to eat my string cheese real quick. Real fast quick, but this is the winner for the day of, or I guess in period? Winner period, as far as having the longest text gone. You wrote me an essay. I need to tell you, Shroomates, that when I ask my students to write what their concepts are for class, the thing they have to do, they don't have a choice. I'm not asking them kindly. And I tell them, you have to write me a paragraph for your concept. They don't. They'll give me like a bulleted list. It'll be like 3 sentences maximum. I'll say, can I have 2 paragraphs? They'll give me 2 chunks of text that have maybe 2 or 3 sentences each. You Shroomates willingly give me like entire novels. I admire how much you are willing to write. Makes me happy that you all don't hate writing in some ways. If this was my printmaking classes where I'm asking for concept statements at the beginning of the semester, I would be so happy if they would do this. It's great. Is there a pattern that certain members write long info? Is Carmine a member of that? I don't know if Carmine is a member of that, but I'm not sure. Writing hard, many word make tired. That's also fair. Can really yap about what we love. See, that's true, but I let my students make their work about whatever they want. Like, I don't give them assignments as far as content goes. So they are allowed to make their, if they wanted to make, I don't know, prints, relief prints or screen prints of their own VTuber designs or something, I'd be happy. They're OCs, go for it, hell yeah. Which is why I'm always so amazed that they seem like they're not into it. I'm giving you the freedom to do what you want. The only thing you can't do is fan art. Maybe that's enough to stifle them, but like, you can't do fan art for a slew of reasons, including me having to protect myself. But yeah, they don't write a ton. I mean, since I'm being, the students are having to come to class. I mean, I guess you guys also come to class willingly here. I stream as much as each class would see me. Each class would see me, I think, 6 hours a week. So I think I stream 9 hours a week usually. Or wait, no, I stream 12 hours a week. So you guys willingly spend more time with me than my students did, who would pay to be there. So thank you. Crazy. Let me eat my string cheese really quick here. Really quick, eat my string cheese. I'm a weird person. I don't eat string cheese unless I can eat like a chip with it or something. I feel like this is like poor man's have a, what do you call it? Like charcuterie board? On a charcuterie board, it's like, sliced cheese and crackers. Now I'm EG, I bite my string cheese. I got string cheese in one hand. It's not tracking my hand. I got string cheese in one hand and a hint of lime chip in the other. This is called walking charcuterie board. Had to constantly tell younger people to applying for art school to not put fan art in their portfolio for this reason. Let me tell you actually something. I actually had fan art in my portfolio that got me into art school. But it was for things that were obscure enough that my professors didn't know what it was. And I got away with that. Do I think that's advisable? No. Mine was definitely a fluke. But if you're doing fan art for something obscure enough, it'll be fine. Or also if you're doing fan art for like a novel where there's no confirmed depiction for it, then you'll also get away with it. What fan art was it? So one of the things I applied with was a digital painting of a character from, oh man, is it Owari no Seraph? I made a digital painting of, I don't remember what their names are. The white-haired kid in that one, who I think is a vampire. But I definitely it was definitely like a Renaissance-inspired portrait that I had digitally painted. Mika, that sounds right. It might have been Mika. That sounds right. But it was not clear because it wasn't done in an anime style. So I think that's why I got past it. My middle school art teacher actively made fan art for Genshin and Gravity Falls. Hell yeah, that's cool. Getting my art professors look down on anime style. They said I was copying someone else's style. See, I have a whole video about my thoughts on all that. I think a lot of teachers are too close-minded and don't understand the breadth to anime styles and that it's not copying. I think too much, a lot of their perception of anime styles is tainted by the fact that anime styles are often used in school to obscure a lack of understanding of foundations. So I think that is also making teachers less favorable towards it, unfortunately. But yeah, if they like American cartoons and are telling you to copy them, but hate anime, I'm sorry to say it, it's Eurocentrism. I'm so sorry to say it. It's just them being insanely close-minded. It's maybe even sometimes racism. Whether they understand they're being that way or not, not great. Western anime style, that's how I got away with it. Yeah, it wasn't until recently that I had any amount of anime in my art style, so I could get away with doing fan art when I was in school. Not that I did a lot of it, but I did apply for things with it also. Yeah, all styles are copied to a certain point. Nothing's original, everything's already been done. String cheese. And I'll think I'll eat the whole string cheese here. I'm too slow at eating. I don't have enough teeth to eat quickly. I don't know how VTubers eat while they're live. It like stresses me out. Granted, for the schools I applied to, they're more accepting of anime art styles. If you aren't applying to like SCAD or Pratt or like Cal Arts, they might be more accepting of anime art style because I think your professors are less likely to recognize the anime, potentially at those ones. Mercury Fox, thank you for following. Should zoom on text we can read while we're on break, but I'm gonna read it to you, Shroomates. I'm gonna read it. You gotta listen to me read. Eat when not talking, but it's embarrassing when I'm chewing and someone asks me a question. I'm not content with being quiet though. If I'm on stream and I'm not speaking, my brain's like, oh, what are you doing? You're doing it wrong. Scad's also accepting. My friend who just got graduate from illustration BFA had a more anime style. They're accepting of anime art styles, but I don't think they're accepting of fan art, is what I would say. Like, I know Pratt can be circumstantially also fine with anime styled art, but their teachers are much more familiar with anime, so you're not gonna get away with fan art there at all. I don't want you looking at the camera while eating. Oh god. Are you happy? No chewing ASMR. You will never have that. I don't like the sound of chewing, so I don't make you hear it, but I will sit here and I'm so glad I have AR kit also. I saw somebody ask somewhere recently about why a lot of like corporate VTubers, when they eat, it opens their mouth, and it's just the tracking. I don't remember who it was, but I saw someone get accused of eating with their mouth open, and I was like, no, it's because if you don't have AR kit or like VBridger, the way it tracks whether your mouth is open or not is partially based on chin position. So if I didn't have a mouth closed blend shape, which is what lets me go and keep my mouth closed, if I was chewing, it would look like where the mouth would stay open the whole time. I hunted. Deranged mukbang energy. Yeah, okay, hang on. That's not my tongue, that's a T-string. That's not tongue. You're the VTuber who farted in her mouth open? No! That means her tracking is partially done by audio! Oh no! That's so bad. Eat so slowly I forget my food exists. Literally me. The number of times I start stream and eat half of like a string cheese and then don't eat the rest of it and just sits next to me until 4 hours later when it's totally warm. I will go so long without eating. Sometimes accidentally I just lock in. This is my break for today. Yesterday I took a 15-minute break. I need a break today. I can do 4 hours without a break. 5 hours without a break is a little tough though. Eat. Yeah, room temperature cheese. It's already kind of room temperature, not gonna lie. We are like 3 hours in almost. Oh man, we're 3 hours in and we're only on our 4th design. I gotta speed up a little bit here, maybe. Eid using dark magic. Yeah, my dark magic is that I know how to do tracking. Oh wait, no, you're right. It is only 2 hours in. Never mind. I misread the time. So never mind. That's actually not too bad if it's 2 hours in and 3 designs in. That's within expectations for me. Wait, realize missing a tomorrow because of physical therapy. Moss Cake, if you'd like to push yours to Monday, leave me a note in the Discord and we can do yours Monday if you want to make sure you can be there for it. Briefly a different time zone? No, I briefly forgot how to count, is what happened there. And YouTube is 1 hour apparently. Does YouTube think I've only been live for an hour? I've been live for 2.5 hours, according to what my YouTube, oh wait, no, what? Yeah, 2.5 hours, this should be how long I've been live. I don't know. Was that yesterday too? 3 hours and you said 4? Oh, my man, my arithmetic isn't going so well recently. I don't know what's going on. 103 minutes on YouTube. That can't be right. OBS, oh no, 103 minutes sounds right, never mind. It's an hour and 44 right now. Yeah, that's accurate. Realizing the way everyone distracts you in chat is exactly how you distract a teacher, it is. They do it on purpose. They do it on purpose sometimes, but I need to eat, okay? I'm like 3/4 of the way through the cheese stick. We're almost there. We're almost done. I'm so close. We can almost get back. just gotta watch me chew for like another minute. Come on, lock in. Hello. I'm far right now. Sorry, I guess I was too close to you for too long, huh? Oh my gosh, wait, you're right, Selma. It is Tuesday, so you have to watch me chew. Don't spin me while I'm eating. I'll get dizzy. I'll get tummy ache. No. What? Conspiracy theorists? What are you guys doing conspiracy theories for, YouTube chat? What are you doing? I don't know what you're doing. Squeiji stream? Yeah, Squeiji stream. Squeiji snack, but yes, also Squeiji stream for charity. Yes. It is Tuesday, innit? Unusual for a Tuesday, also. Also, the way that I have also not been doing my bingo. Let's see, we had natural skin color, we had some symmetry. Unique pupils we had. Oh, I'm cozy. Thanks. Were there band-aids? I don't remember. There was a crop top. There were a hoge. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, wow, I'm really doing terribly at bingo once again, huh? Just curious, are you okay with horror movie ads? I mean, I don't like watching them, but at least it's not fully inappropriate. As long as it's not something that's rated M, potentially. If it's something that's rated, like, mature, I might not be thrilled with that. But unfortunately, I've learned that that doesn't matter. I've learned that because you can advertise most of this stuff on daytime TV, it is theoretically fine that they advertise it on my stream, despite me not being 18 plus as a streamer. So, on some level, it unfortunately doesn't matter what I think. They can do what they want. Oh, it's been a good Tuesday? Thanks! I hope you had a good Tuesday too, Ravity. Until Dawn ads? I don't know that one. I don't know what Until Dawn is. I've never heard of this movie. I don't like scary stuff. Spicy ads on the time on YouTube? Oh no. The game turned film? I don't know the game Until Dawn. I'm not familiar, so I don't really know what the rating might be for that. I don't know. Listen to true crime nonstop and sleep to it. If I listen to true crime, it will make me unable to sleep for days on end. Horror game? Definitely an M type. Oh. Here's the problem. I have no control over what ads Twitch does, and when I complained about the kinds of ads they were showing on my channel before, all they told me was essentially, that's the way it is. And I was like, oh, great. Thanks, okay. Very helpful. RIP. Alright, final bite of cheese. Final bite of chip. Sad you can't control it. I know, it drives me nuts because I can control it on YouTube. But I can't control it anywhere else. I think YouTube, the only ads people get are for games. Theoretically, for me. Should be, at least, for the most part. Which I know affects my revenue, but I don't really care, if I'm being so honest with you. I don't need politics or, like, pharmaceuticals advertised on my YouTube videos. Miss me with that. Suspense gore game, murder or supernatural element. Oh, wild. Base DG? Thanks. I'm least capitalist streamer. Maybe to my own deficit and ability to pay my bills, but like, I'm like, I don't sacrifice my morals for sponsorships and stuff like that, so it's rough to balance that with also making an income. But, I mean, it works more or less for the most part. The ads are not pleasant for the most part. True comrade, yeah. I feel so weird asking people for anything too, where I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm just sit through ads. The capitalist hellscape we live in. Tax season got TurboTax ads. Yeah, no, I know. Same thing happened to me, and I'm like, fellas, I've already filled out my taxes. I don't need to see this. My taxes were submitted way ahead of time. Way ahead of time. All right, let me get my fingers cleaned off. Lick my fingies. Get that hint of lime off there. Get a sippy of my lemonade from my jug. There we go. All right, we are ready to lock back in. Hi, Gear. Pink Pony Shroom, meant to be in the Pink Pony Club, but capitalism forces me to be Shroom boss elsewhere. RIP. Either paying taxes, this is truly the future. Man, I've been paying taxes since before I was a VTuber. I've always done weird things to make money. not weird, but I've been a freelance artist since 2017. So I've been paying my taxes as a freelancer for, how many years is that? 8 years? Something like that? I mean, I guess 7. I've paid 7 tax years worth of taxes where I had to file all kinds of strange, so I'm used to it. I've been doing it for a minute. Keep getting hotel ads. Oh, interesting. Is there a way to remove my VTuber from the critique board? I'm rebuilding him to fit more my IRL body type and VTuber lore. What do you mean here? Did you just to remove it from the submissions in general? In just like the regular critique form? If you just leave a note, I know who you are. If you leave a note somewhere in the server, I will be able to not look at your design. But I don't know when you submitted, so I don't know where your number is anyway. So it might be a hot minute till we reach you anyways. So we'll see. 2017, hello grandma. Don't do hello grandmommy. I'm well within my 20s. No hate to grandmas. Love me a good grandmodular figure. But I am in my 20s. I'm nowhere near. All right, let's lock in. Let's read about Carmine. Carmine? Carmi. They, them. Hi, Squiiji. I've been wanting to be critiqued ever since I found you and started really trying to take my design to the next level. I potentially want to go into character creation for a job one day, and I've been finding your stream so helpful with explaining art rules and concepts. My current design is good, but lately I've been feeling like it's not quite what I'm going for. I would love some support on how to get it there. Carmine, is it Carmine? Carmine? Floros is a rogue demon hell-bent on decimating the underworld and bringing those who wronged them to their knees. They're partially based off Floros, the 64th demon from the Lesser Key of Solomon. Ars Goetia? In his depictions. Floros has very heavy leopard features that I initially did not want in my design, as I do not want to have too much of a feline image, but I'm now potentially open to including some visual imagery associated with him to an extent. I still don't want my design to be read as a cat, but perhaps incorporating more visual aspects that connect to their real-world origins would improve things. They are an incredibly rare subspecies of demon known as a burning angel. This is original lore. Burning angels don't actually exist in history. And they are deemed incredibly dangerous and physically unstable by demon societal standards, the greater populace of the underworld believing them to only be a myth. Burning angels possess the ability to freely ascend and descend the demonic hierarchy with ease. But such feats are incredibly hard to initially trigger, so many burning angels do not know what they are until they accidentally rise or fall. Burning angels are made up of pure molten lava that can shift shape and morph into whatever they please. In the case of mine, they choose to adopt the form of a young human to better communicate and coerce humans into making contracts with them. Though, because of the inherent instability of burning angels, this form is almost splitting at the seams, trying to contain them. Open to exaggerating their inhumanness, however, and maybe adding some sort of biblical horror-y type of stuff as well. I'm always open to a little biblical horror. They're an arrogant and sadistic creature. Perhaps you could even say they've got a bit of a god complex, but they can hide it well when needed. Majority of demons are inherently deceptive, and they are no different. Despite their vindictive and revenge-driven mentality, they can actually be quite childish and lazy as well, and they tend to nap a lot. Every soul they collect gets added to their demonic core in the center of their chest. It is the source of their power. They plan to use the souls collected through making contracts to ascend to the highest level in the demonic hierarchy and wreak havoc on hell. I really want to go against the more stereotypical fantasy formal demon king, queen of hell type of design, but I feel I didn't quite accomplish that as well as I first thought. I want their general vibe and aesthetic to be based on the Victorian era and carry a much stronger horror aspect that is just not currently present. I want them to look dangerous and unsettling, with that kind of creepy aura that horror movie children do. They live in an old, creepy Victorian manor in the woods, and they deserve to look like it. Perhaps desaturating their color palette could help? Another big problem I'm starting to have is with the horns. I initially made them the way they are so they could very strongly add to the silhouette, and they do, but they don't feel like they add to my concept very much beyond that. Additionally, I think they're very intimidating for artists to draw, myself included. I hate drawing those things. Honestly, if you are an artist and you are drawing your design, I can just say this one right now. If there's something in your design that you hate drawing over and over again, don't leave it in your design. Do not allow yourself to hate yourself. you're gonna draw yourself so much if you are an artist yourself as a VTuber. I draw Squiiji so much. And if there are parts of your design that you don't like drawing, it's going to de-incentivize you to draw, period. So if you don't like the horns, I'm sure we can find something else to put on your head that may make you more willing to draw your design and not hate it. Let me tell you, Squiiji 1.0, I hated drawing my hair because of the big lock that was in my face. It was always hiding my eyes in a weird way, where it was hard to get a good pose with my eyes. Now, I don't always like drawing my glasses, but like I manage. I've got a technique for them now. So I'm sure there's something we can do to make that work. But yeah, let me finish reading here. Ooh. Additionally, they're very intimidating for artists to draw. They were meant to be read as a mixture of both the angelic and demonic. The purple horns are very visually demon look, but the gold plating was meant to mimic a halo and give them an air of sophistication and high class. Really, I didn't know what to do for the horns and just went with the first thing that looked good, but given that they're so large and detailed, it made it hard to put any details close to the head without it looking clustered and busy. I'm open to going fully back to the drawing board with those things and just trying something else, or any suggestions you have about improving what I already have. Go nuts, please. Oh, I have no polys. I have been taken. What have we done? AC Kikara, thank you for following. Thank you for reading this absolute mountain of word vomit. I am so sorry. I just have too many thoughts in my brain. It's okay, don't worry. Do not worry. Hopefully I'll be in chat to answer any questions and add to the discussion, but if not, I'll eagerly await the VOD. Hi, you're here. I see you. So here's your design. I had a funny moment of like, I had a funny moment of deja vu looking at this, because we looked at this exact image before when we were critiquing, or not really critiquing, when I was assigning you an art style. So I had to like do a double take where I was like, wait, didn't we already talk about this design? But I don't think we did. I think we just talked about your art style perhaps at that time, and now we're actually looking at the design, right? Yeah. Oh my gosh, also wait, Nift 101, thank you. We just hit 5,000 Shroomates on Twitch. That's so many of you. What? 5,000 Shroomates. That's so many of you. Can we get like 5,000 rotations? 5,000 spins. Let's go. There's so many of you. That's crazy. Thank you guys for all taking the time out of your day to hang out with me. All 5,000 of you. That's crazy. Whoa, that other creature rotating at warp speed, that's crazy. Yeah, orbs! I'm sure if we all post like 20, we'll get to 5,000 fast enough. Yeah, there you go. Hoshi's also got the great technique. Thank you. Two most frustrating things about trying to learn Blender? Finding good starter guides among the millions out there, actually having learned another 3D modeling program. Here, Perfect Doll, are you in the Discord server? I have a thread on learning to do VTuber modeling, if you are interested. While we rotate 5,000 times, potentially. Have you guys ever seen the Price Master? There's a video on YouTube, I think it's called the Price Master. It's a yard sale where there's a guy, you know, everybody's picking up their objects and asking what the price is, and there's a guy on stage in a very goofy outfit, and every time somebody holds up an object, it's like $40,000. Holds up like it'll be like a chair, and he's like $60,000. It's so funny. I love that so much. And I've referenced it on stream before, but I don't think anyone ever figured out that that's what I was doing. I love it. Yeah, it's from public TV. It's from public access, yes. It's really funny. I like that one quite a bit. 5,000 Shroomates is how I feel right now. It sounds like an insane, ridiculous number that I like can't fully wrap my mind around. I can't quantify it myself. It's a big number. So thank you all. I can't fully quantify how big of a number that is. Imagining 5,000 grains of rice, or like 5,000 people sitting in a stadium is crazy. That's so many. Thank you guys. There's a lot of you. Shroom State big, Shroom State strong. Whoa. Yeah, okay. Rotate. Anyways. Here we are. Here's my thing. Here's my thing. We're looking at Carmine? Carmine is how I say this, right? Carmy. Carmine. Carmy, like the bear. For as much as for the sake of silhouette, I kind of love the horns and the halo, but if you don't like them, we should find something else you can do with them. Because right now they're adding a lot to your silhouette, and I know that's what you said you were intending to do with them, and I can tell. They're doing a lot of good work for you. But I feel like there has to be something else we could do to take up that space and also provide a similar function for us. So I'm just gonna cover them right now.
On this day we hit 5K. What can I say? That a lot of rotation.
Hey, good rhyming, Gary. I'm glad you're practicing your linguistic skills. What do they not like about the horns and halo? The details, the shapes? I'm gonna guess that's something about the way that you may have to translate them into space when the head is turned on an angle is probably part of it, where how they are moving forward or backwards or the detail. Like Iris 2.0 with the horns and sparkles. A woman in Japan who made horns out of candles who became a yokai. Interesting. Yeah, angles are rough. Yeah, I was figuring. I mean, here's the thing. It seems like they're sitting on a flat plane for the head, so my favorite thing that I do for stuff that exists like that is, theoretically, when you're trying to translate them to work, if you wanted to keep them, the drawing hack that would make it suck less would be if you were to just keep like a tracing of what the horns look like. If they're sitting flat on the side of the head, go like this, and draw these things through it. I guess going from the back of the head isn't super helpful. And then, you know, continue the horn just a little bit to the inside. You can then just skew this thing that you've drawn into perspective, more or less. We're like, you know, we can see that the head is leaning away from us now. We can see that they're looking down on us now. Like, there's ways you can just skew them using control that might make them a little more manageable. It's been my main hack. Okay. If you are using this hack and still not having fun with it, then we should just get rid of them then. This is how I draw my glasses whenever I have to draw glasses. I just go weep, whap, whoop. There you go. Squeegee glasses. Done. Then I'll put my like weep, whap. More cursed halo thing, treated like Mickey Mouse's ears, where it's just always behind the head. That's true. I mean, here's the thing. In anime, we don't have to subscribe to how reality functions. We could just make it a big, horrifying halo in some manner. So I do EG's hair. I would imagine my hair also works that way, yeah. There's part the main horn or the needle horns. Yeah, if it doesn't spark joy, get rid of it. No matter how good it is for silhouette, if it's not fun, don't do it. Depending on the shape are really hard to rig well in Live 2D. Yeah, horns are so easy in 3D, but in Live 2D, all the layers they take to get the parallax and how they overlap correct is so difficult. So here, I'm gonna put a pin in that and see what Carmine has to say about what, you know, maybe what particularly was the rougher part of drawing it. Because for me, I think we could probably have some sort of like cracked halo that also feels demonic and it would fill a similar role. It feels like it's made out of like bone, because it feels like we're seeing rib cage and bones in here. You also have candles and lanterns, which could be used potentially for a part of the reference of it that might be a little kinder to draw in space. That could potentially be an option. Horns are okay, but the golden bits never translate as I want them to. Okay, so maybe we could keep the horns. Oops. Maybe we could keep the horns and find something we could do with these golden bits then. If the horns work. So I'll just cover the golden parts for now, but there's other things to get to here in the design. We're gonna pretend, we're gonna grade you with them being here because it is part of your current design. Because I think they are adding a lot to your silhouette, but we will find some suggestion of what we could maybe replace them with. And I think I have a couple of ideas maybe as to what might be a good option to have instead. Get them into a halo. Hang on, so yeah, I have thoughts. We'll get there. Let me just cover them for now. Honestly, I might just make that just be a spike on the bottom part of your horn too. That's good enough. So we can just see the horn now. So as far as color design goes for the model, having most of the saturation appear around your face is working pretty well to make your face quite focal. Your chest cavity is competing a good bit, and I think it's because you have these spot blacks back in here. So I'm wondering if we might need to push some of the darker values in your hair to that level where, like, you know, you've got these like, oh wait, they are the same color. Oh, is it the same darkness? It might be. It's pretty close. Might need to just push some of these darker parts in the hair just a little bit darker. So that way the contrast feels similar around your face, and I think that will be enough to make sure that it's competing the way that it should be. And having higher contrast and more big, flat, dark values can help a good ways as far as getting that sort of uncanny vibe you wanted. You're talking about wanting to be creepy in the way that children in horror movies are. And the reason why children are uncanny in horror movies is because, you know, we think of children as being innocent, round, soft, playful, fun. It's because we're subverting expectations. The expectation of a child is that they're fun-loving and, like, you know, a little bit free-spirited maybe. And, you know, you can kind of read what they're feeling on their face. Children aren't very good at hiding their emotions a lot of the time either. But when you see a child who is totally straight-faced, their eyes are kind of glossed over, they're saying things they wouldn't normally say, they're speaking kind of cryptic ways, they feel a little bit like pale or like solemn or melancholy, that's what makes them have that uncanny nature. Yeah, like Wednesday also subverts that in an interesting way. So for me, honestly, just getting rid of the highlights in your eyes will give you sort of that blankness to your expression that I think is part of what makes children in those circumstances so uncanny. Usually I'm not somebody who wants to remove eye highlights, but I think for that vibe, it might work well. I am just like fully re-rendering your eyes pretty much, but let's see. But like that makes you feel a little bit more haunted. Similarly, something that I think works very well is hair texture for getting that sort of creepy, uncanny feeling. Your hair is very well groomed right now. It's very well manicured. I guess manicured is not the right word. Like, it's just very well kept. And hair, when it's treated more in like a shape of, I'm just gonna draw it off to the side, but you know, your hair is coming to these nice, neat points like this. But if instead we play with shape language where your hair feels more tousled, or like it's maybe like, not like oily, but it's existing under weight, if it's kind of meandering and then like spilling over the edges of things, like this, and then, you know, you get like little like hairs that sort of break away from the bunch, get a little bit of like stringy bits going with it too. This will feel a little bit creepier, a little bit more uncanny, potentially, because it'll feel a little bit less well kept. And leaving it a little bit like thin also, where, you know, this is my suggested replacement for like this piece of hair, where we can see all the bits through it, and it doesn't feel like the hair has like a healthy thickness to it. Yeah. Bedhead from the naps? Yeah, so like if this is more like how these like longer strands in the front are handled, even if you just have like more little like flyaways that are kind of like coming down into the eyes. Let's see, if I use a lighter color, we'll be able to see it better. Just to feel like you're just a little bit, I don't know, messier, a little bit less well kept. That will probably go a long ways as well into making you feel a little bit creepier. And same deal, like your hair is just so smooth and clean where you just have a couple little like random like flyaway bits that are like breaking away from it and going out around the edges. Oops, maybe not in that color. Yeah, like you were saying, almost like you've woken up from a nap. Animation-wise, might want to look at twinning. Oh, tweening, the animation. It only puts a character on Candy Valley. Yeah, tweening. So, what do you mean by twinning? Or do you mean tweening? I don't know. Loopy floating magnet drips like a lava lamp could replace the halo? Oh, that could be a good idea maybe also. If you're talking about tweening, or like the way that the animation works, I feel like having like just a subtle amount of line boil can make things feel very uncanny sometimes. Like it almost feels like ants crawling. Line boil is where, like if you flicker between frames, like the line is here, and then on the second frame, the line is like ever ever so slightly different. Yeah. Hands are moving to mirror each other. What do you mean? I'm not sure. Oh, Mad Buns also drew some suggestions. Let's see what those are also. Where's my Discord? There we go. Let's see. Live suggestions, what Mad Buns had here. Oh, for the halos. Neat. Okay. Interesting. So here's some suggestions from Mad Buns for the horn halos. A little bit of like perspective view on it, where we've kind of simplified them, raised them up on the head. This halo with the one with the halo kind of around it is neat. It's very big. It feels like almost like when you look at religious paintings, the way they depict halos, with that big disc behind the head. You could almost treat it that way, where it stays as a flat plane that never moves to being in front. You could even have like that actual flat disc, if you're not worried about being too Catholic or Christian feeling. Maybe it's like cracked or something, but then regardless of the angle of the head, it's always behind you maybe. I know, Mad Buns does draw very fast. Some of you work really quickly. I don't know how you do it. I can't draw very quickly, but some of you really do. Dark Souls boss that has horns that form a halo behind its head. Yeah, like in... Whoops, hang on, spoiler. But like, even if you just had the big gold halo that always is behind you, oh man, this would be hard to draw because it's gonna go behind everything. Whoops, hang on, that's not a drawing. I have a tool that you can use to draw. There we go. Like, even if it's like, whoop, here's your halo. Let me erase where your head is. But regardless of angle, it stays facing this way. Put some cracks in it, make it have some wear and tear so it's not really reflective. But then, you know, it doesn't have to be very Euclidean. That kind of can play into sort of the more eldritch angle that you had mentioned. Ooh, this actually sits behind those hairs I just drew. Oh, I made it a tangent! No, bad EG. Bad EG drawing tangents, no. Oh, Selma, thank you for gifting a sub to Mad Buns. That was very kind. Shroomates, can we rotate for Selma, please? Please. Drawing fast because you're a D1 procrastinator. Oh, I am not a procrastinator. I am a why do tomorrow what I could do today kind of person. I am the polar opposite. Sometimes I accidentally prioritize things incorrectly, and that's the closest I get. But I don't do very much quickly in my life. You've noticed I don't eat quickly. I don't critique quickly. I don't draw especially quickly. It's just not within my skills. I'm not a quick gamer. I don't have quick reaction speed. I like a nice leisurely pace for living my life. There we go. And then, you know, maybe it has like a big gnarly like crack in it or something, and then we can see like all the little like spidering cracks coming out of it. And the damage, and like there's like even more like little like chips taken out of it. So it's just a big old damaged halo that always stays behind you. I'm not sure the shape I've drawn here is fantastic for placement, but like just for proof of concept, the idea is here. Yeah. Very wise. What's very wise? Why do tomorrow what you could do today? That's how I like to live. Also, hi Mango Mixu. Got both, not quick and also procrastinate. Arr. Oh no. If we're doing Eldritch Halo, you could even add more creepy things to it where it's like, all right, what makes things feel kind of eldritch? If I like chop this gap open more and make it a little bit more uncanny, you can have like floating pieces in it where they're like suspended, so then we're going really against how reality works. This thing just exists in its own manner. You could put eyes behind it. That's a really creepy thing. We don't like eyes where we don't expect them to be. Let's see. But like there's all kinds of interesting things. Eyes could just be in the reflection off of it. Spider leggies. Yeah, there's a whole number of things. If we're doing biblically accurate, more hands in some way could be good uncanny addition. Yeah, eyes, tentacles. Even if it's just like the subtle suggestion of like, I'm just taking this color right now. I'm gonna put it behind it. Whoops, that's not behind. Hello? Like just something subtle where we can see that it's like, okay, now we're being watched through whatever this is. Put teeth on things. Eyes and teeth in places where we don't expect them get very unsettling pretty quickly. Like that's very subtle what I've done right there. eyes could be in the reflection. There could be teeth in the reflection. I don't know how much into like body horror elements you want to get either, but there are options. Something like the ink blot where it's not eyes, but it looks like it could be. Yeah, like if this piece of gold, it shouldn't be this color, but if it was a piece of gold, you could have it be tarnished. Like where, you know, you get sort of those like tarnished. Where you get like tarnished spots that make it feel like some sort of like weird, uncanny eyeball or something. Like connect this shape. There's a whole number of things that we could do. Down for body horror? All right, if you're down for body horror, the more locations we can put strange things, the better. So the things that make something feel eldritch or body horror is placing objects where we don't expect them. So for me, for a demon, I should look at Floros. We were talking about the cat-like elements, not wanting to make them too overt, but I'm wondering if there might be something where like subtle cheetah spots can become eyeballs because they kind of feel that way already, and that could be sort of a creepy overlap. Yeah, there can be more red liquid on the dress, mayhaps, or like the embers can be doing more. I was gonna suggest evidence of you being physically burned also, where like you've got this nice ember like eaten away at texture on the bottom edge of the dress. Your body could be eaten away at also. Like what if we're losing parts of you to the burned out sensation? Like, you know, we've already got a big hole in the chest, but like if this is burned and like, you know, you're like charred edge here, and we just get like a horrible hole through you, we can just see straight through. There's not even like a bone. I mean, you could stick the bones in here if you wanted to, like you have elsewhere, but you can put other things inside as well, other than just bones. We do have to be mindful of TOS. I saw somebody saying that, but if the stuff we're adding isn't like blood or guts, it can make it uncanny without making it a violation. Cheetah girls, not cheetah girls. Doing a doodle for this design because it's giving me so many ideas. Yeah, the concept is good. It gives us a lot of freedom to do things. You could have disembodied floating hands in places. You could have, you know, some of these open like wound-like things that are burns. I don't know where these colors are coming from. Could be almost like mouths with teeth inside of them. Or like that tends to be something we don't like the look of. Or don't know how to interpret potentially. And could feel very uncanny and strange and scary. And getting like a variety of like different shapes of how teeth work. Mouths work very well. See, Jose, thank you for following. Be here trying. Oh, for what? Hang on. You see Hoshi? What'd you say? If I draw an idea, can I send a Google Drive link or something? If you send a link, Google Drive is tough because that's not necessarily like a safe way of sharing images. You can just send a Discord link, even if it's a link where it's like you just have the image hosted somewhere else. If you can copy and paste the image link, and that might work, maybe? I don't know. Something like that, perhaps. I'm trying to think of a better way of sending it. Not all to join Discord. Yeah, Hoshi, the Discord server is 18 plus, and Hoshi is very kind and trustworthy and upstanding as an individual, and does not be there. Despite it. So we find ways we can work around that, so that we can still see what they're working on. Mayhaps. We have what other scary things I might do. This halo is too bold right now. Might want to make it less opaque. But that could be a step in the right direction. But yeah, just places we can put teeth or bone or eyes. Carmine in the Discord, because I don't know if I'll finish the sketch by the time stream is finished. Yeah, Carmine's in the Discord. I believe. Yeah, there you go. So generally, if you want to do more body horror, like a lot of it works very well also as toggles, I would say too, where you look almost normal at first glance, but like what if your body just like can split open on an angle and reveal the true face that is within? Or like things where parts of the body open up that we don't expect, like the eye gets large and takes over, the tail splits open to reveal eyes, or just general things like that can work well to be uncanny. And also, if you have things like eyeballs throughout, like, you know, eyeballs in the reflection, eyeballs behind the cracks and things, make them track. Make them track. So don't necessarily make all of them look in the same direction as your eyes look if you're doing live 2D, but have them all look around as you're doing things, or just have an idle animation where they're darting about. The animation might work really well to make it feel nice and uncanny for us. I think of what else I would suggest here. Where, like, if you have on the horns something that reads like a real vein would, because right now we're reading these horns as being like cartilaginous. As far as horror goes, if we have something that suggests that, like, oh, like this is a vein, things that suggest that maybe they aren't, maybe they're constructed of something that might be fleshy or kind of gross and uncanny, or they have blood that travels through them, or maybe it's that magma we were talking about earlier. That might work and make things feel unsavory in some manner. The bard scene from the Dungeon and Dragon film? I don't know that one. Saying Carmine this whole time? Carmine is how my Italian family says that name. But I did second guess it, so I don't know. Somebody said earlier, I think, said that Carmine was correct. Army for short. Also, the fingers, I thought this was a finger changing to expose that it's just bone, which might be interesting. You have these really sharp elements on the fingertips that I feel like could be repeated somewhere else also. Yeah, I don't know. Fingies. Tis Carmine. Okay, good reminder. I'm just thinking about horror trope kind of things where it's like, okay, would it be too unsavory to have... Hang on, how do you want to do this? Like, those sharp elements that are down there on the fingers, these ones, I'm trying to think of how I would repeat them, where there's a part of me that's like, oh, I wonder if, like, you could have one that's like, oh, let's choose my skin color. Like, inserting it up through your neck, almost, from underneath, and then it extrudes somewhere from, like, within your face, that we can see it's passing all the way through, and that gives us sort of the vibe of you existing beyond the confines of reality in some way, where you've got like, okay, well, here's a weird spear of some sort that has been stuck up through the underside of your jaw, and it's reminiscent of these things where you can get like the like tiered, like almost bone-like shapes of it. I've done a lot of things on top of each other. These are just miscellaneous ideas that don't necessarily cohabitate with each other, but are just different threads to maybe go down. Carmine pigments made from beetle extract. Ah. Ramiralia Heart. I'd like slow down to read your name. Welcome to the awakened world. We're happy to have you here. But just as far as trying to push the horror element goes, anything that you wouldn't normally expect. Yeah, like a full face piercing almost. Like anything you wouldn't expect to see in a design. Anything where it's like, okay, we are puncturing things in an uncomfortable way. We are creating strange voids or holes in places you don't expect them to exist. We've put teeth or eyes or other body parts in places we don't think they would be. All of those things are things that could potentially be added here for concept reasons. We've really only talked about concept so far. The silhouette, the way that it was with the horns on the head before, with the big tail, with the floating lanterns, with the sort of burned up side of the dress, to add a little bit of asymmetry, nice, nice. We can get a little more mileage from it with adding some more flyaways to the hair. I feel like you could, there's reason for like one of your sleeves to maybe also be a little charred to give us a little bit more of that. And like, you know, the laces don't need to be tied exactly symmetrically, but silhouette-wise, you're pretty strong the way that you are. Focal point-wise, I did go to your face pretty quickly, but your chest was also competing a good bit, so I may just push your chest back a little bit by making it darker. Let me, like, airbrush. So it's not glowing quite so much. Just so the contrast isn't as strong, and then we'll go to the face more readily. For color design, other than what I had to say about that, the pared down sort of analogous palette you have here of yellow, red, brown, more or less, adds enough interest without being too overwhelming. It's very minimal in terms of the way color is used. This is like 90% white. But in this case, I'm not super bothered by it because you feel like you aren't over-designed, but the things you are wearing feel specific enough to you that I don't think we need to make modifications to that to add more detail. I think the detail level's fine. Higher detail is in, you know, the chest and the face, which is where we want it for focal point reasons. Me start grading. Color palette. Oops, that was an airbrush. Color palette. Good. Silhouette. You can get a little bit more. Complexity versus clarity. A-okay the way it is. Focal points. We need a little bit less from the chest, but you're in the right direction. For concept and motifs, I think all we're saying is we want you to lean harder into the horror aspects, which seems like you want to do anyway. What reference I'm making? Basically, a spell is starting to fail, so it's getting messed up. Oh, that is a creepy image, Selma. That is kind of uncanny there. And also, you were on the thumbnail. You were a Squiiji put you in the fridge fella. Is it a 1920s nightgown? I'm assuming it is a historic nightgown, so specifically Victorian, as was suggested by Carmine. So I'm gonna guess that is the case. It does feel historical, at least, so I think it's working in that angle. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5, 9.5 out of 10, I think makes sense here. That sounds right to me. Good work. 9.5, gang. Yeah! Can we get a round of applause for Carmine, please? If you guys have other things that you would like to suggest to Carmine also, you are welcome to also tell Carmine those things. Where Mad Buns and a couple other fellows were saying that they, you know, were doing some sketching and stuff, you are welcome to send those things to Carmine also. Like, this was just me giving some general thoughts and ideas. I'm not really fully modifying or fleshing out other things, but just, yeah, please do. Go for it. Hold on, please. Oh, what's up, Oshi? Stop. I paused. What's up? Oh, I also didn't clap myself with my hands. I should clap with my hands for you also. Going. Yay. Well, the sleeves could also have the sharp nail things on them. Yeah, I guess the sleeves could have that as well, potentially. Here, I'll save this and I'll open the next one. Yeah, thank you for your clapter also, Virko. Oh, Hoshi might have sent us some stuff for this design. Let me see. Oh, wait, hang on. That link, I don't know if worked. Hoshi, I don't know if that link worked properly. Oh wait, my computer doesn't think I have Discord installed. What is going on? That's strange. Does that work? I don't think that worked, Hoshi, sadly. Image link, not the channel. No, it doesn't work. Hoshi, just DM it to me on Twitter. Easy. Path of least resistance, just send me the image on Twitter. And I can open it. Yeah. The trouble of communicating in the shroom state, ample. The shroom state is hard to send messages to. You gotta send messages to Squiiji by courier pigeon, more or less. Our kingdom is in a far and distant land. Makes us hard to contact, unfortunately. But yeah, you're welcome to just DM it to me. I have a question about the dress still. Does it read as Victorian to you? To me, I am not as familiar with Victorian style clothing as may be helpful for answering that question. It reads as historic to me, so I can at least tell that it's not from our current era as a nightgown. And it does read as a nightgown to me also because it's all white. It's a little bit lacy, but not over-adorned. Maybe a little bit of lace would work, but I'm not sure that I am well steeped in the, like, conventions of Victorian fashion. Or baby gown, which is basically a nightgown. Okay, I mean, going for the kind of creepy that kids are, so if that's the case, then it reading as something like someone who is younger would wear that might still be in the right direction. There we go, I got it from Hoshi. Hoshi was suggesting putting some, whoops, hang on, that's not the open image here. Putting some like lava and stuff on the horns, I almost said antlers, and then charring bits of the hair too, making them darker could also be an option. I could see that, yeah. Newest inspiration for fixes? Ah, there you go, okay. Yeah, I would say the dress is working more or less the way it should be. Thank you, Hoshi. Char, no, you spelled chard, right? That's how you spell chard, you're good. No minor spelling mistake. Spelled correctly. Yeah, charring some hair could be good, some lava might be nice, or maybe even like exposed sections of the horn where we're seeing lava on the inside of them maybe could be good, potentially. These are all options that I think may be feasible here. But yeah, good work, Carmine! Good work! Let me close that so I can see again. There we go. We'll save this and I'll move us to our next fella here. Yay! Let me take a sip of drink. The next one. Struggling. You got this, Hoshi, don't worry. Don't worry, you got this. Another bunny. Yeah, I know, right? So many Shroomates are rabbits, aren't they? I feel like Shroomates are either purple or rabbits, and I don't know why that trend is the way that it is. Yeah, we did clap. We can clap again, but we can also clap. Sleep well? Yeah, get some sleep! I'm glad you could stop by, though. Get you some snark memes. But thank you for being here. Because rabbits are cute and purple is superior. Okay, maybe that's why. Yeah, pics, puffing up the upper sleeves might help. Ah, okay. So for Carmine, puffing up the sleeves might be the final help, maybe, for feeling truly Victorian. Was he struggling to clap? You're good, don't worry. Here is Airybun. Join me in creating a delicious world full of magical sweets. I'm Airybun, a baker from a fantasy realm where desserts are made with magic. Savor every bite of this journey with my cat companion Arcadia as we explore your world's pastry delights from a scientific lens. You'll be surprised how tasty a blend of science and magic can be. This is like truly an elevator pitch, isn't it? We'll be mixing a heaping spoonful of baking research, a dash of fantasy roleplay, a sprinkle of mental health awareness, a hint of gaming, and an insatiable love for dessert into a series of imperfect pastry tutorials. This is truly an elevator pitch. I see. I'm picking up what you're putting down here. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, this is an ad positive, yes. Oh, hi, you're here. Hi, Ari. You and your Shroomates have been such a huge sense of inspiration as I prepare for my debut. I'm glad. I'm glad we could be. So, right out the gate, your apron, I can read as being like a cooking-inspired apron, but I think the thing that I might add to it, just as like the final hint, it's close. The classic chef like double button thing. Even if it's just like one button, I've drawn them so lopsided, but that might be the final touch for me. And then you could repeat this sort of scalloped pattern that you have down here. I have to draw in a darker color. Oh wait, I'll just outline it so we can see it. So I feel like your apron just feels a tiny bit under adorned for me right now. And something like this will add just a little bit more of that chef angle, but also, or cooking angle, but also at the same time, just a little bit more detail, just a little bit. I love your line art coloring thing you're doing. I'm not really sure how to describe it, but the way you've done like a purple and yellow and blue rim light for your line art is so neat. Yeah, I think that's what it's making it feel like AFK Journey to you, is that it's kind of a lineless art style, except for in a couple little places. Everything's being sort of defined by shapes and values and just like color on the rim lighting. It's very interesting. It's a good way to add a lot of color to this design, despite it being very pared down in its color palette. It's neat. Good color design. Okay, now you can't look at it. We can T-pose here together. You're closer to an A-pose. Trying to incorporate as much arcane and whimsy as I could. Ah, I see. Okay, noted, noted. Look at, just like me. Almost. A-pose. Are you planning to be 3D maybe? Or just designing in an A-pose? I guess it's a miscellaneous question here. Yeah, I like the shapes also. The clothing I think is doing a good job of also merging sort of the fantasy angle with the chef angle as well. Because the sort of like long draped green skirt with the brown boots underneath are achieving that fantasy angle for me. Meanwhile, pastry stuff. Yes? Aha, ha, ha, ha. I can sniff them out. I can smell them. I can find them. But the apron, we can workshop it. Yeah, I feel like I want just a little bit more from this apron. I think we're pushing it a little bit by having some stuff on like the front part of it. I also always love when aprons cut in at the shoulder like this. There we go. I'm back. I've gone back to my corner. Also, classic Squiiji thing to critique. I want these sleeves to be puffier. Exaggeration for silhouette. Where even if we exaggerate them a little bit more, it might feel also a little bit more fantastical. Because who, you know, first, practicality goes with, you know, we're doing some baking. Is it maybe impractical to have big sleeves when you're baking stuff? Probably. But it's magic! Frills on the shoulder straps? Yeah, you could probably do frills on the shoulder straps. Let me draw them the way that you have it, where like you've got the blue trim. So it visually jives with what you have, but like, if you had those. Oh, I've drawn it right on the layer. That's an EG wrong layer, in case people needed that for bingo. That's a wrong layer, Kronk. Whoops, and I wanted this one to be yellow. Hang on. Weep. And then through the power of layers, I can just draw the white under them. I'm so smart, aren't I? Yeah. But just a little more detail. I think we want a little more repetition and just a little more pizzazz from the detailing here. You also find yourself in the category of people who are wearing glasses, but we can't tell they're wearing glasses until we get really close. So, part of me, for the whimsy you're going for, I almost want to suggest that you change your glasses style entirely. Let me just show you what I think might be a better angle for the glasses. Ooh, what is that color I've selected here? Hide all of this. Fast, quick here. Weep, wow. Yep, get rid of all that. Because I couldn't tell you were wearing the glasses at all from a distance. I wonder if, for your glasses, it may work better if you gave yourself, you know, the like little tiny, like not like spectacle kind of glasses, but something else there? Okay. But the little like nose bridge glasses that are like this. They feel very whimsical and they end up making you feel like somebody who is quite wise. And I feel like that might play into the scientist end of your design also. I put an outline on them, and if you render them so they've got a little bit more brightness to them, it might read a little more clearly than how I have them right now. But I just needed to make sure they weren't your skin tone. But I feel like that might be fun. Grandma glasses? I wouldn't call them grandma glasses. What do you mean grandma glasses? I just like the like low on the nose type of shape, and I feel like with your eye shape they work well too. Oh no, ad! Okay, hang on, We'll relay our thoughts to you once you have been saved from the ad. Let me turn that off. I'm just gonna render this so that we can see it. We'll outline it in blue, like everything on this side. This is kind of what I did on my 1.0 model, where I had red all on one side of it and then blue all on the other side of it in an interesting manner. That, and then grab like this pink or something to be the other parts of it. So we can see them, but I think that kind of shape might be nice. Just let us know since I resubmitted for my critique. How do I give like a reminder for the first one? If for your critique there's more detail you need to add to it? Ooh, good question. I don't have an answer to that. Reading glasses. Yeah, reading glasses esque. Okay, wait, you've returned from the ad. Hello, welcome back. I think you could go for having glasses that are more, they're like smaller and like perched on the bridge of the nose. I feel like they fit your vibe nicely. They feel a little bit more specific and we might be able to see them a little better from a distance. Right now the color isn't quite right because I feel like we need to find a way to contrast it with your skin tone more properly. But if we had that like bright shine on the inside of the lens or something, made them really thick. But then that might work quite well as glasses. And you can even add, like, you know, you've got some of these like long earring aspects. You've got that little star. A lot of these glasses would have chains on them. Or you could have like a little star-shaped thing. Whoops, that is just your skin color. Draw it in this blue here. Like a star of some sort in the corner. It could have a chain like this does. Coming down from it if you wanted to. But there's a lot of stuff you can do with that style of glasses to make them feel very whimsical. Tweety's grandma glasses, I love them. Oh, somebody else called them grandmom glasses. Navy blue glasses? I mean, the glasses themselves could be a color. They could also be black since there's not a lot of dark tones on this design as is, where by making them really dark, it'll definitely draw some focus to your face as well. Honestly, I kind of like them black, maybe. Bit random, the croissant bun parent? Croissant bun. You know, I feel like the shape of the bun isn't reading as a croissant. I can see with the way it's wrapped that it might be, but I feel like it's the shape where, like, for this to read as a croissant, I feel like I need one part of it that's like hanging down lower like this. You know? Let me grab this. Like, just so we get the like lower portion of it, because the thing about a croissant is that a croissant is shaped like it's a crescent. And this isn't really a crescent. It's a clever idea. Let me see if maybe like we just drape the one side lower and make it clear that it's coming to like some sort of point. That might be enough for it to work the way we want it to. Let's see if we just like I'm like that, and let me like round it just a little more. Maybe. I haven't rendered this very nicely, but I just think it needs a little bit more of that arc in its shape for us to read it as a croissant. I think the color is also the other reason why it isn't quite croissant-like, too. You have these like golden highlights over here, and I feel like if there were more of those on it, we sort of think of croissants as being these light, flaky, buttery little things, and your hair is very dark. So if more of these highlights were the golden color, it might get us to that realization a little bit more quickly. You kind of have it like creeping over the top a little bit. But just more of that like rim light a little bit maybe. And then we might get there a little bit faster. I think we gotta shape it out a little bit more for it. Small hat for giggles. I don't know about that. There's a lot going on top of the head already. Also, I am going to guess that this is supposed to be an oven mitt that is a rabbit paw. Am I right? Potentially? And I think we're seeing the open, like, flat part of the hand. Like, the hand is facing towards us. Yeah, oven mitt, okay. And then you can make that like a sewn detail, maybe. You can tell it's attached. But I think the trouble for me right now is it's not really reading like an oven mitt in its shape, because I think oven mitts flare a lot more. And oven mitts also sort of classically have that like plush shape to them, like this, where they sort of have that texture. So alternatively, if instead of doing the funny little add pads of the fingers and toe beans to it thing that I had done, I mean, I don't know if you should do it in addition. What layer was that? Was that other things I had changed? It was, wasn't it? Hang on. EG, you gotta separate your layers. It's different thoughts, different layers. Edit. Oh, wait, I've screwed up. Hang on. Edit. Cut, edit, paste. There we go, okay. Hang on. Instead of doing the like paw pad thing, although I wonder if, hang on, wait. Hang on. I have idea. These could be where sort of the, like, I guess I should do blue. Like if we're gonna do that sort of like plush pattern, maybe these are treated like they're buttons. And then it should affect the external silhouette also, where things that have that sort of plush feeling to them end up with a little bit more of that like variation, you know? And then, you know, if like it has this in the center, then, you know, like they're gonna like whoop, 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 whoop. Like that maybe? So that way we get that sort of, what is the word for this? There's a word for when things have that going on. Just, I guess, plush texture to them. I've made it really dark and strange, but I did it for my cheese miku. But then it might feel a little bit more like an oven mitt if it has that sort of texture on it. And oven mitts, I think, also, like, come up the arm a decent bit. Like, to, like, here almost, and stay pretty wide. And then if we're gonna have, like, a little, like, flared, like, end part of it, it might be up here higher, and then it'll feel more like an oven mitt. I think that might be what it's missing. kind of overdoing it with this texture right now, but you kind of get the point of what I mean. Yeah. Quilted! Yeah! Quilted! Quilted! There's enough slots for individual fingers. That's true. I don't think this necessarily has to even have slots for individual fingers. It might just be that they're like, you know, if we're thinking about it as a mitt, like this, the fingers could just be like sewn down almost, where it looks like there's just like an embroidered pattern for them. Even, you know what I mean? And then we can see these things sort of like, you know, to get the quilting aspect. Yeah. Oven mitt with apron frills. We could also make the apron's frills translate onto here too. I've made this very chaotic to look at because these lines are all way too thick and way too dark for how I would actually execute it. But I think you get the idea at the very least is what I was going for. Yeah, not tufting, it is quilting. EJ, are you posturing great right now? Reminder, don't eat of gamer posture. I was getting a little too close to the screen when I was working on that just now. Just a little. I got a little too locked in. That's okay though. Also for this ribbon tied around the waist, I kind of want you to have the bow for it so that we're getting a little bit more exaggeration around your waist for silhouette. Give me the ribbon. Part that's tied, and then maybe part of it, like the other side of this tie is on the other side of the waist or something. But I think we could have a little bit more exaggeration of some sort around the hip area. Let's like detail this the way that you have it. Yeah. The skirt coming out to be nice and wide around the ankles is good. It gives you a little bit of weight in your silhouette. I think the only thing I have here that I need a modification to, mayhaps, is the focal point. Because the ears and the apron steal the focus entirely for me. Where the face really isn't competing that well. And it's odd, because you should have the redhead advantage. But red is appearing elsewhere in your design in a greater quantity, and it's pretty much the same value as it is in your hair. So it's not providing separation. I end up looking like at the bright white areas and then the green, because the green is only also in the lower part of this design. It makes me wonder if the upper part of your shirt should maybe be green. So that way your hair, by being the only thing that's red, will draw us to look at your face more quickly. You might look like an elf doing this though. Also, Migfox, thank you for following, and I will hydrate you. How do you feel about the sash layered skirt combo? I had trouble figuring out which clothes to wear. I don't mind the layered skirt combo. I feel like we could add a little bit more texture or like detailing to it perhaps, where it feels a little bit flat right now, but I don't mind it as just a fashion decision the way it is. Oh, Migfox, thank you for gifting a sub to Airybond. That was very kind. Can we get some rotation for Migfox, please? That was very nice of you. BRB, enjoy your BRB. Yay, very kind. Rescued from ads. Hey, there you go. So now you won't have to miss out on what we're saying if we have another ad break while we're critting your design. Very kind, Shroomates. Thank you. I fear this green is taking a lot of the interest out, but I think that's because it's going over where a lot of your interesting colors around the edge are. So I'm not doing a fantastic job of like keeping this within the edges. But by doing this, it makes your head a lot more important, because your head has all this hair with all these different colors in it, and then also is the only place that that red truly shows up. And honestly, I could do with maybe even a little bit more of this brighter red that's sort of throughout here. These like highlights that have it. I think that's what's making your face more focal to me as I'm looking at you. Just miscellaneously a little more in here. That might be more than I wanted. Too much. Too much, EG. Hang on, pull it back. Not too red. Just wanted a little more. Yeah, so that the head becomes more important. And also if we add like darker drop shadows, I think you have the same thing a lot of VTuber designs have, where your shadows are only more saturated. They're not actually darker. They're creating an illusion of darkness, but they could just be darker, hue shifted, and more saturated. So then they're providing more separation between your hair and your skin. And then also by having that added contrast, let's see. It might bring us to look at your face faster as well. You know, if we could do like, you know, the shadows under your chin and the shadow this piece of hair is leaving, the shadow of this piece of hair, kind of dropping across your face. Those things will help us want to look at your face more because it's adding some depth there. Never done art fight, but I'd be willing to try. Ah, you should do art fight. I feel like art fight, if you are a VTuber who draws, is such a like fun thing to do because it's a good way of, you know, drawing some cool OCs for yourself as drawing practice. But at the same time, your VTuber design is your OC. So then you put that in there and a lot of people will draw your VTuber design as well. It's like, I mean, that's the whole point of art fight is that's a win-win. Everyone wins. Art practice, you're making other people happy by doing it. And they're gonna make you happy too by drawing your thing. Yeah, it's kind of a competition, but like not really. It's a competition on teams. You get points for what you draw. And it's based on like almost like when you draw something that is like a full body, you get more points for that than you would for like a half body, and then one of the teams wins in the end, but it's less so about competing and more so just about having fun and drawing things for each other. I'm darkening your eyelashes because your eyebrow now is darker than your eyelashes are, and I feel like your eyes will be a little bit more focal if I make them a little darker. That helps encourage people to draw more, not the main point. Yeah, the main point of art fight is just to encourage people to draw and draw things for each other, because I feel like so much of the drawing that a lot of us do is we draw things for ourselves, which that's totally fine and dandy, but a good way of making friends is to draw other people's things. And then they draw your thing, and then you guys can talk about your things together, talk about your OCs together, make friends. It's a good way of breaking down that door of, you know, the thing where we're too shy to make stuff for each other sometimes. Works very well. It's really fun. That's Obsessed. I made a whole video explaining it. There you go. Yeah, get your friends in. Details I love with this design. Cream puff sash knot. Oh, was it a cream puff? Oh, it is. It might just be too subtle. I think if you're gonna have it be, oh man. If you want it to read that way, it might need to be darker. I totally missed that. Darker, and then maybe make the cream on the inside lighter. Like this is almost something that is a pattern on the ribbon itself, or like maybe the ribbon just has like a lighter part of it somewhere. So I can see the cream puff there now. Cream puff sash knot, Kirby mouth name tag. Kirby mouth. Oh, it is. The name tag is cute. Whisk fork on the forearm. I did see that. I did see them on the forearm for the bracers. I want to add more fantasy baking details. Any suggestions? So you're baking with magic. So I feel like there has to be some overlap between magic and like flour, or magic and like jam. I think Cookie Run Kingdom as like the strangest suggestion ever, but they do a really good job making their designs feel magical. The way that they use color. They have a lot of iridescence in their designs, and I think that that helps sell the baking angle and the food angle quite well. If we want to add more things that are like subtle references to food, I could see there being good ways of getting other pastries in here with like, you know, dark leather plus some of like the light ruffles to be like an eclair or something. Magic, whisk magic wand, yeah. Rolling pin as itself as a magic wand. Have you ever seen the rolling pins that have like patterns on them too? Like I feel like that could be something that'd work in the right direction. Potion bottle of flour at the hip, and yeah, the rolling pin is her wand. Snot hair, cream puff staff. Now we're hungry. Yeah. Be hungry, Shroomates. Hunger for more. A lot of things I'm thinking about while looking at this design are taking me back to designing my Snomiku, because her theme was happy patisserie. So I'm trying to think of what other clever baked goods could find their way into this design, or things that relate to it. Like blanking on things that you bake. Cheesecakes and cakes and cupcakes. I wonder, I appreciate the angle of like for the hair trying to be the croissant, but I feel like it's not quite reading. I wonder if there might be a way where the hair might read better as like a chocolate icing or something, or if you could handle the bun in a way where it's like this instead, where it's sort of piled up into like a like something like this, and then you still have all of your colored streaks running through it. Honey bunnies you make with apple slices. Yeah, that's a cute idea. The little bunnies where they're like this, and then you have your apple slice that you've like peeled it off of the back of. If I was smart, I would have just drawn this first. Wait, hang on. Undo that. Just draw it first and draw it with gold. Apple slices aren't quite white. Apple slice with like the little like bunny. Peeled ear thing. Yeah. Color gotta be careful of poop bun. I mean, with all the colors that we have here, I feel like we would be able to avoid poop bun. I feel like by having purples and yellows streaking through it and like the red and all of that, I feel like with all the colors that are here, I feel like that wouldn't be a concern. We can make it feel nice and rich so that it doesn't draw that association very quickly. Good to be careful of. Whoops, I've made like toothpaste striping there. Oops, I gotta put like a yellow in between these. Whoops, hang on, give me yellow. There we go. But I feel like there could be a very easy way to avoid that. Just through the way that we're using color for it. I don't think this feels like it is. Depending on how old you want to be viewed, also add gray streaks for a vanilla swirl. That's true, I could see that also working. Woo, yep, actually that blue's gonna go right there, yeah. That's what I intended for. Purple. But as long as we're using enough colors, it shouldn't feel that way. It should feel like it's made of icing. Clarify the croissant bun a bit more, maybe it needs more exaggeration. I mean, making things bigger is always a potential tactic for making them read as what they are better. For me, the croissant bun doesn't read, partially because of color. I feel like if the croissant bun was like this kind of shape, and at this sort of scale, I might read it as being more of a croissant. I might round this a little bit more so it's more bun-like and it feels like it's hanging. But like, I feel like the quintessential trouble we're gonna have is that the color of the hair is gonna make it hard for the croissant to feel like it's anything other than like burned, maybe. I'm trying to like think about how I would. This feels like a fortune cookie now too with the color that I have. I don't know. Knuckle-Light still reads as that. Rip. Okay, never mind. Drawing food the other day. Drawing food's so much harder to do. Icing sugar, drizzle, swirly, icing, name a few. Yeah, macarons could be good. Potentially. Sensei, I'm feeling down today. Give me some motivation. You got this! You can do it! Shroomates! You can do whatever you put your mind to! Maybe the highlights of the hair help give it more of a croissant one? Maybe. It needs the ones that like wrap all the way around, but once we start adding the other colors to it, I'm not sure it still reads as the color I have there. Like, I feel like it needs to have a generous amount of the gold in it for it to read as a croissant, to me at least. But I guess we could put like, there's a little bit of like the blue that used to be in it. And then the purple also was throughout it a little bit. Like, I feel like this might be a little bit more clearly a croissant. You know who you should bug about how to draw that? Aphrodite. God of drawing food. You should bug Aphrodite. If at all possible. Croissant means crescent in French. Yeah, it's a crescent moon. It's supposed to be very moon-like. First the colors for the croissant. Make the base the highlight color, mid-tone for the shadows. Darker colors is chocolate drizzle. Maybe I could see that working. Hang on, try that. Make it all dark. Oh wait, hang on, no. Light on the bottom? I fear it's gonna be too different in color from the hair. Have you ever thought about going blonde? It's very orange also. So like this, and then treating this as like almost like a chocolate drizzle that's on top of it. I can't really fill this all in properly. There's like other colors that would probably be better. And then using like some of this for being like the ridges on the croissant. I feel like the problem is just that it doesn't look like the rest of the hair if it's not this color at the base of it. Which I don't know if works. Red had to match flame fire magic needed for baking. I see that, and I can see how the way your hair is curling up at the ends is sort of flame reminiscent a little bit. What if we totally relocated this ordeal? This almost feels like an omelet I've drawn. What if we relocated this also, like, almost entirely? Follow me. Loop horizontal. What if, instead of being a bun on top of your head, it was a ponytail coming out from behind your head? So then it's not against the rest of your hair so much. I guess we're losing a little bit of silhouette by having done that. We are kind of giving you the anime, like, mom side ponytail, but I feel like the shape of it would work better as a ponytail than as a bun almost. Because croissants are so long, I might need to, like, round it a little bit and make it a little thinner, but, like, I feel like the shape of a croissant might be better suited to something like that, or, like, a classic, like, Tedo drill situation, as opposed to... Like, it's, like, not at the right angle either, as opposed to being a bun on top of the head. Maybe. Tedo mention. I feel like I have a Tedo mention, like, once a week. Not the anime dead mom hair. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. But I feel like it'll work better down there. And if we want to do buns or something, I feel like there might be another type of bread that might work better. Like, even if you had a bun for the hair that was, like, what do you call it? Like a hot cross bun? Where they're like... Hang on, can I have a drawing implement? The buns that are like this, and then they have, like, the little golden... cross at the top where they're sort of cut open, and then you could see, like, oh, like little bits of, like, flour or salt or sugar or whatever it may be. Yeah, like sourdough for a bun, different kinds of buns for the hair. I just don't know if the croissant is reading right because of the color. I know chocolate for a bun shape, sourdough, baguette on the top, make it a third ear. Whole baguette. Oh, croissant reminds me, went to this bakery the other day, had this beautiful strawberry cream croissant shaped like a big bow. Wow, that's fancy. I'm also wondering, because I'm thinking about, like, you know, like bear, what are they, bear paws? Bear claws? As the confectionery item? Or, like, things that are filled with jam. Like, what if your ears were, like, confectionery and they were rendered so that they have this, like, bright red jam that we can tell is jam because it's got, like, you know, like, bright, like, real gloopy, like, highlights in it. So then that's getting us a little bit more of the food angle. And then the jam, because it's sort of sparkly, will feel maybe a little bit magical. And that'll help get us in that direction also, maybe? I don't know, maybe I'm losing it. You take inspiration from braided beads, like light dark marbled ones, maybe. I feel like that might be a good move, having jam. You could even have it, like, drip or something where we can although it might read like blood in the color I have it now. Might want to make it a little... Maybe making it purple would be less uncanny. I don't want it to read like blood. But jam of some sort might be cute. They do look a little bit like horns right now, so making them more rabbit-like might help. I should just open my board that I used for designing my Snomiku. Still got body horror in your mind. I feel like I always have it a little bit on my mind. I've got some weird gore horror body things for Squiiji in mind. Cookie buttons. Yeah, you could even have, like, what are those cookies that are like the ones that are like, I don't know what they're called. The ones that are brown and gold, where there are a variety of different shapes and they've got little, like, patterns on them. I don't know what those cookies are called either. Is it alright that all the details are on the top half and very little in the lower half? Yeah, that's fine. In VTubing, we want to have the upper half be the focus of the design. The bottom half is not disinteresting. It is at least interesting visually still. But the top half of the design should be where our focus is. I feel like I'm creating more of a mess, unfortunately. Yeah, like checkered flatbread. Yeah. Those, like, little kinds of cookies might work very well for your buttons because they're already the right shape and they're not adding a ton of distracting detail, maybe. Could be an option. Think about other things. Most Vtuber models are pretty much always, yeah, bust up. More detail on the top is correct. How often? I feel like the amount you see my shoes is uncommon. I feel like most people you don't see their legs nearly as often as you see my legs. You guys know what my shoes look like. I would say, I can't say that about most of the VTubers that I watch. I don't know what their legs look like. Only on TEG. Yeah, only on TEG can you get a glimpse at what the rest of the body looks like. Cookies you find in blue sewing can. Yeah, those kinds of ones would be good also for this area where you get those, they're the little like shortbread cookies. Where they're light colored, but then you can see they have like little like speckles of like sugar on them or something. Lance doesn't even have legs! Yeah, quick look, EG has legs. Quick look. Little buttery shortbread. Oh my gosh, wait. Could you store like some of your magical artifacts in the cookie tin? Maybe? Because I feel like we have made you a little grandma-esque, but like in the way where it just makes you feel like someone we can trust. Makes you feel trustworthy. Somebody I would trust to cook for me. I feel like that might be cute. Yeah, cookie tin bag! I know that's associated with sewing in some way, but I feel like that would just be very like, comforting for us as a viewer to see that. Yeah, sorry, we can't look at you right now. Gary is completely blocking your head. But I think finding more subtle angles to work the food into the design might be a good idea. But I think we've kind of talked through all the different things going on with this design. The silhouette from the big ears is nice. It is pretty symmetrical, which is why I added some asymmetry to your bow. The glove is adding a little bit of asymmetry, which is helping. Your bun was adding some. Maybe just a little more. Something about your color palette that wasn't working so well was the focal point. Your face wasn't super focal. It was being outcompeted by the rest of your body. But the color palette itself is okay. I think some of the colors just need a little bit of reproportioning, just a little bit. But the hair is a little odd in the color. For complexity versus clarity, a lot of clarity, we were kind of finding we wanted a little more detail from it, which I might even put here. And then for concept and motifs, I can see the baking angle, I can see sort of, I'm not seeing the magic angle maybe so much as I would like. Purple tends to make us think of magic. Increasing, like even having just like a little bit of, whoops, that's a spoiler, next person. Having just a little bit of SFX goes a long way also in a design where if you were to have like, woo, like wispy, like, oh, here's my magic around your like baking pin or rolling pin. Whoop, this is my personification of magic. And you could even have like, you know, the flower functioning like little like sparkles floating around things, you know? That can go a long way to adding that feeling of magic we kind of need, even if just like glowing stuff. Yeah, added an after modeling, yeah. That might be all it needs for us to get that sort of magic angle, but the stars on the tip of your ears almost starts pointing me in that direction too. But I think there could be more creative ways we could work some of those pastries into the design itself. So I think here's our grade. 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10? I think there's just some areas that still need a little bit of a push. Hush. Go to English, EG. But I like your concept. You feel very trustworthy to me. I would trust you to tell me things about science and baking. One scientist to another, I trust you. Which, good work with all the nice rounded shape language. That is what's telling me that also. Can we get a round of applause here for Ari, Shroomates? Hang on, clap with both hands? Yeah, there we go, you did good work. Thank you for submitting and thank you for donating to charity for us. Is there more lore to this character than the description though? I'm sure every character we look at on stream will have more lore to them than what I can see here. I'm sure they all do have more. But we're not gonna get to all of it. This one, so we actually have to take a little bit of an interesting tangent here. This is OldMate. This is my reminder that OldMate is next. OldMate made us a PowerPoint. So we're gonna look at that in order to see it. So in the way that Carmine had given us something, which is paragraphs, we have a whole PowerPoint here. And I actually need to screenshot the full body image out of the PowerPoint because for some reason the downloaded images were like really strangely tiny. So here, we're gonna go to full monitor classroom so we can see the PowerPoint. Here we go. Very Scooby-Doo. Person, forget his name. Shaggy? Are you gonna compare them to Shaggy? Iconic, yeah. Design review for OldMate for Cure Cancer 2025. Submitted, I'm guessing, on the 25th. Look at that. So these are all still people who submitted before I even went live on Monday. Movie time, yeah. Oh no, my thing is in the way. Hang on. Get rid of this so we can see. Background. Showing a different side to science. Thanks for doing this. In real life, I'm a cancer scientist from Australia. Whoa! Completely. I hope we're supporting you with our research. I hope that Cure Cancer Australia is supporting you particularly specifically. Dang. Hell yeah, right? Yeah, keep doing the good work. A couple years ago, I led the production of a series of educational storytime animations to showcase a different side of science. If you're interested, you can check them out here. Interesting. I'll put it in chat so Shroomates can see if they want. Let me take this link. Oh, there they are. Talking about chromosomes? 2 years ago. No dumb subjects? Here, if you guys want to look into this fella's work, here it is. Let's get back into the... Oh, no, wait, hang on. There we go. Yeah, full screen. Full screen. Oh, wait, advanced. Hang on, go back. Using animation allowed me to connect with young people who might not normally listen to an old man lecture them about science philosophy. Fair. I've been exploring how VTubing can help the production of the next season of this sort of content. Neat! I will say, for making edited videos, being a VTuber can be very helpful because if you're piloting the thing, you don't have to animate the thing. You can talk, you can use your hands, all that great stuff. Background for the design philosophy. One of the goals of this project was to highlight the importance of critical thinking. I want people to automatically believe what I say just because I have a PhD. I want them to see evidence, interpret it, and choose what they believe, while being open-minded enough to change that decision if new evidence comes along. Because of this, I didn't want the character in a lab coat or to be surrounded by vials of colored liquids and Van der Graaf generators. That's fair, that might be a little on the nose. Imagine the character to be a relaxed uncle. A bit older than the intended audience, approachable, seems like they got most things worked out, but is still a bit of a dork. The complete opposite of Rick from Rick and Morty. Good deal. Things I should probably mention. Intended use primarily for animation, secondary VTubing. Personal taste, more or less I like minimalism. Bet, I feel ya, I'm on the same page. Feel many VTubers' designs are a bit busy. Bet, I also still feel you. Primarily target audience, school-age students between 12 and 15, students who might be a bit disenfranchised. Secondary target, elder millennials. Can't argue with the analytics. Yes, this is a PowerPoint. Key design elements, give an artist a lot of freedom, how they can interpret, making emotive, expressive, engaging. Inspirations, Jamie Hewlett, Robert Valley, okay. Model will be 3D, expressive, using ARKit and Morudo, nice. Notes of like wild, scruffy, long blonde hair, big eyebrows, layered above hair, like Wind Waker. Oh, interesting ref. Half open, relaxed, tired eyes, bagas under eyes, beard, stubble, black shirt, long sleeve rolled up, lanky build, hair on arms, limited palette. So here's the close-up, which I have in... Yeah, I see the Jamie Hewlett also inspiration. So here is the, like, design itself. Gorillas, hidden memer. Also, yeah, a little bit of gorillas. The simplicity is nice. Here's a close-up of the face that I have already open in Clip Studio. And then I need to grab a screenshot of this right now. Because for some reason, the version that was emailed to me didn't open properly. And I think it was way too small. Program does not support Poyomi, as a result the eyebrows are obscured. Yeah, because the eyebrows were showing through the hair. They are imposing desktop. It's the reason why I can't use regular Squiiji in that program. I have to use broken Squiiji for all of my thumbnailing and presentation type things. So current design, cutaway. Storytime animations tend to feature joke, cutaway scene styles. It simplifies very well. Design, make it clear scenes are jokes. Hides my bad writing behind big expressions. Fair. Revised design, redesigning the model. Personal account, OldMate, professional account, pale blue dock. Split the character in two. Hoodie, okay. Address some things. Current design was not created with 3D in mind. Hair, shape of face, nose texture don't work when not looking directly at the camera. Stronger silhouette, new hands. Just don't like the old ones. Any advice or tips would be welcome. All right, so now we can go take a look in here. And I'm gonna go, file, right from clipboard. There we go. So here is our fella. Listen, I like the almost Muppet-like way that the nose is working. I feel like for educational content, that's fantastic. The slight Muppet influence of the nose is fantastic. And also, for someone who is intending to feel like they're a little bit sleepy, you could even do the classic Muppet kind of thing where they'll do the little bit of like, they almost have like an eyelid that loops all the way across the top. Let me turn that down, it's too dark. all the way around the top of the lid to really emphasize the fact that you're kind of a little bit sleepier. I would also make sure that there's a clearer distinction as to where your chin is, even if that's like projected space shadows or drawn shadows. You could draw them like how those are too, where they're like a little bit like hand drawn if you have them drawn on in like a sort of textured pencil. That way we can just see where your face ends. Alternatively, you could just texture the neck just like a shade darker entirely, which is what I have on mine. Oop, I've stolen all my polys. Do you see how my neck, it's really weird on my low poly. On my higher poly one, I just have the neck completely made from scratch in a color, in a shade that is just 1 or 2 darker than my skin tone, just for clarity's sake. So you can add just that little bit of painted shading to make it clear that that's what's going on. Honestly, the color might be a little too saturated. Let's try that. There we go. So then I can see your face starting and ending. I do also think some of the elements need a little more contrast. Your eyebrows being super big and exaggerated, I love it. I can play pretend and bring your eyebrows back. So we can pretend we can see them on top. I am a big fan of big eyebrows. They work really well for a character who's intended to be very expressive. So I think that's a step in the right direction for you as well. But I do think that a lot of your face details need to be similarly bigger and thicker, where your mouth is really thin. And in order for you to be real big and funny and cartoony, your lips could be lined a little bit thicker. And same deal with your stubble, where they could be lined thicker, just a little bit darker, potentially also. So that way we can see it from a distance a little more. And even like, you've got these little like lines on your face and stuff like that. Just commit. Just commit. You're already exaggerated. Increase the exaggeration. I will say, for what you're saying about the nose not working in a side profile, I don't see any reason why from the side your nose couldn't just be like this. Just rounded slightly more from what a normal human nose would look like, and then you have just the little like nostrils texture on the side of it. I don't mind it. Even the Roblox cool face. That was the expression that was already here. I'll erase this though. Just, the mouth I think went higher up on the corner. Very different from the usual over-the-top fantasy VTuber designs, right? This is very grounded and down to earth. So we're gonna try and pay close attention to the intents for the use case here. More of a flair, love his smile, but crooked, more to the laid-back, casual part of the character. Yeah, maybe that could be an option, perhaps. I like the thought of having like a little bit of scruff. Scruff, I will say, can be very hard to figure out how to work with on a VTuber model, especially a 3D model, because is it just textured on? Is it going to be 3-dimensional? It can be kind of wild. But also, I think the simplicity of this design also makes it work very well for 3D, and that this reads as a 2D model to me until I look really close. I do think it's going to need an outline shader on it, so that way we can discern the edges of your fingers from each other, where if your skin is one material, you can just have that material have this color of outline so then I can see where your fingers are. And you said you were redesigning your hands entirely. I'm on board for that. I feel like we could go for a little bit more exaggeration in general. And honestly, these are probably too thick of lines that I'm putting on here right now. But just so that we get the general idea of there being a little bit of lining so that way we can see edges a little bit more. Same deal, we could probably see it around the edge of the face. And then I need an even darker color for the neck. Which Poyomi can do line art that is affected by the colors it's touching also, where it's sort of like additive. Give him a shirt pocket. That's fair. Yeah, no, this is not 2D. This is 3D. Oh man, the only trouble with having a PowerPoint where the edits are is that I can't see it at the same time, is what I'm looking at. So from the edits, it seems like they're trying to lean into more exaggeration in the calf, which I'm on board for. I like super cartoony legs, but I often feel like they don't give me enough to work with in the silhouette. Or I might just go for like this amount of distinction on the legs, where it's still gonna come in really close in the back of the ankle. Shoes seem like they're going for something like a little bit higher topped, maybe. Gave raptor legs. Sorry, I did too much. I had to tone it down. That's the EG way, is you do a little too much and then you have to fix it. Adding a hoodie will feel very relaxed, but I fear that, like, I know we're trying to go for the angle of not feeling like a scientist, but I feel that that might be too relaxed almost for this design. Because while you don't want to be wearing a lab coat or anything of that sort, I think you still need to look professional, and a hoodie might be too laid back, where if somebody's watching an educational video from somebody who is wearing a hoodie, like, I know you want people to come up with their own decisions, but you may elicit the thoughts of, well, why am I listening to this random guy? This is just a random fella. Where right now it feels like you're kind of wearing like a rolled up sweater almost. And I feel like that is kind of in the right direction. I think Montes is a good example of an outfit that feels very professorly, but not like something that's uncanny. I might be more inclined to say that things like a leather jacket, a jean jacket, or like a cardigan might work well. I don't know if sweater vest, sweater vests can feel a little bit too stuffy sometimes, but if we're leaning into like 70s style fashion, the sweater vest could be an option. But I could see like a nice tasteful cardigan if you're wanting to add something to your arm area might work and still feel kind of preppy, whereas a hoodie might feel a little bit too casual. Yeah, windbreaker could be good. Colored shirt with a loose t-shirt under it. Oh, like if we're wearing like a colored like button up or something? We could try things like that. I'm trying to think of what color I would even want to use for this right now. The other emblem that they gave is blue and red. And then also having primary colors does relate kind of directly to education a lot of the time. Let me punch that over so I can see those colors. So I'm wondering if those might be colors that we're thinking about bringing into this. I also feel like this brown might be nice to repeat. Or Fred from Scooby-Doo, I think. Oh, like that kind of preppy? I don't know about that. That's a little bit too maybe put together for this. Like I was thinking like an off, like on one shoulder, sort of off the other shoulder cardigan of some sort over this, maybe in like brown or something, where this rolled up sleeve then becomes the cardigan. And like, you know, if we want this to feel a little bit looser, you could open the neckline of this up a little bit more, or alternatively, you'll feel a little more professorly if you raise the neckline into, it's like I'm giving you suspenders right now, into like a collar of some sort. But I feel like a cardigan or like a leather jacket or something that's staying in like a nice warm color might be something better to lean into than a hoodie particularly. Wow! Whoops, I didn't close these shapes all the way. Whoopsie! Classic EG move. And then it's also keeping us within the color palette you already have, maybe. And then like this is sort of like lower on the arms, it's kind of slouchy. There. So that's a closed shape, and then hang this down lower. Could bring the pants up a little higher because I see they were going for maybe showing a belt a little bit more, which might be nice if the shirt's tucked in. And then having a big slouchy cardigan, if we're talking about animating things, could be nice because the sleeves can have a lot of movement, the back of it can have a lot of movement, which can lead to some very interesting opportunities for animation, where I've seen some very cute things where we make like sleeves floppy to be exaggerated and make you feel like a little bit of like a flop sometimes if you want, or like it can instead be used to just like exaggerate movements. Glasses are good for a smart look, mayhaps. Turtleneck bias seeping in. Don't have to do turtleneck. I was just saying you can change the neckline if you would like. And those are the two ways I might suggest to change it if we want to change it. But like, cardigan might be the way. Oh, this needs to hang lower since I've made it like slouch off this side. Here, and then, yeah, if we want to have like a belt or something, I feel like that would be fine. I'm kind of outlining these things in the wrong colors, but you know, you could have your like belt loops, belt, if we want things in there, keeping them kind of subtle. I like the flat style of this, where I don't think I would want to add too much more detail, but just adding a little bit of layering can go a long way as far as fashion goes also. Are V-necks too casual? Great question. I don't have an answer to that. For me, I think a V-neck is fine. That's low-key what I was kind of starting to draw, was a bit of a V-neck. But I know that that's one of those things where, lads, if you're here with us, tell us what your thoughts on V-necks are. I feel like most of the men that I know think V-necks are stupid. Like, they are really not into them. More formal if they're not too deep or too hairy. I mean, this guy already has some hair. Why not? Little... I feel like that's such a professor thing too, is the number of professors I had who would wear their shirts just a little too low and we could see a little bit of chest hair. Would be funny. Not a fan? Okay, I see. Huge nerd. A sweater vest could also work. I don't know if a sweater neck. V-necks are okay. Next feels naked with a V-neck. So think of a guy who's going to hit on me. What? V-necks work better with more feminine looks, but can be pulled off for masculine looks if someone tries. Okay. I see. I never know what to do with them, so I feel like I don't use them. Fine on their own, don't work both buttons up or pullovers. Most are not super long. Okay. So just in general, the thoughts here were, you should wear something over the shirt. Just add a little bit more to the character design here. But I don't know if a hoodie is the right move. I like the thought, because they have a little bit of like a high collar in the sketch for the modification version, which is what made me think of maybe having a sweater. You could also go for like, if you wanted like a cable knit sweater, you could go for something that has a really like wide, low neck and then have a very subtle cable neck pattern on it. Or cable knit, not cable neck. You know, so like if I were to make it just like, whoop, and then you have your like, that's how cable knit looks, right? I'm not doing a good job of rendering what cable knit looks like off the top of my head, but you could have like subtle texturing. Whoops, I should do this on different layers so I can make it lighter. V-necks remind me of Johnny Bravo. Ah, a V-neck that is dark, like this would be too. Lazy, maybe a bit, oh yeah, yeah. V-necks show cleavage. I think for somebody who is trying to, their market is kids to some degree, I don't think we should be showing cleavage. Then unless want a necklace or a pin that's like science-based. I could see that. I could see just like a subtle pin. I don't know what science this fella, it's cancer research, so I don't know if there's a particular like cancer or symbol that could be incorporated that might work well, but that could be an option maybe. I just want like something subtle. I don't know, just a little something. I feel like I didn't draw this right. How would this work? And then probably like I need a darker line to be like, okay, like here's like the edge of like whatever this is, so that way I can see what's going on along this edge of the body. Yeah. Oops, I didn't draw that the same sides. Put buttons on it or something, or have like other like subtle patterned things, but just a little detail. Just a little. Apple pin, teacher kind of playful, maybe. Yeah, no nerdy Johnny Bravo here. Fella's already blonde. Don't need to push this fella into that category. I don't think that would be helpful. But I like the idea that was going on with sort of the permutations to it, because they were adding things for silhouette reasons, because right now I think the silhouette is just a little bit lackluster, unfortunately. Mugs with interchangeable facts. Oh, like a prop of some sort. Yeah, like a mug could be good. I like having a pointer as a teacher, and I don't know if it'd be something this person is into also. Chains mean to break the solid black. Ah. I mean, having a little bit of texture on it does break the solid black a little bit for me, in a way that's enough, add some detail without being too overwhelming. I think the other trouble I'm having with this is the focal point, which was a trouble from the get-go. We didn't really talk, we were talking about modifying the clothing a little bit for silhouette, for concept, but I think for me, the way the color layout is, I don't mind the sort of like khaki or like mustard colored pants, but they're making the face not as focal as it could be. And I feel like it might just be a situation where I need to use my classic sweeping gradient situation. And on a 3D model, that's very easy to do also. Not Chad V-necks and live suggestions. Ah, okay, let's see. Let's see some normal V-necks. Oh, like V-neck sweaters. Oh, okay, Mad Buns, that might be a good solution too. Ah, okay, so like V-neck as in V-neck sweater. That'll feel still nice and not weird or trashy. That could be a good option. And then Mad Buns also had suggested this. I wasn't quite following what you meant earlier when you said this, but baggy, partially buttoned up shirt could also be a good option. Yeah, with like an undershirt under it. Yeah, I see. Hello, yes. Hi, animal guy. Also, Cotton Candy Floss, also hello. I saw you were here earlier also. V-neck with a button up is peak. V-neck with a button up could work, but I feel like that might feel too stuffy for this design. Where like, to me, I mean, maybe if it's not buttoned, it feels maybe like it's just a little too formal for what this fella is looking for. Like off-white loose V-necks. Chain. Slight color shift for the shirt to be something dark green, dark black, eyes are sole point of the model. Yeah, that's also potentially what I was thinking. So here, let me get like a brown and just airbrush, because I think the gold right now is just too bright on the lower part. Whoops, hang on. I forgot to invert my selection. There we go. Multiply. Oh, hi Joby. What's up?
I got home early, but I have to go drop off this film.
Okay.
So
Wow, you are home early. That's true. What happened?
The
Oh, okay, nice. Very Silicon Valley boss. Oh, a little bit. It is a little bit. Oh no, you're right. This is kind of Steve Jobs. Oh, what have I done? I've designed Steve Jobs. Oh no. Hang on, wait, you're so right. Maybe we do need to go for what Mad Buns had suggested. Things we exaggerate around the head, help with silhouette, give more focus towards the face. Yeah. Looks charming, could not be Silicon Valley. Okay, that's also fair, maybe. Joby's also gone already. Joby appreciates your hellos. Oh, I've been rated on YouTube. Hello. Memorialis, hello. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Shroomates. Can you rotate for them? Can you rotate for the raiders? Hello. Welcome in, raiders. Nice to have you here. Welcome to the Shroom State. We are doing VTuber design critiques today, but we are doing them for charity. Oh, wait, I'm also in this wrong room, I've noticed. Alyss Raid? Welcome in, Alyss Raid. How was your stream? What were you guys up to? I've got a good one. Right now we are doing some fundraising. Oh, because the fundraising's not even visible right now. Hang on. Let me fix this. Hang on, I'll be right back. There we go. Now we're in the right room, and now I'm also rotating. Yeah, there we go. We are doing critiques to cure cancer. So we are critiquing designs that people had, people sent some money to the Cancer Fund for Cure Cancer Australia, and we are critiquing their designs as a result. Smooth transition? Thanks! I animated it myself. It is screen printing. But welcome in. I have a good stream. You guys need to do things like eating or drinking or snark me meing. Please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out and also provide us some feedback while we're critiquing these designs, you are also welcome to do so. I have out. You're right. This is also kind of Kurt Cobain also. What have we done? Spian. Yeah, we like Spian here. Chill and sleepy. Yeah, I don't think that the other thoughts with adding the hoodie were making the design more, professional feeling inherently, or feeling in this direction? Argyle and the turtleneck would help un-Steve Jobsify it. Yeah, something simple like that might work. Wristwatch. But a wristwatch would make it more Silicon Valley. Hang on. I think we may want to go. Let me get rid of what I've done. Get rid of all this. Nope. Put that there. Stay. Keep this also. Oh, wait. Where was the pant modification? Oh, I did it on the same layer. How could I? Classic EG struggle. Cut. Paste. Nope. Can we cut this, please? Where's the layer? This layer. Cut. Paste. There we go. I think I might do what Mad Buns had suggested with the brown and making it a collared shirt, because I think that will just save us. Where it's like slightly open, right? Maybe? Sadly must leave. That's okay. Take care of yourself. More potential. Made entire Steve Jobs. Bow tie or a tie would be too teachery. Yeah, I do think it would be too teachery. Digital wristwatch will clench it. I do like the idea of a watch. Hang on, I should just chunk out the shape of this. How did that even work? Where was the thing that Mad Buns had sent? Like this. N from Pokemon. Oh, you're right. N from Pokemon is kind of similar. Hang on. Similar vibe as to what I think we want. Also, let me put this here. Because yeah, the collar that's sort of like wrinkled and imperfect kind of works. And then it comes down like this. And then it's not like, it's kind of baggy, but it's not like the bottom edge of the sleeve. And then it, you know, falls open, is kind of baggy down here maybe? And maybe this will be able to feel professional without feeling like it is Steve Jobs or Silicon Valley. Inherently. Maybe. Let's find out. Let's see, did I close all of my shapes? Check. Did I? Yeah, I think I did. There we go. Shapes are closed. Got it. Just need a smartwatch, just for me to tell the time. Braided leather strap, less tech, more grounded. Oh, that's true. You're right. That might also work. Let's see. Let's cut your neckline in a little better. I've kind of made this too baggy because that's where the shirt underneath it was, but let's fix the way this feels right now. The weight lower. Oh, thank you for beverage. I will perhaps take drink. There we go. Make it so that it looks like it's going around the body a little bit. But I feel like we're getting like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo now. With light-colored pants and the dark-colored shirt. I feel like this is Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. This is the problem with trying to design characters that are so simplified, is that you wind up looking like other characters that are so simplified. Right? Oh, man. But I feel like this is a step maybe in the right direction, and we could do, like, braided wristwatch of some sort. Right now the contrast isn't quite right, but I think with the hair, it's just going to feel like Kurt Cobain, and there's not much we can do about that. I think unless the hairstyle changes, we're gonna feel like Kurt Cobain. Can we simplify that? That's hard. Yeah. Second school male teachers all wear button-up office clothes. Oh, also we had made this a little higher so we could have the belt showing, I think, which might also help. Brown, light colored blue, plaid teachers wear? I think this design should stay very firmly within warm colors for the palette, though. I feel like adding blue to this, especially if it's a lighter blue, it'll be too distracting. Art style looks like a side character in Kloss. It does also, which I do like that style also, though. Gonna rest? Yeah, get your rest in, fellas. Don't worry about it. Go take care of yourselves. Been recovered yet from headache? Oh, I hope your head feels better. Thank you for stopping by, though. Hope you feel better. Full Discord server just for stuff you can share details. Oh, yeah, the Shroomates are networking. Leave it completely unbuttoned. It's like a side. I mean, could leave it completely unbuttoned, and then with the collar, it won't feel as Silicon Valley-y also. Let me erase this out. So I think the fact that we're not seeing anything down the center is part of what's making it feel like Shaggy. Man, when you really pare characters down, it does make it quite hard to not draw other associations sometimes. There we go. Move this up higher so then we get two separate lines here, and then you could still have like the belt or other things where we're like, okay, darker, warmer. Belt loops, your button or whatever. Belt stuff. Keep that in front. Move the pocket over. Hang on. Color, please. Yep. Okay. I feel like this is sort of in the right direction. Oh, much like to look around. Need to go. Rotations and broken ladders to all. Bye, Selma. Thank you for hanging out. Elbow patches on. Oh, if they were below the elbow, that could work. Although we wouldn't really be able to see an elbow patch from this angle. That could still be a nice thing to put on the back side of the design, I agree. Brown jean jacket works. See, I was saying that brown leather or jean might be good. But yeah, I could see, you know, if we could see like, you know, this is like, here's the front of this, you get like a pocket or something, and then you have buttons on it. Whoop. Just add a little bit more detail without overdoing it. Muted colors make it look like Shaggy. Probably more saturated ones would be different. But I feel like this person wants a very grounded feeling, and I don't want to add a lot of saturated colors. because that might be too much. Pop a green somewhere, like stone in the bracelet. This is supposed to be a watch. I haven't detailed it very well to make it a watch, but it's a watch. Scarves also sometimes a teacher vibe, maybe. Reading is heavy metal suddenly? Oh boy. Now keep it pushed up. Not vivid, just less muted. I'm not sure I'm following. To make something less muted, you have to make it more vivid. Less muted implies saturation? Potentially? Material, not metal. What is reading as metal? What is reading as being metal as material? Oh boy. Styles from Buffy vibes, maybe a bit too proper. Yeah, that sounds too proper. I think we're trying to balance looking casual with professional right now. We want this fellow to be somewhere between those two feelings. Where a lot of the things we've suggested, unfortunately, are pushing to one way or the other. There we go, simplify that. That was too many buttons. In a way that I don't think was entirely helpful. Fill the pants a bit to make the hair more focal. Yeah, that's sort of what I was starting to do there. Flannel and black combo. Flannel could be a good texture for it, maybe if we want a texture. Jacket, a bomber jacket. Are these readings metal? Going to brown readings, heavier metal. Jean instead of linen. Oh, I see. I just didn't know where graphic tees and flannels, they're the smartest people I know. Also fair. So maybe if this brown jacket on the outside here, instead of being a brown jean or something like that, I think the consensus we're coming to, though, we're kind of getting in the weeds here. What the consensus is that you need some layer on top of the dark shirt that is going to make you feel casual, yet still, like, have that sort of subtle professional nature to it. A hoodie doesn't really feel that way, but things like a cardigan or, you know, a flannel might even work kind of well for that. Those are the kinds of things I think would work. The rolled up sleeves are good because they show you're somebody who works with your hands, which I think with character design that's aiming to be this subtle and minimal, I think that's in the right direction. We could probably use something modified about the pants in order to make the hair more focal. Maybe it's even the eyes just being a little bigger. This multiply layer I have could maybe even be stronger to make the pants a little bit darker, so that way the hair on top of the head is a little bit more focal. And this style is very simple, but something as minimal sometimes as just adding a highlight in the eyes that is like pure white can go a long way to bring us in and make us feel like you're friendly. Two boxes for bingo. Oh. Bigger eyes, very me-coded. Yeah, the shape of the head is kind of me-like. Pen in the front pocket for teacher vibes. Yeah, just like, there could be some little things. Oh, where did your mouth go? I gave you clearer mouth and stubble, but I don't know where it went. Might have been on a layer I hid accidentally. But I think the general consensus here is that you just need something as far as the fashion goes that goes a little bit further. I might even like darken more of this under here just to give you a little bit more depth. But I enjoy this model and the simplicity of its color and shading. Darker, more contrasty stubble could help. Yeah, I want a little more contrast on that. The lines I had here, what layer did I get rid of? Where all my edits were. So I had made the hair on the arm a little bit thicker too. So that way we could see that a little bit better. But generally, I think the benefit of this design the way it was its simplicity. The silhouette, I think, is a little bit lacking, and without taking you away from being so grounded, I fear that it might be hard to make the silhouette that distinct. The hair is your biggest option and opportunity for it, where if the hair was more asymmetrical, we might get there faster, where, you know, give us like bigger spikes on one side, to give us a little bit more asymmetry also. That could help. If your hoge had like a more specific shape to it, that would maybe also help push your silhouette a little bit further for us. But honestly, for the most part, not bad. Messy ponytail, let's go. Oh, if we're going for, because I did say wanting to look like sort of like an old uncle, or like you know, like an uncle kind of feeling, that could be potentially an option. Having like the funny little like just like short ponytail thing. down here. Not that that really adds to silhouette where I'm putting it. I wouldn't really want to put it on the back of the head, but that might be interesting. We have a safe or dangerous ladder here. We should test that also. So let me turn off all the things I've done and take us back to where we were. Just here's how we started. Let's do a ladder test. This will be our fewest rung ladder test I think we've ever seen. Give him a Padawan braid? Subtle geek ref. Maybe. I said it out loud, so now he will hear that as a suggestion if he wants. But that might be too silly. So the arms provide a rung. There's sort of a rung here. There's so little here that I don't think you could even possibly get a climbable ladder, but at least not everything is at the same height. So like there's that, there's bottom of the hair, bottom of the chin. Honestly, the nose provides a pretty good division line with the eyes, the eyebrows, the top of the head, and the ahoge. So like, oh, I drew it right on top, but we can imagine. Like, it's completely symmetrical, but not climbable at all. And there is clustering around the face at least, so it is working in that manner. Ouchie. Yeah, dangerous for sure. Bring back all the miscellaneous stuff that I was doing. Eyebrows, yep, there's that. I think this nose would work in a side view better than you think it would. Oops, not that. Where were all my other miscellaneous edits I made here? Yeah. I think this might be putting us in the right direction, but I think I'm about ready to grade here. Let's see. Bigger brush. Ooh, color palette. It is cohesive. Your pants are a little distracting. Oh, get rid of this fella over here also. I don't need you anymore. This guy's just like snooping on us. Color palette. I don't have any particular problems with it. I think you should stay well within those nice warm tones. More brown could be nice. So I think it's fine as far as color goes, but for focal points, your pants are distracting me. Your face isn't as focal as it could be because it's not being set apart by detail, level of detail, or by color. There's nothing that is being emphasized. There's not more detail on the face. There's some more detail on the hair, but not so much. The eyes are dark, but the shirt is just as dark, and the hair is bright, but the pants are just as bright. So we gotta shift things in one direction or the other, like we were sort of doing with darkening the pants and adding a little bit of a highlight to the eyes in order to make that more apparent. I darkened some of the hair around the bottom edge of the face. I think that works. For concept and motifs, the concept is kind of hard to describe, and I think visually we're just only going for personality and vibe more so than anything else. We don't need to visually read that you are a researcher or that you are a scientist. We're trying to read that you are a relaxed, laid-back guy with a bit of a personal edge. And the way that your design was, I'm not sure if it was all the way there. It was too casual. I think it needs more layers to it. For complexity and clarity, I know you're trying to be minimalistic, but I think we need a little more detail to feel like a fully fleshed out character. And silhouette, unfortunately, the silhouette isn't super fantastic. The way that it is, I think we need to exaggerate your hair a little more. You sort of had the right thought with modifying the size of the hands and the shape of the hands and exaggerating some of the way the fabric's bunching around the ankles, exaggerating the calves a little bit. We can add some things to the silhouette also with the shirt and, you know, maybe a watch and stuff like that. There's places we can push it. But I liked the simplicity of your design, and the art style was very, like, visually attractive, very interesting. So, bridge for you. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7.5 out of 10. I think that sounds about right. Whoops, hang on, that's not the one we were editing. If you need help with figuring out how your nose works in 3D, I'm a 3D modeler. I got you. What did I just say? Was it 7.5 out of 10? Nope, that's a 6. Hope this guy's able to get the model he needs. Yeah, I hope so. I would be very interested in watching a 3D VTuber who is in such an art style as this talk about science as a fellow scientist myself. I feel like that'd be something that would draw me in quite effectively. Yeah, also very refreshing art style in what we tend to spend our whole day in is anime. I love seeing the not as directly anime styled designs. I love there feels like a little bit of like a Muppet angle here. But thank you for submitting. Good work. Can we get a round of applause, please? What is his username? I see, that's the one thing I don't know fully. There is OldMate is the personal account and Pale Blue Doc is the professional account. So one of those things, maybe? But nowhere in here was there a credit. He didn't give us any credit for himself, so I don't know. Works on coffee and vibes. Does seem that way, yeah. I dropped the Discord link I joined, but disappeared from my list from some reason. Here. What? Burial stalk you. I mean, you can follow the YouTube. We do at least have a YouTube link, which I sent earlier. So that seems to be the easiest way to find this fella is... Let me open that back up. Where is it? Here. National Science Week from Guide to Life is at least seemingly a place we can find this guy. Feature 2 at EG? Ah, the Shroomates are faster than me. What else is new? I'm not the quickest typer in the West. There we go. Yay! Round of applause. Good work, OldMate. We want to snoop on the things that you're making as content. And this seems like the best way of doing it currently. But thank you for submitting, and also thank you for the research that you do. It is much appreciated. I wish you luck in your research. Yay! Let me save this. Save as studio. This is OldMate edited. Bam. Got it. Good design to look into it. Yeah, you guys should. Here we go. Close this one. Close this one. Let's see what's next. Ah, Mad Buns is next with a design. This isn't Mad Buns as a VTuber. This is a VTuber that Mad Buns has designed. Snoop and subscribe. Yeah, there you go. Snoop and subscribe. Let me eat a banana. A little bit. I'm hungry. Again, for some reason. Starting stream during my lunchtime is really strange. Oh man, I still have another hour. That's good. Ooh, right? Let me just say right off the bat, I'm getting like Do-Re-Mi vibes. Ready for another bunny. Not quite. Idol, weatherwoman, bird. Broadcast meteorologist. Oh, we've been raided. Hello, welcome in, raiders. Let me put down my snack. Shroomates, can you rotate, please? Can I get a little rotation? Welcome in, creamy meow. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist, Fungi. I'm also an art educator, and I'm also eating a banana right now. Let me finish chewing. There we go. I feel like it's impolite to welcome a raid in. I can talk with a little bit of banana in my mouth in front of the Shroomates, but it's impolite to welcome a raid in if I have food in my mouth. But hello! Welcome in! We are doing VTuber design critiques, which we usually do on Mondays. You'll notice it's Tuesday, and that's because we are doing design critiques for charity. We're raising funds for Queer Cancer Australia, and donors who donated yesterday are currently getting their models critiqued live on stream. So welcome in! Thank you for stopping by! Also, thank you mods for getting a shout out properly. Or, not say properly, but thank you for getting a shout out. I meant I wanted to thank you properly. What are you guys up to? How was your stream? What did you do? I see in recent things, Claire Obscure, Edition 33, others, and Girls Frontline. Intriguing. What are you up to? Funny you brought up Do-Re-Mi because I have watched most of the Do-Re-Mi series last year. Still gonna finish the rest of last season. It's so cute! It reminds me, I don't know what her name is, but the blue one. Because she has like a side ponytail, I think, and they all have big shoes kind of like this. It's a compliment, I promise. Also the like kind of 90s angle of how the face looks is that way. Expedition 33 she played. How was it? How was Expedition 33? I hope it was a good time. Hang on, let's see if I remember properly. I feel like that game is kind of... Was it like Elden Ring adjacent? I can't remember. And chat gamba. We love a good chat gamba. Girls Frontline mentioned based raiders. I also don't know what that one is off the top of my head. I feel like that is also... Is that a gacha game? It sounds like one of the gacha game ones, but I can't remember if that's what it is either. You've been enjoying it? Well, that's good. Not Elden Ring turn-based? Ooh, turn-based, you say? It's my turn to be based. I like turn-based games. Nice to win. I like turn-based games. Interesting. Maybe I have to write this down in my list of miscellaneous games with Blueprints game, Touch Detective Ico. I've got all these like miscellaneous sticky notes on my desk. Girls Frontline is gacha. Yeah, gacha's not really a genre, but hang on. Cute girls. What was this one called? Expedition 33. Think you'd love their character design? Oh, would I? Hang on. Interesting. Noted. I love finding games where I like the character design and doesn't cause me psychic damage. We love to hear it. Look it up, it's really good. Bet. I have written it down on a post-it note on my desk. So that will go into the zone of things that I will potentially find some way, somehow. But, raiders, if you guys need to do things like eating or drinking or snark me meing, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. If you want to stick around and help us with our critiques, provide a little bit of feedback or suggestions and stuff, you are welcome to hang out with us. But do please prioritize looking after yourselves if you can. Has amazing designs from characters to environment to monsters. Hell yeah, okay. Maybe I will have to check it out. Wait, no, I know what it is. Were people comparing it to Final Fantasy, like old Final Fantasy? I feel like that might be the comparison I heard. I don't know why I thought Elden Ring off the top of my head, but maybe that's what it was. Question mark. I don't know. Maybe. But I gotta focus. We have another hour left and I have so many designs for us to look at still. I gotta move quick or we're never gonna get through it. Looks like Elden Ring, plays like Final Fantasy. Oh, okay, maybe it's both of those things. I don't know. The recommendation, Strange Horticulture, is a puzzle game about identifying plants and fungi. I like fungi. I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I like mushrooms. Interesting. Also noted, it's called Strange Horticulture, okay. Hang on, C-U-L-T-U-R-E. There we go. Got it. A couple of you seem to know about it, so that bodes well for me. But here, let's, Shroomates, lock in. This is Vtuber design created by Mad Buns, whose pronouns are she, her, questionably. Are your pronouns she, her, or were the design for a Vtuber whose pronouns are she, her? I can't recall. But the description is, the themes are idol, weatherwoman, bird. She is a broadcast meteorologist who is known for her whimsical voice. She has dreamed of being an idol for years. After working as a weatherwoman for a while, she's currently conflicted between the two and is figuring out how to balance her dreams. Her voice is mysterious magic that can summon illusions that fit the tone and topic of what she sings and says, which is why she's clouds around her head. Artist note. If it's okay, well, I don't plan on being a VTuber myself. I found joy in learning about VTuber design and the work that goes into the VTubing business. This is my first attempt at designing one, maybe to sell one day. I'm fine with any kind of feedback and criticism, so you don't need to hold back. Really appreciate it. Bet. Design is she, her, but I'm also a girl. Okay, I just wanted to check. I didn't want to misgender you or your design here, don't worry. E33 is like Dragon Age Final Fantasy Persona, near vibes crammed into one. Ah, so you've managed to list a number of franchises I like, so I think I will probably like that game if I looked into it. You're good? Yeah, I just want to make sure. So, things right off the bat. Silhouette, fantastic exaggeration, big old big old dress. The bottom of the skirt area is providing good visual weight. Big old chunky shoes, you know me. I love big chunky shoes for a design, but even the hands are nice and big. The head is fully asymmetrical with having this big old, almost like blueberry off to the one side of it for the bun. I think those are meant to be feathers, but it does kind of read like a blueberry. The clouds are adding to the silhouette, the earrings are adding, pigtails. There's a lot of things going on for silhouette here, and I appreciate that the bottom of the skirt is also just not fully symmetrical. Good. Yeah, neat style also. Very nostalgic feeling style. Candy Crush coated. Interesting. Let me start us by doing our ladder test. So that way I don't have enough time to forget to do it. Top of the shoes, bottom of the skirt. This is kind of diagonal because they're different heights. Here's a diagonal here from that in the skirt. Bottom and top of your wrist guards, the bottom edge of the shirt. I feel like this is a good angle for the like sort of like hoodie shirts also, where it doesn't feel unprofessional somehow. And I think it's the like tie that's being worn underneath. It feels comfy and casual, but still trustworthy at the same time. Maybe it's because it's pulling from Idol design also. Bottom of the eyes, top of the eyes. These little clouds are adding some throughout. The music note almost reads like how birds have that tuft of feathers on the top of their head. Almost like that one bird Pokemon does that also has a music angle to it. What is that one? What is the chatot? What is that one called? Charlie FBS, thank you for following. Yeah, chatot. It has a similar like music note thing happening that I think works quite well. Where it feels like the plumage of feathers on the front of the head, but it's music notes, which is cute. Ladder! Yeah, I don't think I want to climb this, just a hunch. Same thought when I saw it. Yeah. I think that makes sense for it. Sure takes a lot of my attention, but couldn't say why, but love the colors. Yeah, so, ouch. Oof. Ouch. Ladders. Ouch. Hi, Selma. Ouch. Oof, ouchie. How do you describe your story and character design dialogue? Ouchie. Yeah, dangerous ladder. I think this passes with flying colors. For color design, I do think that The skirt, the bottom edge of the skirt does end up being kind of distracting because it is the area where there is the most of this bright white color. I feel like this is a design where the hair might benefit from being this color, which might be a little bit strange. Let me see how that works. Or maybe just the hair needs to be lighter. Because I feel like right now with the color proportioning, all of the brightness is throughout the body, and the hair being blue doesn't add anything that wasn't somewhere else. Same deal with the eye color. The eye color is very similar in value and in undertone to the gold sun on the skirt, and since the gold sun on the skirt is lighter, that ends up being more focal still. So we're gonna do a glow layer just to lighten this. I don't want to lose all of your shading and everything that was going on here, but I'm wondering if a lighter hair color might pull us into the face a little bit faster, and it makes the skirt less visually important, potentially. Love Mari-kun's art style. It's nice to hear. Yeah, Mari has a very cute art style. Mari's characters are so, like, nice and round. They feel so friendly. Also, if we made this lighter, I don't know if it'll make the feather not work properly, but let me just see. I'm just trying this. Might also make the hair that's up here feel less like a blueberry, because it kind of feels like a blueberry right now to me. And I think that's because it's trying to read as feathers. Yeah, that makes the face a little more focal, because it makes this being bright less important. Alternatively, we could also just normal multiply. Just make this a bit darker. Not this dark, but you'll see. Hang on. And I'll put a gradient on it so that it's not crazy disruptive, but like that. And then if I were to blend it out, that might be good to bring the focus more so up to the face. It almost makes this feel like a stormy cloud as well. This also feels a little bit like toothpaste. And I'm not sure if that's your intention either. That is complex, still buy a plushie of it. I think we could pare the design down without losing everything, but I do think that the bluebird elements might be just a little bit too small for this to plushify all the way. Rainbows do come during rain. Yeah, this doesn't fully read like a rainbow though. It kind of reads like a toothpaste stripe to me. So I wonder if we need to get the yellow in there also. If I put this yellow between the green and the purple, or like, oh wait, it's because the colors are out of order also maybe. Or I guess the yellow would have to be on this side of the red? If we put this into rainbow order, it might read more like a rainbow, because it feels kind of rainbow-like in the other areas, but not white all the way. But I think the yellow, because it'll take us out of the cooler colors, will prevent a toothpaste feeling from occurring. Maybe. Just a little bit, perhaps. And then if you have, wait, how many lines are on a musical staff? Is it 5 or is it 4? Can't remember. Red, yellow, green, purple. Yeah, classic color order, but how many lines are on a musical staff? Is it 5? 5, I'm sure. Darn it. 5 might feel like too much, but honestly, we might be able to get away with just 4 to feel right, because I feel like if we can reference musical staff here as well, just in like a subtle way. I don't know what notes look like, but like just little musical notes that might be cute also, since you already have all of those bar lines. I think the only thing that I would need more of is the bird angle, because I feel like if I would have just looked at this on my own without you mentioning the bird angle, the feathers are very small overall, and I feel like if these feathers were treated like a big bow she had on behind her, like these are 2 of like the ribbon pieces that are coming down off of like maybe where the back of her skirt is tied, that these feel like almost adjacent to a tail, that might work in order to make the bird element appear in larger portions of the design. Right now this would be really contrasty because it's really big, but like that might be a good way of getting it more incorporated into the overall design, adding a little more asymmetry, so it feels like a bow. I have to line it with the color you did so they don't feel kind of funny, but You don't want to put them down, probably. You could even add like the little like notches that feathers sometimes get in them when they're not so perfect, but general idea. Feathers back there. Love the EG twitches. Oh, when I look down, my eye will twitch sometimes. Also double up and have the dots of the music notes look like little birds as well. Making the dots like... What do you mean? Like, making these have wings or something and like beaks? I'm not really sure how I would make a music note look like a bird. Just like that? Just give it a beak? Magical staff. That could also be interesting. I could see magical staff working in some manner. Twitter? Parse the blueberry on the head is a bird head, like a Twitter logo. Oh, I see what you mean. I could see that. You know what? I didn't put the glow on the head blueberry either. I feel like if it's less blue, it won't read so much as a blueberry either. So then the secondary trouble, I think, is gonna be the eye color. I feel like the eye color might work better if it were the green that's spread throughout. I appreciate that there's more other little color flecks in the eyes. But... Did I make a new layer there? Yeah. But gold is sort of classically a troublesome color to use for eyes. And I feel like the people, when I graded ZZZ's designs, did not like my feelings about the color gold for eyes. They were saying that it is for lore reasons, but gold just ends up being too similar in the hue. You know, it's very warm like the skin tone is, and then similarly it ends up being almost just as bright as the skin is under most circumstances, where by making the... And then we could have like the purple or something be this other one that's in here. Making the eyes green might be better for making them more focal, because green isn't as important of a color in the design. Similarly, I wonder if this pink might work. Lock that. Because the pink is only in a couple little places too, and then you could have the green as like little pops of color. In there as well, maybe. Add the yellow just as like a highlight, maybe? Like, I wonder if that might work a little bit better. Focal point. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe the green was working better. Potentially. So cute. Oh, does Jin have, let me see, suggestions in the Discord? Oh, look at that. Yeah, wait, that's such a good little bird music note. Look at this. Bird music notes. I feel like we could even change the music note on the head to look a little bit like this too. And that might be very cute and might get the idea across clearly to us. Do a little like... Whoops, hang on. I have a layer where I can draw. There we go. Just give it a little beak. And then the eye where we can like see the hair through it or something. Bird. It's so cute. Good work. I like that. What if the eighth notes had feathers instead of flags at the top? Yeah, that's sort of what I was changing them to a little bit. That could also be a good idea for like... That's totally a wing. That's what a wing looks like. Beak! Yeah! Not peak, but beak. Pink green gradient in the eyes. Yeah! Pink green gradient in the eyes could also be good. But I think the eyes just need a slightly different color in order to draw the focal point in. But I do... The sun on the skirt isn't bad. I also end up wondering if there might be some angle where raindrops might be useful for this being a design about weather. Or like you've got a button here that could be shaped like a droplet of rain. Because it already sort of has a highlight on it as if it is something that is rounded. So you could have like raindrop buttons or something. What other things? Like we've looked at before designs that had weather related things on them. Do you know how there's those like high and low pressure system bars where you get the ones that are like this? This is I think a high pressure system, right? And then you get the blue ones that are like this and they have the rounded things on them that are more separated, right? I wonder if this thing that is already sort of mimicking that would work better if it was more directly a reference to it, where we cut them in, leave a little bit of space, cut another one in, leave a little space, and then you could layer it with one that is like a high pressure system then. So then we're getting more weather-related references in the design then. Oh, hello. Also, hello. Lords for ZZZ characters have gold eyes. If you need to catch up on ZZZ, but I don't remember that coming into play. Just eye-related powers. Don't recall having a specific reason for gold eyes. Here's the problem I have with any amount of in-universe reasoning for things is that someone decided that. Someone chose that to be a limitation for them to deal with. That was a decision that was made. So they could have just as easily decided to make a different eye color important. So that's why I don't like those kinds of explanations for why characters have certain things going on in their design. Like, yeah, Quiet in Metal Gear breathes through her skin, so her skin has to be out, but like, why? Someone decided they wanted her skin to, they wanted her to breathe through her skin and to connect that to it. Like, they came up with a reason for a thing they were already including. Like, I don't think that works as a defense most of the time for things in designs. Sorry, I'm getting like off task here, but little weather-related things. Yeah! Raindrop hoodie string beads. Yeah, that could be good. And then if the pink is only in those more isolated areas, that could also be good. I don't know if we need these to be pink. Give them a little bit of like a highlight or something where they're like, whoop. Water droplets. They're dropping off of things. They definitely need the outline in order to feel right because it's a very outline reliant style. But I think the pressure system things would work. AG too passionate. My most recent pet peeves that I have do rely on, like, what do they call it? I keep forgetting the term for it, which is not good. I should remember it because it's important to my occupation. But the Doyleist versus, what is it? Doyleist versus Watsonian explanation as to lore or design drives me nuts sometimes. Building things into the universe as excuses for having design that doesn't make sense drives me nuts. Yeah, okay, I did get it, okay. I always forget. For some reason my brain wants to do Watsonian and Sherlockian. That's not right. I don't think that ever functions as an excuse for me. Yeah. But anyways, this design, very super cute. I think we just need a little more focus on the face. Honestly, for as much as it adds asymmetry, I feel like I could just do entirely without the blueberry. I feel like it's a little distracting and it's making the design silhouette lean too far to one side. Where the skirt adds some looseness, the hair by not being perfectly symmetrical, the clouds, the skirt, if you add like the tail feathers off to one side, some draped things across the center of the design. Those things I think would all be enough for me to be satisfied with the level of asymmetry here where it feels natural but not forced. But it felt just a little too heavy on that side with the hair blueberry. In-universe explanations for out-of-universe decisions. Yeah, it drives me a little nuts. It almost always uses the words I, mine, me with things that are factual, more emotional, and personal. Hunted story, hope that answers your question. Oh, still discussing things. YouTube, I don't know what you guys are discussing anymore. Those on the sleeve could be high pressure since they're higher up on the repeat of the toothpaste becomes too much. Ah, that's true. Instead of having them around the waist like that, these could be the higher low pressure symbols up here also. But yeah, more little weather things. A couple more ways we're adding the bluebird angle in a bigger aspect of the design. I appreciate that the sleeves are very bird wing-like, but I feel like we could exaggerate them even a little bit more. In that way, we're like... Right now they're like a little bit downturned in a way where it makes it something that I'm slow to notice. I could probably notice it faster if it was like this maybe. Where we have a couple of just like more little segments for it and it's flaring up a little bit more at the corner. But I think that's a cute, subtle way of adding a little bit more of the wings to it. Yeah, okay, so I think that's both my feelings about concept. For color, honestly, all the colors jive very well together. I still think the sun might be a little bit too distracting, so I might just airbrush a little bit more of your shading color over it so that it's not as bright. But I think that's pretty close. What did I not talk about here? What did we not discuss? The colors are very harmonious and I enjoy them. the way that they are. I don't really have any clarity issues with the color either, so I think that's full points. For silhouette, I feel like it's leaning a little bit because of that blueberry, and there could be other things we could add to even out the asymmetry in place of it. For complexity versus clarity, it might be ever so slightly on the side of complex, which I didn't really help you with it taming down at all. I think I actually made it worse. If anything, maybe we just don't need the patterning everywhere throughout, and bigger areas of rest where like this top of the hoodie could maybe be bigger and extend down lower, so that way we don't have as much of this like brighter blue here, because that'll sort of lead to it feeling busier if you have more bright things right next to dark things. Similarly, I think I made it worse with some of the other things I was adding, but I don't know if we need this trim on everything either. Or maybe it's on the sleeves and things like that. It's kind of repetitive when it gets up to that high, but I think level of detail is pretty close. For focal point, I think that's sadly where this was the weakest. The face wasn't really working as a focal point for me because the eyes were low contrast and the hair wasn't really bringing us to look up there, and there's more detail, for me at least, in the chest area and like the skirt. So we did have a little bit of things that could be solutions for that. And then concept and motif, we were adding some more things for like bringing the bird more throughout, so it's not just in the small details, and then adding a little bit more music reference in a couple places and a couple more little meteorology things. But I think we're well in the right direction, and I also thought it was really cute. I just thought it was very cute in reminding me of Doremi, so it's definitely nailing the magical girl aspect. The bird thing could be a little more prevalent. The meteorology could be a little bit more prevalent, but I think we're close. And music, wow, you picked a lot of things. Magical girl, meteorologist, I guess idol kind of goes with magical girl, and bird. That's 4. That's a lot to try and get to work together, but I think you're doing a good job of getting them all jive the way they are. 2, 5, 6, 7.5, 8.5 out of 10, I think is where I'd go here. Good work. Can we get a round of applause for Mad Buns? Yeah, very well done. Very cute. Yeah. How many motifs? Music, weather, bird, idol. Yeah, that's I think towards the upper quantity of motifs that can work together functionally. You're getting kind of close to too many, but I think it worked for what it was worth for this one. Hi, Aphrodite. Aphrodite, there is a Shroomate who I may need to get your thoughts on their design, because I need help from somebody who's good at designing for food. For that one. So I may have to poke you about that at some point. I don't draw much food, admittedly, but you are kind of an expert on food. Send it my way. Yeah, you're very good at illustrating food, which is something I've never actually even done. I've never tried illustrating food outside of my Snomikus. It is admittedly not my area of expertise, and I feel I wasn't able to come up with good concepts for it. But you, on the other hand, have looked at a lot of food. Food is 100% texture rendering. It is, but making it feel appealing and being aware of different kinds of food that could look like different things, have like congruent design aspects, I think was where my weakness was in it. Like, I can do texture rendering, but making food look yummy is its own thing also, you know? I drew a little just quick thing that was supposed to be like chocolate kind of icing, and it looked kind of poo-ish, so it's definitely a color thing, but yeah. But yeah, good work, Mad Buns! Let me save this. Also, yesterday I didn't stick any of the designs we went through anywhere for accessing, and that's my own fault. I should do that, but I finished yesterday and was so hungry. I was so hungry. Thank you. No, thank you, Mad Buns, for contributing to charity. Thank you. Hi, Amber. Amber says, ah! It's Amber time. I already knew what Amber looked like. I've seen, I think, a Katana Spirits illustration of Amber, potentially at some point. Have my attention, sounds intriguing, love a good design challenge. I may put you in that direction, maybe, we'll see. But it is Amber time. It is my own mod. It is my own mod. Amber Ambrosia Honeypot. Ah, it's a lovely sustained musical note. Yeah, it's not like an ah, it's an ah. Here's Amber, she, her, Ambrosia Honeypot. mod bonus point. You know, Amber will always get a bonus point in my heart, as will Odgepodge and all of the mods. You always get that kind of bonus point at the very least. But that would be unfair. I can't give favoritism to my substitute teachers. So, here, let's read our notes here. I have a few notes. This is intended to be a reference for a 3D model. Hell yeah! I have included a disrobed version with sensor bars, both for reference and because I worked really hard on those plates. Oh, Amber's so scandalous. I have a reference pulled from an old Blender attempt at making this design to show what the heels look like from the side. Neat. With 2 eyes, I made the more human one. Joan of Snark made the alien one. Ah, Shroomy collaboration. Good work, Shroomates. The yellow lines are lore-wise because I have a layer of honey in between my shitness? I don't know how to say that word. Shroom Mom would be sad. This is definitely a word Shroom Mom can say. Shitness plates? And my internals, practicality-wise, they help me... Oh, I've lost where I was reading. Help. Practicality-wise? Where was my word? Practicality-wise, they help to make the separating lines clearer. Lines on the face are to show that the face can open up, revealing the ant mouth beneath, with the jaw becoming mandibles. Those face lines will not be yellow in the 3D model. Everything else will be as it is in this reference. Amber, I am so intrigued to see how your mouth will work in 3D. I'm so intrigued to see how that goes. There's definitely ways of doing it, and I'm so interested to see how it ends up interpreted. It's almost gonna have to lean into the way like furries handle their mouths. Current PNG hasn't. Yeah, I've seen your current PNG. It's neat. Is it just gonna be like mouth open, mouth closed, more or less then? I'm intrigued. Chitinous. Ah, chitinous. Noted. Kite and us. Got it. Will do. Yeah, we'll look at the mouth. E.g. rocking another stream? What am I doing? Rocking another stream. Quick question about these critiques. Should I make a sheet like this or the critique, or do you prep them? Don't want to make it inconvenient. I do the prepping for the sheets. I don't mind doing the prepping. If you want to, you can. If you give me your name, your pronouns, your @ and your details, you're welcome to do so. But if you give me like a transparent PNG or even like a PNG in a flat background, that's fine, don't worry. Not really? More of a toggle. Interesting. I'm intrigued to see how that goes. Okay, wait, hang on. For concept, I'm a honeypot ant femme fatale on her day off, hence the robe. I don't think anything else is really that necessary to know. I could get into it, but it'd be mostly beyond the scope of the design. The only real hint as to her day job is the bandolier of knives, but I feel like she still gives off femme fatale even without them. They're mostly there for fun, and because femme fatale is never without a weapon. That's true. So to clarify questions, is the robe TOS safe? Which eye is better? Should I add some more jewelry? I was thinking of a pearl necklace, maybe. Would the belt not be better off to one side? I was thinking of doing that, but it just looked odd to me. Leaving the belt is just a long, bland delineation. Any other critiques would be very much appreciated. Thank you very much for this. I hope everyone's having a good time. Thank you, Amber. Thank you, Amber. I need to head out for grocery shopping. Look into the color palette. I think we worked on very, very cool concept. Thank you for hanging out, Odgepodge. Good luck on your grocery. Gives Vexus from My Life as a Teenage Robot. Really? Okay. So as far as TOS goes, you're kind of in a difficult place here with this. As long as it doesn't read as skin, you might be okay. As long as this is reading as, your plates are reading as being clothing to the bot that surveys on Twitch to try and figure out if skin is revealed. As long as it's not reading that way, you should be okay. Like, you don't have cleavage or underbust, so I think you're gonna be fine as far as that goes. Reads as underwear, which, here's the thing, you can wear bathing suit bottoms. The only thing I might be concerned as, if Twitch is feeling that way, is this might need to come up a little higher because you have to cover the whole pelvis, so you might just need another, like, notch in these plates that's like, I don't know, going in the opposite direction or something and meeting in the center. I don't really know how the plates work on ants, but full pelvis needs to be obscured. Quick censoring yesterday. Yet technically, for this to be fully censored the way Twitch requires, this has to go all the way across here. Can't show any of the pelvis, theoretically. Honestly, it might be even, like, this is probably technically still pelvis too, although I don't know with how the anatomy is working here. So you might have to raise that up just a little bit higher to make it work. I feel like I'm getting some of the femme fatale angle, but I almost feel like the robe should be like almost a little more off the shoulders. Am I wrong in remembering that that was how? Katana Spirits had drawn it at one point. Because I feel like there's sort of like a relaxed, like, luxury to a sort of femme fatale. You did that originally? Yeah. Here's the thing. For 3D, if you put it any further than, like, within the elbow area, it's gonna be tough. But I feel like you could get away with... I'm just gonna color it gold. But, like, if it went like this, where we're only just revealing, like, tops of the breast area, and this is coming, like, out here like this, doesn't have to be too far off the shoulder. But I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what is her name in Treasure Planet? The blonde girly. Thinking about her. The way that she has, when she does that one scene where she just kind of like relaxes and it like falls off her shoulders. Very sapphic moment. Yeah, the Captain Lassie. I don't remember what her name is. But that, despite the fact that she is like more or less mostly covered. Helga? Oh wait, from Atlantis. Wait, you're right. Is that Atlantis? Hang on, who is that? Am I forgetting? Wrong person? Yeah, it might be Helga. Yes, it is Helga. She does this thing where she, like, shrugs her, like, coat off when she sits down, and that is, like, to me, like, peak, pinnacle, femme fatale. And she has, like, it's, like, all the way resting around, like, the in parts of her arms, and she has a dress on under it that is partially also askew on one side. Was it inspiration? Okay, I see. Yeah. With her fur coat. Yeah. So this also, I feel like you can get away with. This feels enough like clothing and enough like not skin that I feel like you could get away with a decent amount of this showing, as long as you're not having things that are mimicking like actual anatomy. Like my eyeballs. As long as it's not referencing actual anatomy, you can probably get away with it. I'm gonna be so honest with you. So I think the only reason why furries run into trouble is because it looks like it's referencing anatomy, but like I feel like you could have it off the shoulder to like this degree, just coloring things in, and it wouldn't be trouble. And then also, we don't really want to make it any lower on the shoulder than this. And let me tell you, if you want to be 3D, you don't want to. I do not wish for the suffering for you. I do not want you to suffer, and you will suffer if you have to try and rig something that is that fully off the shoulder. Believe me, you don't do it. Leave it at least within the shoulder range. Had it more so, I was worried it'd show too much, especially lower down. I think this will be okay at this amount of it being off the shoulder. I might duplicate it for the other arm so I don't have to like re-mask it out. But I feel like there's just needs to be like that sort of like subtle like luxury angle where she's just, you know, you're just relaxed. Because that's sort of part of the allure of the femme fatale, is that they kind of are like, you know, they're playing up, you know, the sexuality angle in order to be interesting, but they do it in a way that feels so nonchalant. They do it in a way where, you know, they're kind of luring people into their trap a little bit. So I feel like that's a good way of doing it. You know, honestly, the one leg out from the slit also, yeah, that is very Helga-esque, isn't it? Which isn't a high school dress code, shoulders are fine. Yeah, shoulders are totally fine. And even if you want to go for like an asymmetrical, like, you know, that's already kind of crossing over at the front, I could see this pulling it even more of an extreme angle to here, so that way you don't have to deal with as much trouble with pelvis showing, maybe. Potentially if this is coming like more over this way and then sweeping down at an angle so it's not falling straight down. That could also help with the pelvis needing to be a little bit different for TOS, so we're not gonna have like between the legs showing. I will come back for the tie around the waist because I think we can do something else with that also, maybe. Yeah, effortless, like they don't even notice. Yeah, she just, whoopsie, it just like shrugs right off the shoulder, whoops. Didn't mean for that to happen. I'm gonna exaggerate this tie around the waist just a little bit also. But like this one could be like, you know, it's not as far off the shoulder where it's like, you know, in here somewhere or something. And then don't be afraid to make them like really break the edge of the form. If this reads like a bathrobe a little bit, and I know it's meant to be a robe, but I feel like it might be something where if we don't want it to read like a bathrobe, you might want to like give it like almost like regular collar feeling to it also, so it feels like some sort of draped formal wear potentially. And then that adds a little bit of detail in here that I think this design might want a little bit of. Let me put this in here. Let me recreate your chest texture. I will say, you being flat colors and no line art pretty much makes it very easy to make edits here. It's kind of nice. There we go. So I think this shape ends like in here somewhere. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And then just close this shape out. I'm having fun getting to like just miscellaneously re-render so many of you. Where I'm just like, hee, colors go here. Yeah, colors go here. Just fill in the colors. Like coloring by numbers a little bit. Yeah, just a little subtle moment here, and then like, you know, give it a little bit of like a collar feeling almost. And I do agree that maybe you do need a little bit of jewelry or something where some of your like plates and the golden lines between them feel like jewelry almost. Like it feels like that ornate sort of like chain jewelry. You know how people will wear the stuff where it's like, oh, here's a necklace and here's another necklace, here's another necklace. And these necklaces are actually connected by these things. And then here's a necklace that's sitting on the inside of them. And then this necklace has things hanging off of it. Like the way that your plates look already feel almost that way. So it's kind of in the right direction, but I'm wondering if maybe you could have like, it'd be strange to explain, but like you have ruby red jewels already. You could almost mount the jewels within your plates if you wanted to. And like, you know, you have, here's a red jewel that is on this plate on your chest. You can bedazzle yourself almost, which might sound a little funny, but you could then use the pearls as adornment, which may also make the Twitch overlords believe that this is not skin, which might be to our benefit. But like, you know, if you had like pearls on the plates, almost like body jewelry in some way, that could be interesting maybe. Heavy purring warm cat? What? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Ginger? Oh, I'm sorry to hear you had a stomachache, Koshi. I hope you feel better. I was like, I don't think we can put a cat on Amber. I don't know if that relates. Nothing as luxurious as a silk sateen robe. Oh, that's true. Shine. Giving it that, oh, and for 3D, let me tell you, Amber, for it, we can get a matte cap. We can do a matte cap. Harry's elastic skin covering the honey. I mean, you can still bedazzle skin. Matte cap for the satin. You can get, I think I even have one for satin. You can just kind of slap on top of the whole thing after it's already rendered. I will suggest you can put like masks on matte caps using Poyomi, I think. I don't know if you can do it in just the M-Tune, but you should use Poyomi anyway if you're making your own to yourself. Should go that way. Shiny live suggestion. Oh, Aphrodite is here and is helping with ideas. Whoa, crazy, like full shiny. Wow, full shiny. I think the sleeves are very nice for that. Hang on. Here's what Aphrodite has suggested. Yeah, fully out over the shoulder. I like the suggestion for the hair, where it feels like Anastasia, like being pulled up. That feels a little bit, we're getting more Helga influence with the ponytail on one side. We're getting slightly closer to Helga. I will say, whoops, hang on, we're looking at other designs. For doing sleeves like that in Blender, just as a note for a 3D model, the sleeves can't go down like this in a T-pose. They have to go back in space, because if you notice, when I pick my hands up to do stuff, the sleeves would shoot forward at you, which looks really weird. And if I go like this, they face inward. You need them to be on the back plane of the arm, which is really odd. So technically this would be the correct reference for 3D, but from a top view, I do think that having them sort of cascading would be nice. We're gonna pretend that this isn't for 3D though. And then also, you know, they're kind of halfway up the arm. If you exaggerate the arc of it, that also feels luxurious too, where if these arcs are a little bit sharper, you know, you're a femme fatale, there's a little bit of sharpness to you. You're not all curves and, you know, softness. Oh, hang on, I've joined you in T-pose. I've joined you. Cannot see, you're not permitted, you're not allowed to look. Nope, none for you. No more Amber. Honestly, we could probably drop this down the hip a little bit further too, for the sake of, ow, hey, I know you want to look at Amber, but you can't hit me just because the Shroomates have drawn me up here on display. No hitting, Shroomates. Aim for a dressing gown rather than a bathrobe. Yeah, I think the texture will help a lot with making it feel not bathrobe-y. And then also a little bit of like drapery to it, where like right now it's so close to the skin, it's so tight, where I feel like if this feels draped, where it's being held by this belt around the waist here, that might help. Ow! Who threw a whole table at me? What are you guys mad for? Difference between bath? Bath and dressing gowns are not the same thing, no. Bathrobes are soft and fuzzy because they're supposed to absorb moisture. And dressing gown is just a gown you wear when you're stepping between rooms, potentially, or when you're not in your costume yet, when you're doing your makeup and hair, potentially. Not the same. Not quite the same. Wow, what was I talking about? The desk. Yeah, ow. Victorian tea gowns give some cool inspo for spicing up the robe. That's true. I feel like, yeah, we could use a little more ornateness. Our thighs and hips that can both take and save lives. Make the robe a bit more slanted from hip to hem. They never sit straight. Ah, so like if this... Hang on. I think the other trouble I'm having is just that some things are just too dark right now. Too. I feel like we could lighten things up a bit. If, you know, if it's sitting like this and then, you know, you're talking about the angle also being like this maybe? And then we're like seeing to the inside of it. A little more shape, and then like your ankle would be up in here, so it's not sitting perfectly straight. That could work. Overstate it, just put a blanket desaturation layer over top. Ah, I see. End up draping. Yeah, I would imagine so. And then like same deal, like I feel like this could probably drape like further out. For as much as your leg is adding interest to the silhouette, I feel like this also feels really heavy the way that it is right now. If it had more of like a, let me see, like, you know, if it has like, you know, where we can see that it's folding over on itself, it'll feel like a lighter fabric, which I think is part of why it's also feeling like a bathrobe, where it'll feel a little bit more delicate if it has like smaller little like, you know, things where we can see that it's doing that, and then you kind of flares out at the end, or like flares in like that. These might even need to be smaller than how I've made them. But you know what I mean? Just like subtle things about how fabric feels. It'll feel less heavy if it has a little bit more shape to the bottom of it, perhaps. Which, even if you don't want to model those, you can sometimes get away with texturing them on and you can't really tell. But honestly, modeling folds on clothing is not that terrible. There's a very quick way of doing it sometimes. But then same, like if we're gonna do that down there, you could even make the sleeve have a little bit of that like meander, so we can tell it's like feeling draped, which draping cloth feels a little bit more luxurious also, doesn't it? And your ankle should be in here. Whoops, me ankle. There we go, yeah. And then the other thing that I was thinking of too is that something that I have enjoyed seeing in like runway fashion is body jewelry, where you sort of have the illusions to it up here, but I'm wondering if this will feel fancier. You know, we were talking about putting the tie somewhere. I feel like the tie would be best off to this side, hanging somewhere in this region, where I don't even know if we need a bow. We could even just have it just be something long where it's coming up over the top, almost like a scarf-like manner. Like this. But then I was thinking about reusing your gold down here in like a waist chain-like sense. You've got this nice like cinch in your hip right there that feels like it's somewhere that I would want there to be some kind of jewelry in some manner. Maybe this is a good place to get the pearls in here too, or have other things like hanging off of it, or like different kinds of chains that are hanging at different heights, or you know, something of that sort. Add a little bit of asymmetry that'll add a little bit more style. Be 3D, model the armor plating anyway. Double down on the armor plating not being skin, just have the whole gown be semi-transparent like a silk lingerie thing. Yeah, I mean, if it is 3D and they are plates, they might read more like armor, and therefore you may be safe in that manner. Yeah, I could see that. You look into the Closet Historian on YouTube for clothes, videos more how to sew. Ooh, lookbooks? Good robe inspo. Subtle glitter to the dress could be kind of cute. Yeah, like, I feel like there's gonna be a lot of things that come into play here as far as texture goes that'll go a long ways for making this feel properly elegant. But like, even if I just go like this and give us like a, like satin sort of gets like kind of like a sheen to it a little bit, I feel like. Not that that's the best rendition of it, but that'll feel a little bit more luxurious if you have like just like the like highlights that it gets. It gets like really specular, doesn't it? Or am I thinking of the wrong fabric? This might be too exaggerated what I'm doing right now, but I think it's getting us in the right direction here. Potentially, right? And then also, I've been a fan of the things where I see where people have like the like linked like lapel pins or something, and that might be another angle where we can get something that makes this further away from a bathrobe. We're distributing the gold more throughout the clothing. Having more layers under the robe could also help, where a lot of robes will have like that sort of like transparent lace on the inside of sleeves, at the ends of them or at the ends of different things. Those could all be options. And monogram on the back with her initials. Oh, potentially, yeah. But I think we're just adding more details. We're classying it up. Make you real femme fatale. I do want to give you the hair that Astrogite had suggested, where this feels like very 30s glamour having it half up. And let me tell you, less work modeling hair will be so nice for you if you are the one doing the modeling, or whoever your modeler is. And then that gives your exposed shoulder more power. Power to the exposed shoulders. There we go. Do that, because then that also increases the asymmetry in a nice way. It's gonna make you feel long and refined on one side, and then short and like more fun and playful on the other. You, I think, are one of the uncommon circumstances where the gold eye isn't that bad, although the dark eye I think is pulling me in more. The gold works well with your color palette. I just fear that the sclera being yellow is making it not work as well as it could. I'm wondering, like, I'm just putting gray in here for now. But maybe it's still too close to your skin color. Because your eye doesn't stand out a ton right now because it doesn't have a lot of contrast. This eye stands out, but this eye is really uncanny to me. Amber crit? Yeah, amber crit! I am not sure, because this is really uncanny. This eye, even though it feels more like the eye is built out of it, uncanny good or bad? I don't think uncanny is inherently good or bad. I think it's more about what you want us to read. I think for a femme fatale, having eyes like that might go against like the sort of appeal you might be aiming for, where this feels like it's leaning too far into the actual ant angle of things, where we might be losing some of the like inherent like attractiveness maybe that we're going for with it. But this eye, I fear, isn't as focal as it could be because the gold is still similar to your skin tone. We have this trouble often, and you being amber, color of amber, and all of that makes me not want to change it, but I don't really know what specifically I want to do about it, which is making me wonder, you know, you've got eyelashes, big heavy mascara. Oh, that won't work in 3D, but if you use a Poyomi shader, you can make it so you can see your eyelashes through your hair, which might be nice. To add some sort of interest. Forgot eyelashes. Yeah, eyelashes. White eyelashes, maybe? Dark sclera is always nice. That was the other thing I was thinking, is that a darker sclera might help, where we already have purple throughout. But that might also be too uncanny, and you might feel like a villainess if I do that. Although, man, that does make your eye really pop, huh? Do I be villainous? Oh, well, that might be the way to do it then. Potentially. Maybe. And something that I often like from like these kinds of designs is if we really emphasize the lower eyelashes as opposed to the upper eyelashes. Right now we can't really see them because they're against things that are too dark. But like if the lower eyelashes are more emphasized than the upper ones, that'll lean you more into that, yeah, angle. Yeah, sultry. Sultry. We're not staring into the soul. We're being sultry. I even lid that even more. You could even go for I like the classic highlight that goes like this across the top of the eyelid. I feel like that also adds to like the sultry eye there. These were just different options of eyes. That's why this eye looks that way. We could copy and paste this eye over if we so wished. And I think that would be similar, yeah. Oh, Amber, oh, and yeah, the Jessica Rabbit eyeshadow. Yes, I don't know what it's called, but yes, that. Oh, welcome in, hi Raiders. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator. And today we are doing VTuber design crits for charity. Welcome in, Miki Kitsune. Also, thank you, mods, for getting shout out. Let's see, what were you up to? Cat girl is a category? Just chatting and sticky business. Interesting. What were you doing? How was your stream? We're doing Vtuber design critiques for charity today, where we had some lovely donations yesterday. You can still donate if you so wish. But we are critiquing the designs of our donors from yesterday right now. This is one of my own mods, Amber, whose design we are critiquing right now. A lovely Amber, or oh my God, what is the kind of ant you're called? Honeypot ant. Design, who's a femme fatale. Dragonfly Sanctuary, thank you for following also. It was fun gaming time. What were you gaming? What were you playing? Hope you had a good time though. I think that makeup looks called a cut crease. Oh, maybe that's what the name of it was. We were modifying this eye a little bit. We were adding details to this eye, where it has like that sort of shiny in the center. For charity? Yeah, it's for Cure Cancer Australia, which is I guess they're an institution that raises money to distribute to research centers, to hospitals, to like PhD theses and stuff like that. It's a good cause. So if any of you are interested, you are welcome to check out the link we have pinned if you like. But I'm glad you had a good time gaming. If you or your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or smoking and eating, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, go for it. I appreciate it. But do prioritize looking after yourselves potentially, please. Purple nails. I feel like long nails are very femme fatale. Oh, you do already have like long, like fingers almost from like the ant shaping, but you could even if you don't want to change the color of them, just really emphasizing the shape and the length and making them real nice and pointy could do that trick also. I think that works. Even more claw. Yeah. Also, making the feet sort of double as like luxurious shoes, I think is a nice touch also. Honestly, I feel like we've done most of the things I felt needed to be modified here. Your antennas are good for silhouette. We've made the hair a little stronger in silhouette and the sleeves stronger in silhouette. Adding some more asymmetry with tying the robe off to one side, adding a little bit of like body chains, the subtly asymmetrical opening of the shirt, I think would be good. Earring being exposed on one side is nice. What did we not talk about here? Hang on, let me start rubricing. I feel like we talked about a couple things. For concept and motif, I feel like we can really play up that angle for the femme fatale more. I see it, I see the start of it. We can get more out of it as we were sort of suggesting. For color palette, I think right now, overall, the tones are getting too dark where we're not having a lot of space left to make things darker. So I would be careful about how dark some of these values are getting with like the inside of the skirt and the ties. And even the hair. The hair is like almost pure black, which with the hair, you could just go for focusing on lighter values. And if everything's flat colors, maybe that does work out okay. But do be careful about having enough space left for rendering in your colors. So for that, I might put this here. Oh yeah, ladder. Oh, you're right. We didn't do a ladder. Wow, I really did all of the edits to you on one layer. Crazy EG mode there. Let's do a ladder check. Weep. Whap. There we go. So this is kind of on one side of the body, although it does go all the way to here. Okay, that's kind of here. You've got your bow in the center. Your sleeves, which are not gonna be that high. Your sleeves, I'm going to assume, are going to sit at like this level probably. Top of the heart, your chin, your lips. I will say, I didn't comment on the lips before. I say this often. Dark lipstick or like bold lipstick is so good for character design. It makes the mouth so easy to track. We love to see it. Asymmetry in the hair a little bit, your eyeballs. Top of the head, I'm getting a little bit from. Top of the hair, and then top of your antennas. Turn that off. Let me get a layer here so we can see what we're looking at. Worked out, luckily? Yeah. Also, impossible ladder. Completely, feasibly, not under any circumstances, possible ladder. You're not getting anywhere anytime quick here. Ow. Ouch. Yippee! Ouchie! Oof! Ow! Hey! 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 Ow! Hey! Shroomates! Careful with your tossing! Ouchie! Amber's extra dangerous, right? Whoa! Extra dangerous? But like extra dangerous in the femme fatale manner, yeah. The one able to climb Amber is Amber. That's true. That is true. As an ant, I feel like you may have that power to climb that. Wow! But I think we did talk about the bulk of where I feel like we need a little bit of addition here. A little bit of modification, mayhaps. I think I also moved this down a little bit so it's at a more natural resting spot on the leg. And it does form sort of like a secondary silhouette for the leg also inside of it. Make sure this goes back in space and not down though, in 3D. What did I not talk about here though? For silhouette, you pass. We did a little more exaggeration, but you're pretty close. For complexity and clarity, we want more. Give us more detail. Give us more miscellaneous, like, things that are increasing the elegance. I want more texture. I want some little bits of jewelry, a little bit more asymmetry. Those are the good things. For focal points, I think your chest was winning for focal point. I'm not sure we fully solved that, unfortunately. And it might just be that your chest needs to be a little bit more subdued and that those gold values need to be brighter in the eye, maybe. Let me see. Fast, quick, if I have a solution. Like, if I go like this, and then if we take this gold and just make it a little bit darker, more into the orange category. Let's see if I can push this back properly. I need a bigger brush than that. Perfect. Oh, thank you for following. Right? Yeah. But if the whole eye is gold, so the whole eye was gold before, and that was less focal. Let me see if this helps. It might not even need to be this much, but it's just because everything else in this design is so like mid-tone or darker, that by that not being the mid-tone, it ends up being distracting. I feel like that's still pretty focal. Gold or honey? Yeah, like, gold or may help. And then I might even, like, kind of push it back in space, what's less important. I'm wondering if the plates on your face do need to be gold. Like, you said these weren't gonna stay, but I feel like they're kind of important for us recognizing the plate line divisions, and it's also adding that interest and gold to your face where we kind of need it. I wonder if you need more gold on your face. Or like, maybe your antennas? Hang on, let me see if I can figure out how to do this. We just need more of this color somewhere that's higher up on your design. So if the antennas were gold, that makes the gold on your chest less important. And then it's also higher up on the design as well. Can I crystallize honey? Yeah, a little bit. Sort of puzzling. I'm wondering more about, you know, you sort of have these little like plate lines already. And I'm wondering if you could just increase the quantity of them. If you want to have your nose in this style, you could even have those plate lines on the face. I'm thinking about like traditional goth makeup accidentally as I'm doing that though, which I think does not fit your style. Gold in the eyelashes maybe? Like if the eyelashes were tipped in gold, that could help. Need to use the really bright gold color though. Yeah, you know, that I think kind of helps. Having a little bit more of it. Even like do the classic Squiiji move and bring it all the way along the edge of the eye, like I have a tendency to do with my design. With the orange, align the eye line. Oh wait, that's kind of helping. I feel like that's getting in the right direction. More gold. I'd have the antenna move around like they can form a heart shape for love, curled up when scared in that. Oh, they should. There's definitely a way you can do that with blend shapes that I think would work very well. Strong white, light highlight in the iris would also help because the whole eye's mid-dark. That's true. We don't really have a strong white highlight either. So if I were to change that to be much stronger white, yeah, that becomes really piercing from a distance. I feel like I made too much of this gold almost, but like, I think that's really getting there as far as the eye goes. Also, once there's two eyes that are the same way, let me take my layers here and just duplicate this eye so we can see what it looks like with two eyes that are the same. Because right now the eyes are different, and I feel like the second eye isn't... Oops, hang on, undo that. Folder. Transform, flip horizontal. The second eye isn't as focal right now, so if we have two of the same eye, I my gosh, let me try and place this eye in the correct place. Yeah, wow, wait, hang on. There? Is that correct? Yeah, that kind of makes it more focal having both of them also. Highlights in the hair. Could also do highlights in the hair. I'm wondering if maybe like this lighter brown color would work well for that. Or even if it's just like a highlight like in here or something. Just a nice like subtle red somewhere. Anything around the face will help make it feel more focal. Maybe. Now we're increasing detail, and that's also helping draw the focus to the face. Maybe that's part of what it is, and then like this one will probably come over the eye a little bit or something. But I think this is kind of going in the right direction now. Hang on, bring this like that. There we go, and then this. Kind of curling around, maybe? Just adding detail, essentially. But then also if you had hair highlights, that would also bring more detail into the face and make us look at the head quickly too. Antenna jewelry, oh, that could be neat too. Like rings around the antenna or like something draped between the two of them. But if we just increase the detail around the face, that will help to outcompete the rest of the body as well, because the heart that is like, or not the heart, it's kind of heart-shaped. This plate is not as detailed, and by having more detail in the face, we'll be more likely to come look at it. You do like a little like classic, like, hang on, hair highlight situation here, maybe like this. Erase out where I don't need it. Chunk that out, chunk that out. There we go. And just adding some more detail, remove all this. I'll change it so it's not so bold like that. Like that, mark these out. But yeah, I think some of it's gonna come down to the way that this is rendered. There we go. Normal, add glow, and then make them less intense. But then your hair will feel really nice and silky too, with some nice highlights in it also. Getting the Selma treatment, I'm odd. You and Selma, I have given hair highlights to. I've bestowed upon you the greatness of hair highlight. How are you doing, Squiiji and Shroomates? We're good, welcome back. How are you? Today too? Yeah, tomorrow also. It never ends. We're doing a lot of Squiiji. I'm gonna do one more. I'm gonna do one more, because we didn't get through, I need to get through one more to keep us on pace for tomorrow. Just kind of going over the time I intended to end at today. But I do need to do one more. Did I finish grading Amber? Focal points. Focal points, right now your chest is really focal. So we need to shift it away from the chest. But I think it was just adding more to the eyes and the hair around that area. So I think this is where our grade is right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. You got this. I'm so excited to see how this turns out. I'm ready. I'm sat. I'm prepared to see this in 3D. I want to see this in all its dimensions. I'm so ready. But good work, Amber! Can we get a round of applause for Amber, please? Amber is always the clapping, and now is clapped for. Good work, Amber! AD's watching you. Not in a creepy way. Not a creepy way. I'm just keeping an eye out as I do. I'm always keeping an eye out for the Shroomates. Not in a creepy way. Not in the I'm watching you way. But thank you for donating to charity, Amber, and sharing your design with us. The return of the lowercase a. Good work! Let me save this. And then very quickly, we can look at Joan of Snark, which is funny that you two are back to back. We just need to cover this one so I'm on time for tomorrow. If I don't cover this one, it's gonna push everything back at the end of the week. But honestly, there's not a ton to change here, so this is gonna be a kind of quick one as a result. Here's Joan. Joan, who also helped with Amber's art for that one. So Amber, she, they, at RX Dice. Basic concept, gargoyle brought to life by lightning, becomes an alchemist seeking to create the Philosopher's Stone. Overall, still love Iggy's design, but there are a few details I'd like to change or update. I want them to A, read more monstrous, less like a bat, more like a gargoyle, inspired by Ivy from Deadlock in particular, with her big mouth full of fangs and digigrade legs. B, have the fact that they were brought to life by lightning be a bit more obvious in their design. C, change their hairstyle, potentially melting wax from their candle. I'm wary of doing the white wax for reasons. Yeah, good reasons. So, things that I think are neat and are working here. You are one of those situations where gold eyes work, because the skin tone is darker and bluer, so therefore the gold eyes work. I can see them very clearly. Also, the wings, the texturing of them does feel very stained glass-esque, which is very nice for a gargoyle who's come to life to be made of like those realistic materials. It's cool. I do agree with you that more digigrade legs or being more monstrous would be cool and fun. Wordy is a good example of becoming a little bit more monstrous as a gargoyle. Where you can really embrace the like cracking nature of, you know, rock. Where like, hang on, let me not draw this directly on top of you. Like embrace having cracks and fissures that run much deeper, and then we can see like, you know, inside portions of the stone, and talking about having like ivy growing on it or lichens and stuff like that, I think are very good things for gargoyle type designs. But I want to see the cracks that are in the stone impact the silhouette in an asymmetrical manner, because right now they're impacting just the design in an asymmetrical manner. I want to see them being like fully committed to being chipped and chunks missing. You know, bats kind of typically can have that sort of like chunk taken out of their ear and stuff, so I feel like that could be a good way of doing it, is if they were via cracks that we're getting that feeling. And then give them just like a little bit of depth on the backside. I feel like you are also a 3D fella, aren't you? I feel like I've seen it. Maybe no legs, like a plinth mermaid. Oh, could be. But if there was gold in the cracks, like kintsugi or lightning pattern, that's also potentially a good idea. If we want to get the lightning a little bit more throughout, we could get like a magic thing happening depending on how you handle the cracks. If they are more like, you know, sharp and jagged like that, it'll feel sort of lightning-esque, which might be a good way of adding that angle. Adds a nice little bit of detail. Might be the wrong term, but if there's like fractal scarring thing, oh, like the fractal, they do it for wood burning, where, you know, it's doing the thing where it branches like just like infinitely smaller off of something into like a million pieces, right? That could also be potential for lightning. If we're assuming you got struck from the top down, that could be something where it's like, okay, we get the big shape up here, it splits into two, and then these split into two, and then this splits 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 into two. In that manner. And then it just becomes sort of like the chaos kind of thing. Yeah, it's done with electricity. I know what you're talking about. The horns would probably be a good vector for something that would draw the lightning to it, although, is there anything metal on this gargoyle other than the wings that would attract lightning to it, other than, I guess, being up high? Yeah, that is kind of looking like scales, you're right. There might be a better way of drawing the fractal nature. Oops, somebody sent something into the Discord. Let's see. Oh, yeah! Fractal wood burning is really dangerous, Shroomates. Do not try this at home under any circumstances. Many people die from trying to do this. But something like that could be neat. Picture's familiar, just be a kenku that's a pigeon. That could be cute. I agree with that. Hi, Kaneko. Also, Amanta spun my head 5 minutes ago and I didn't notice. I was too focused. I'm staring through the screen, I see you. I see you rotating me. But this is cool for potentially an angle. Where would I put this? Do not try it at home, especially if you're taking apart a micro for it. Yeah, don't. Anne Reardon has a really good video on why you shouldn't do that under any circumstance, please. Gargoyles are used to channel water away from roofs. Okay. But something like that, somebody who is going to spend more time and be better at rendering it, you could have something like that, maybe on like the top of the ear where it's like, you know, it's really bunched up here and then gets less bunched up, and maybe it just like subtly is like glowing as if it's like been damaged. That could be interesting, maybe. But then also, yeah, more teeth might be nice. Changing the hairstyle to being melting wax. I would agree with not making it white. You can gloop it up. Go for a dark wax or a colored wax of some kind. And then really lean into, if you're trying to make it sort of uncanny, really lean into making it like real drippy. Having like really long spindly drips will make it feel really uncanny. Yeah, gloop. Make it feel real nice and heavy. And don't be afraid to have it like running down the face or like just sitting on the skin outside of where it is like just acting as a texture more or less. Hang on. And wax has this really weird material quality to it where it's really kind of like plasticky and like weirdly matte, but it has chromatic aberration and it has subsurface scattering. And if you are making it in 3D, that could be nice. And yeah, it does kind of look like molten rock, which could be, yeah, a lightning strike related thing. I think that makes sense. I will say the clothing color is a little bit odd to me right now, where the top of this feels kind of elf-like, and then it's purple, and then we have red, green, and blue, RGB. But I feel like there could be a more consolidated color palette here, and I feel like this design almost wants to be split between red, you know, you've got your red, you've got your blue, you've got your yellow and oranges. And then this blue maybe would just hang out with this green and we could have more variety in the blue instead of going for purple. Because then I feel like you've used just too full of an analogous palette. Very jewel tones, yes. But I feel like we could split this more into warm and cool values with adding a little bit more distance. Like this purple is very warm. Maybe a cooler purple. Or like if you had a blue that was more like that kind of blue, this really aqua tone blue is kind of distracting to me the way that it is right now because it's only right there on the hip. So my inclination is to want to make this more subdued. This green could be less bright. It's still kind of distracting. And this purple I feel like could be a little bit cooler. Let's get a color layer and see if that works the way I want. Because I feel like the specific like almost fuchsia color it is right now doesn't really jive so well with other things. And I feel like your leather could use to be maybe a little bit more desaturated. So like this purple I think is a little more homogeneous, and then your leathers are pretty saturated. So let me see if I can desaturate them the way that I want. So I'm just gonna cover over them with gray and then use a saturation layer. Yeah. Green's also very close in darkness saturation of the purple. Yeah, that's the other thing that I think is happening too. We might need a little bit more value variation. Oh, hang on, I just like got stuck in my throat. So we can check that also. We'll do a little saturation theft in a second here, but let me just reduce it a little bit in these items because they feel just a little too bold where they are. The red's fine. I feel like the red as like an accent is working okay, but leather can be really bright and bold, but I feel like the rest of your design is sort of leaning into a more weathered look. So a more desaturated leather would be to the benefits. Let me turn this into a saturation layer. Not that desaturated, but like something like this feels a little bit better to me. And then we gotta play with value a little bit. We get a layer, correction layer, saturation velocity. What? Theft. Oh, you're very mid-tone all over. Mid-tone or darker. You only have a couple things that really leave the mid-tone range and get darker or lighter. So let me see if maybe add glow. Maybe this needs to be brighter. It's not gonna be this bright, but just make the tunic a little bit lighter. So that way we can see the leather on top of it. I could leave maybe just this like plate that's in the center that has a name embroidered in it. That dark. And if I go this, where it's still darker than these light tones. The color's gonna be kind of funky because I'm not modifying the color properly on top of it, but I feel like a brighter value is gonna make the leather read a bit more clearly. We'd have to figure out what to do with the purple then. Edit. Ooh. Tonal correction. Hue, saturation, luminosity. Let's see, can I find a hue that's right? Does it have to be less saturated or maybe more saturated? Something in that color is gonna need to change, but it just needs to be brighter in general. Yeah, we did yoink the color. Literal lightning in the bottle with the little potions. That is true. Could go for literal lightning in a bottle if you really wanted to. Hi, Huntress Wayne. What if the green part of the outfit was like a super desaturated blue? Like the skin except darker? Maybe. Like, you're talking about something like this, almost? Instead of green. I could see that potentially working. But then, I don't know how I feel about the red, also. This is more just like turning this into a forest green, also. What I'm doing now. But I don't mind this being pushed darker, also. I feel like it being a little bit dreary is to the benefit of the design. Maybe. Then maybe if that's darker, a couple other things could be lighter or darker. There's some value shifting that could be done just in the whole center portion of this design, I feel like. And then maybe these could shift more like pink instead of just flat red. So then we're gonna get pink and, oh wait, that seems to work a little bit better for me. Maybe the red and the green combo was throwing it off. I feel like that's a little bit better with the purple undertones. Right now I've created a little bit of a clarity trouble, but I think that's also just coming down to the fact that we didn't fully fix all the values as much as they need to be, and like this hair back here could just use to be darker probably. It's behind the head. And that'll make it a little bit clearer. But concept-wise, I'm getting the fact that you are an alchemist for sure. I'm also getting the fact that you're a gargoyle. Pretty easily, pretty clearly, pretty straightforwardly. The classic potion bottles on the skirt, hard to put that on a design and not make it feel alchemist-y. It's a little bit on the nose. I feel like they might be better integrated if this was like a potion bag of some sort than just strapped to the waist. That feels kind of inconvenient. You can't move quick, can't like run, they'd be swinging around, crashing into each other. If they were attached to the bag and you had a more specific bag design where they're sort of integrated into it, that might work out a little bit better, mayhaps. And the thing people forget about alchemists is that the pursuit of alchemy is either, yeah, alchemist stone or philosopher's stone or turning things to gold. Gold was very important to alchemists. So I feel like I almost wish there was a little bit of like a gold adorning. There's alchemical symbols we could be using in here that I think might also be able to help and not feel as on the nose as the little potions around the waist do. Like alchemical symbols could be built into the wings and the way these shapes are made, where, you know, this is already kind of more or less one of them. There's the alchemical symbol, which I think this one's earth. And then there's like an upside down one that's like this, right? Technically one in the same. That is, which one are they technically one in the same? Lightning marks were sealed in gold? They could be. But I think we just need a little bit more gold for an alchemist. Gold circle with a dot in the middle. Oh, yeah, alchemical symbol for gold. Is there an alchemical symbol for like lightning or electricity? Alchemical symbol, lightning. That's not how you spell lightning. That's way too many, that's O's. Oh. Oh wait, did I draw the one for lightning accidentally? I did accidentally draw the one for lightning. I think I've drawn the one for lightning. Philosopher's Stone and Transmutation need the first to do the second. Oh yeah, that's true, yes. I think this is lightning. There's air? When I Google it, this is coming up as being lightning, but maybe that's not what it is. Do I need electricity? Maybe as an option? Did the alchemists have electricity? This I see also being suggested as one that might relate to lightning. Do some research, perhaps. Feels like a fish. There's air. Yeah. Harry Potter mentioned. Not quite. Not quite. Air, fire, water, and earth are the 4 fundamental elements. Triangle symbols, I'm pretty sure. Oh, okay. No? Is that not it? I don't know alchemical symbols. I'm a chemist, and alchemists were kind of scorned on by the chemists. There isn't runes could be used. Yeah, runes could also be used. I'd be careful with Nordic runes because sometimes they have bad meanings and stuff. And as soon as we start getting into lightning with that, we start getting into the weird Thor guys. So maybe. Lightning electricity is commonly known or used thing. I mean, I figured electricity wasn't, but I didn't know if Like, they should be aware of lightning. They understand that lightning does crazy, weird things, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Jitterbun, Oreo Pup, thank you guys for following. Also, Ish, yeah, we're not gonna get into that. So do be careful with the symbols you're choosing if you start going into the rune route. Do some research. I'm sure there's some symbols that could be interesting. You know, you've got this sort of interesting, like, medieval type of trim down here. What if that trim is composed of shapes that are, like, more lightning-like, or shaped like the runes, or shaped like alchemical symbols? These are options. Or, like, you know, even if we're just saying, okay, well, we've got little bits of gold in miscellaneous places. What if, you know, just the corners of these things have, like, that's just the regular triangle, and then this one has the cross through it, because then that's an alchemical symbol. Or, you know, you put it on your bag as, like, a little, like, belt or something, having those triangles, or same deal with the one for gold, or things like that. There's a lot of miscellaneous things that I think could be stuck on here, that the potions could be swapped out for, that would give us that read of alchemy without having to just have potions on a belt, potentially. Tesla Nikola symbol? What is the Tesla symbol? Oh, I need to make sure his first name's in there. What Tesla symbol? As soon as we start getting into lightning bolts, we can end up with some dangerous things, unfortunately. Oh, that's like a electric motor cross section where it ends up with, like, you know, this, and then there's like a circle point, and then it sort of radiates these spikes that then kind of form like notched parts of a circle? I don't recognize that. Yeah, Dreadful Elon's wretched devices. We don't need that as a related part of this. But this is like a simplified motor that could be related, maybe, if we're talking about the effects that alchemy has on things, maybe? Isn't that a Star Wars faction? Is it? Scary? Is this a bad shape also? The moment we start using symbols and runes I don't recognize, I get incredibly anxious, especially when we're talking about certain angles of things. Symbols too close to— oh, you're right, it is. Ah! Ah! Joan, be careful. Joan, research some symbols and find one that is not evil. Find one that is not evil and maybe use that one. Yeah, very Empire. Yeah, bad. Okay. Yeah, do some research into symbols, find one that's not evil, and maybe incorporate that into the design. But yeah, bigger, scarier, more gargoyle-y, sharper feet maybe, more digigrade legs would be good, swerving the conversation to a left hook. It'd be kind of funny if there was more fur in other places here too, because you have a furred tail. So Solomon demonic seals might be a good starting point, potentially. Careful, EG! Careful, EG! Careful, EG! Why are runes stolen so much? Because when it's not using words, it is easier for people to get away with things. Easier for things to be dog whistles if they don't have words attached to them. Therefore, only people who are in the know will recognize them. You can get away with wearing them in places so that people who know you or who know what it means will be like, solidarity, but people who don't won't know that you're really dark and twisted and evil and bad. They're a good way of disguising stuff. I say good, they're terrible and not good, but that's why a lot of runes and stuff like that gets co-opted, unfortunately. Yeah, dog whistles and all that. Never safe to be, or never bad to be careful. Yeah, also ladder. Oh, you're right, we didn't do a ladder. For silhouette, the wings are good, the candle's good, the giant ears are good. You're very symmetrical. So sort of more things where we're adding, like, the little chunks I've taken out would be good. Let's do a ladder. I don't think I've changed the height of anything here. Ladder test. Whoa, those are thick lines. This is a really small canvas compared to Amber's. Bottom of feet, bottom of those things, bottom of the tail. This is probably adding something over here. Top of those, bottom of skirt, bottom of this part of the skirt, bottom of the bag. These things are all too scattered for me to feel like they're really adding anything in particular to one side of the design or the other. Little capelet. Seems to be a little higher for that though. Wing on one side, wing on the other side. This thing cuts across the chest here, top of the shoulders, the chin. The mouth is providing a little bit of a line for me. The eyes provide a line. Bottom of the horns, top of the head, bottom of the candle, top of the ears, top of the horns are kind of the same line, top of the candle. Oh, and we'll just go beep, Like that. You gonna climb that, Shroomates? Any intents of climbing? I think not. I really don't want to. Is she Aztec origin by any chance? Had a god of lightning too? Are they? I don't think so. But I mean, if you do pull a specific religion in that is not Nordic, that might also be help. But then I guess we're getting away from European origin of gargoyle and stuff like that. But ow! Me, Ladderhead. This is not climbable. I do certify. Don't think we can climb this, and I don't think we want to either. Let me get rid of that. So you do pass on that account. And close miscellaneous things I've opened here. So you do pass on that account. Let me start grading. I do need to eat. I've gone accidentally later than I needed to, but I had to at least keep us on schedule as best I can. Oh, I saw Zany said something about, where was that? Zany said something. Quick question, when might you vaguely plan to crit my design? Oh, Zany, okay, let's see where you are. Zany, you're the third to last submission, so I'm going to guess that you're Monday, maybe. Depending on how quick I manage to get through things, I think you're Monday, but I'm not even at a pace where we've gotten through enough that might be the case. It might be pushed beyond that Monday to the next Monday, potentially, maybe. Oh, we'll see. A lot more of you went for it than I was prepared for time-wise, and I'm not as quick as I need to be, unfortunately. I like giving everyone as much time as they deserve, which is counter to getting things done. Oog. I also need breathing exercises. That's true. So I want more asymmetry. Your silhouette is very asymmetrical. You are being saved by your ladder success. For color palette, I feel like there's some of the colors that just aren't jiving the way they need to be. The red, green, purple, and then like the sort of stock standard RGB colors feel like there's too many colors in the palette. The saturation is kind of not working all the way for me. Narrow your color palette down a bit. For concept, I think there's more clever ways we could get the alchemist angle across without being on the nose as much, but I can see what you are and I see the gargoyle aspect. Makes sense. Level of complexity I think is fine. You'd plushify probably pretty well. And for the focal point, your clothing is distracting me from your face a little bit, but your eyes are making a really good attempt at being focal. My Delulu did EG start early. I started at noon today. Usually I stream from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. EST on Monday, Thursday, Friday. This week we're doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because I have things going on Thursday, Friday. But hang on, so here's our grade. We have 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. I think that sounds about right here. And we get a round of applause for Joan, please. Oh, we'll round of applause once everybody returns from ad break, maybe. Although I guess all the people who can have clapping emote, are probably here with me right now and can hear me. We can clap for Joan, and I guess people who can't hear me saying that can take the signal from seeing all of you do it. But good work, Joan! I think the colors just need a little reworking, and I will be excited to see you push a little more monstrous with this, perhaps. I think that is well within the realm of things that would make this design even stronger. That was what made me so excited seeing Gordy's gargoyle-esque design modified, was that it became more monstrous, it leaned more into it, became less soft, more crazy, more angular, more sharp. So I think those are things that would be good for your future. But thank you everyone for submitting. Yeah, the quantity of people that I'm critting is really good for charity. Really not good for me having a schedule that I stick to, or getting through things with any level of quickness, but that's more my fault. That's my problem. That's a skill issue on my part. I'm happy to build another queue accidentally if it means that we're helping a good cause. So yeah, one final note. Brevity, I have a question for you. You and Hoshi I had questions for, because you guys are tomorrow. Hoshi already answered. Brevity, from what I can tell, I don't know if the previous version of your design you submitted was maybe unfinished, or maybe it was because I've seen you on Twitter so much, so I didn't realize it's different than the original one you'd submitted. But I critiqued your design on stream a couple months ago, I think, when we did, purple Vtubers, maybe? I can't remember fully, but you're on the thumbnail. And from what I remember, the design looks the same, so I wanted to check and see if there have been things that were changed to it that maybe I'm just not picking up immediately as quickly as, like, I could, because I've already seen the updates to your design, that you've posted them on Twitter. if it's skill issue EG, or if it is the same design. I just wanted to check. Curious where mine's seeming to land. Corey, Corey, you're pulled already anyway, which is funny. You're in the blue folder right now, I think. But I think you, depending on how fast I am, you might be tomorrow or on to Monday. You might be tomorrow, but you may be leaning towards Monday depending on my speed. You're like 9th. I don't know how many I got through today. Let me see, how many did I do today? That might help me figure out how many for tomorrow. Okay, to submit at a 1720 by 8000. I would humbly request that the largest edge of your submission is 6000 pixels, if at all possible. 8, I believe. Oh, that's not so good. That's not fantastic considering, I might need to speed up a little bit more tomorrow. Gotta lock in. I was hoping for 9 today to keep us on pace, but EG of all quickness tomorrow. EG will partake in Quicksilver. EG will drink maybe a little caffeine or something. Speed is tomorrow. Speed is the name for tomorrow. Everyone's getting the time they deserve, but I need to be locked in to get it done. But good work today, Shroomates. Good crits as always. Good round of applause. I hope your hands aren't sore from clapping from 2 days straight. And I will see you tomorrow. Same place, same time, more crits. I think tomorrow is looking to be Hoshi, Revity, Huntress, Molly, and Mew, perhaps? I don't know how many I just listed. Revity, Hoshi, Huntress, Molly, Mew, Matcha, Techno, Anime. If we manage to do 8 again, then Anime will be 8th. And then Corey, if we get to 9, you will be tomorrow. I think that's where we stand right now. Longer we go, less locked in we are. It is hard. It's endurance being locked in for that many hours. Oh, hang on. Oh, hello. So I'm at work. Didn't realize it was critiqued already. Not changed. Thank you. Oh, Revity, I can find for you the VOD we critiqued you in. You're on the thumbnail for it though, so it should be pretty easy to find. Don't worry if you're at work. Let me find that just fast quick because I will forget if I end stream and don't find it right now. It was back in I feel like January-ish. I feel like it was a purple crit. Maybe? Oh, I might have gone back too far. Oh, there it is. Variety crits. It was 5 months ago. I found it. Here you are. What? There you go, Revity. That's where yours is if you need it. It is right there in that one. I think you're second in it. Wow, I was drinking my donut-thon. That was a while ago. Yay! But thank you, Shroomates, for good crits as per always. Thank you, Shroomates, also for good helping, assisting with charity. Thank you. It's very kind of you. I need to go eat and hang with my Joby. So I will see you guys bright and early noon PM tomorrow. Let's find someone to raid. Shroom you later to YouTube though, who I cannot send anywhere. Bye, YouTube.